In this video, we're going to be taking a look at 200 ultra hard PMP practice questions. And from the length of this video, you can see this video is going to be a long one. So in this video, I'm going to be answering some of the hardest PMP practice questions out there. If you can get at least a 70% on this exam, I think you're going to pass your PMP exam pretty easily. I'm Andrew Ramdial. I am the author of the world's best-selling PMP study guide, PMP Exam Prep Simplified, and I'm also the creator of Udemy's best-selling PMP course with over 370,000 enrollments. Combined with my books, my videos, and my live courses, I've helped over 500,000 students pass the current PMP exam. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and get started on this. But before I get there, I want to just point out a couple of things. Number one, this took an enormous amount of time, and this is a compilation video of all the videos that came before it. If you notice, I released them in series of 10. So what I did is I just combined all of them now into this giant compilation video. Another thing is that it took a lot of time, a lot of effort to write these questions and to make this video. So if you guys don't mind, clicking on the like button, subscribing to the channel would help us out a lot if you appreciate the work and effort that goes into this. If you want more questions like you're about to see and more explanations to these questions, check out the link below to the TIA exam simulator, which now has about 1,000 practice questions that you can try, including multiple full-length mock exam, micro exams, mini exams, and so on. You can check that out with video explanations all done by me. And with that in mind, guys, let's just dive right into it and start off with question one. Keep in mind, this is a compilation video. So let's keep going. Let's get to question one all the way to 200. All right, here we go. Question number one. Now, again, these questions are meant to be difficult, all right? A project manager is planning the construction of a new public library. The community and project stakeholders are having difficulty agreeing on the key features to be included in the final design. What should the project manager do? Facilitate a workshop to gather input from all stakeholders. Define the difference between essential and non-essential features. Involve design consultant to mediate stakeholder discussions. Identify the root cause of the stakeholders' inability to agree on the project scope. Now, you really have to know the mindset on this question, because you can see in the question that it says the community and stakeholders. There's some kind of difficulty going on here to help identify the features. Now, if there is a problem on a project, one of your most important things to do is to ensure you understand the problem. The first thing we're going to do before we solve a problem is to identify, how did this problem come about? What's going on here? Can there be potential or multiple solutions? How did we get to this problem? These are questions you should be asking yourself. Now, there's something very unique about D. If you learn the mindset, you understand that D understands the problem. Because look, he's looking for the root cause of the problem. The problem is their inability to agree on the scope. Something about A, B, and C is telling you something. You see, they all have something in common. This is an action. You're actually going to hold a workshop. You're going to define the differences. First of all, you should never be the one choosing what's right for the project and what's wrong for the project. In this one, you're choosing between what's the essential and non-essential. That's generally your product owner, your project sponsor, your customers does that, not you. Involve design consultants. Now you're bringing in other people without even understanding the actual root cause, the main cause of the problem. So remember now, when it comes to this exam, the mindset says don't take an action unless you solve the problem, unless you understand the problem, all right? No actions without understanding the problem. Assess the situation. Okay, very good. So A, number one, done. All right, we got 199 more to go. Question two. A project manager convenes an emergency session with the software development team to address significant bugs that are delaying the project's delivery. The product owner suggests conducting a root cause analysis to identify the underlying issues. What should the project manager do? Collaborate with the team to discuss the RCA suggestions and decide collectively on the next step. Okay, getting the team involved. Encourage a lead developer to take charge of the RCA, fostering team autonomy. All right, letting the team work by themselves. Coordinate with the quality assurance lead to refine testing processes and based on the RCA outcome. All right, bringing more people in. Organize the session to ensure all team members contribute their insights, potential solutions. Okay, not a bad answer. You're letting everybody contribute. Okay, so let's take a look at this question now. This is an agile project. How do I know this? Because I can see it says product owner. This immediately tells me that this is an agile project. And the product owner is suggesting something that the team should be following. In a situation like this, if there's some kind of solution or somebody wants the team to do something, you have to let the team decide if they want to do it or not. Remember something. On an agile project, the team is self-leading. They're self-directing. You're not a dictator to the team as you would on a traditional project. So the best answer here is let the team decide. Work with the team to discuss the RCA suggestion and let them decide if they want to implement it or not. The rest of them is pretty much implementation. Notice, first of all, B, never do B. This is giving away your work. If it ever comes like to a point on this exam where it says, well, let somebody else deal with it while you just watch, it's never the answer. Never give away your work. Coordinate with the quality. Now you're bringing in more people and it seems like you're basically going to implement this RCA outcome. Don't do that. Organize this all team and contribute the insights and potential solutions to what? This one is a little vague. We're not sure what it's talking about. But it seems like they're coming up with their own solutions here. The question is addressing this RCA. So the best thing here is bring the RCA to them as a suggestion and say, hey, do you want to implement this or not? Let the team decide is the motto of the story here. Remember, on an agile project, the team decides how they want to do the work. The team decides what methods they're going to do the work because they're a self-leading, self-directing team. Question 3. A project manager overseeing the launch of a new e-commerce platform discovers that the finance department has concerns about not being involved in the cost estimations and their potential impact on the project returns. What should the project manager do first? Amend the stakeholder engagement plan to better integrate finance in future plans. All right. Document the exclusion of the finance team as a risk to project success. All right. Maintain the project timeline, but plan a financial review before the final phase. Okay. Organize a meeting with the finance team to understand the concerns. All right. Somewhat similar to that first question, because if you notice, the finance department, they have some kind of concern. All right. They weren't involved in whoever came up with the budgets, and they think it's going to affect what we're going to get back from the project. Notice this one particularly says, what should you do first? Again, this one has a very similar theme. All right. And a lot of these choices have a very similar theme, but one is very uniquely different. And the answer here is, of course, D. You see, if you notice, A is this, before you understand their concern, before you understand what really happened here, you're already amending the engagement plan. Don't do that. Never take an action first. Document the exclusion of the finance team as a risk to the project success. It might be. All right. It might be an exclusion, but before we even document that risk, we need to understand that risk. Maintain. Never do nothing. If you get a choice where it says maintain it, keep doing what you're doing, then that's not the answer. So the moment I say like maintain the timeline, well, the timeline could be affected by this. The best thing we should do first is let's go and meet with the team, understand their concerns. That way we have a better way of determining what action we should take next. Question number 4. As part of a project to integrate a new security feature into an online shopping platform, stakeholders have shown concerns over understanding the integration process during the planning phase. What should the project manager do to enhance stakeholders' understanding of the integration? All right, so we are integrating, we're putting something into operations, we're getting something out there. What should we do? Well, schedule a regular demonstration session during each sprint to show progress and integration steps. Sure. Arrange for the technical team to provide a detailed explanation before each sprint begins. Organize a training session to educate stakeholder technical aspects of the integration. Provide detailed documentation on the integration process prior to the start of each sprint phase. Well, if you understand the world of Agile, this one is pretty simple, because what we should be doing in every single sprint is we should be doing the sprint review meetings. And that's what this is really asking you. All right. Notice stakeholders have concern because they don't understand this integration process during the planning stage. So what should you do? Well, do regular demonstrations with them. Explain to them what the project is doing. This way, you can show the progress of what we have done and how it's working. They don't need a detailed, stakeholders, especially like customers, don't want detailed documentation. They might not be able to understand it, especially if it's very technical. They don't need to be educated on the technical aspects. It's more for like your team members. Arrange for the technical team. They don't need a detailed explanation before each sprint. They just need to understand what's going on. You remember something, customers really don't care about the technical aspects of things. They care about the functionality of things. If you're building a website for me, I really am not interested in how the backend works. I don't need to know what coding language you use. I don't need to know what forms you were using or functions. All I need to know is, does it work? So keep that in mind. All right, best answer there was A. Question 5. A project manager is preparing for the sprint planning sessions for a new feature in a healthcare system. This meeting aims to determine the amount of work for the upcoming sprint. What 2 pieces of information are essential for the project manager to ensure that the meeting is productive and efficient? So now you're doing a meeting. We know we're working on an agile project because we got this upcoming sprint. This word alone tells me sprint plan is going to be an agile project. So what are 2 essential things that we should have for our meetings? Remember, this is the sprint planning session. Remember what the sprint planning session is. What's the input to that sprint planning session? What's going to be the output of it? Best answer here is going to be, if you understand it, it's going to be, first of all, team performance metrics and a detailed product backlog. How did we get here? Well, first of all, understand what a sprint planning session is. The sprint planning session is where the team decides how much or what work they're going to do, how much and what work they're going to do in the next sprint. The output is the sprint backlog. So for them to determine what work they're going to do, they're going to need a product backlog. Generally, it should have the user stories in it by now. The next thing they're going to need is how fast they work. They're going to need that performance metrics, or what's known as the team velocity. Why do they need that? Because for them to determine how much work they can do from the product backlog, they're going to have to know how fast they do work previously, how fast they generally work, how many points they do per iteration or per sprint. They don't necessarily need an updated risk assessment. Product marketplace goal, that's more for like your sales and marketing. Current project phase timeline. The thing with agile projects is you're not going to really have like phases and timelines laid out like that. They're building it based on prioritization of the work in the product backlog. All right, this one here was choose 2. Question number 6. A project manager is leading an biotechnology research project characterized by significant ambiguity, big word there, unpredictability. A suggestion has been made to introduce a system to gauge the quality of the project outputs effectively. What hybrid technique should the project manager employ to ensure quality assurance? So key word here is basically it's what are we going to do to ensure we have good quality assurance. Combine weekly sprints with quarterly external audits to validate project standards. Quarterly external audits, huh? Merge traditional milestone reviews with agile sprint demonstrations. Okay. Adapt peer programming and customer feedback sessions. Okay. Integrate continuous integration tools with formal quality control checkpoints. Now, we have to understand that when it comes to quality, quality is meeting customers' satisfaction. High customer satisfaction, good quality product. The ultimate test of quality is a satisfied customer. So how can we do this? How can we ensure that we introduce a system that has high quality? Which one here leads to high quality? Would it be quarterly external audits? Would it be milestone reviews and sprint demonstrations? Would it be peer programming, customer feedback? Or integrate continuous integration tools with formal quality checkpoints? Best answer here, guys, is going to be peer programming and customer feedback. If you're wondering, how do you get that? Well, understand what peer programming is. So this is used in extreme programming. We do cover this in the Agile section of the course. When one guy writes the code, the other guy checking the code. If the code is consistently checked as it's being written, the code is less likely to have bugs. And the question is the customer feedback getting accepted into the project? That's customer feedback. The best way to make a customer happy with a product is to get the customer involved in the development of the product. Get feedback as you're developing the product, making this the best answer. We don't like this one here. First of all, it's quarterly, and this one doesn't involve your customer. The best way to make something really good for a customer is to get them involved. Although I like this one here with agile sprint demonstrations, the problem here is milestone reviews, and we're not sure how long those milestone reviews are. Continuous integration. This one here is not. This is integration tools, and it's not bringing customers in. Customers will give us the best way, that will tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, and this is the best way in order to produce quality products. Question 7. Project managers are overseeing a software development project where the team has prioritized creating a new user authentication system in the current sprint. Midway through the sprint, 2 developers express a desire to divert their efforts to optimizing database queries, anticipating future performance bottlenecks. What should you do next? I want to point out this is a tough question, by the way. Allocate time for developers to present their optimization proposal at the next sprint planning meeting. Reinforce the importance of adhering to the sprint's primary goal of completing the authentication system. Request a special session to assess the potential impact of the database optimization on future sprints. Support the developers' initiative by allocating a small portion of their time to start preliminary work on the database. This one is a tough question. This one tests your ability to understand agile principles. And the agile principles tells us that once a sprint starts, what should you do? You should do the work in the sprint. Don't change the team. Don't change the work. When they're coming to you in a sprint and we want to do this, we want to go here, we want to go here, the best thing you can do is to keep them on track and keep them to finish the sprint goal. That's what B is, and that's what we need. Everything else is not completing the goal. Everything else is allowing them to go and do this database thing. Allocate time for developers to present their optimization now you're allocating time. That's taken away from the sprint goal. Request special session. Once again, same thing. Now, if you support it and you allocate a small time, but once again, you're making them work something that is not on the sprint goal. Once they finish the sprint, if the team feels like this is something that needs to get done, maybe it's added to the product backlog, and maybe they can do it in the next sprint. Question number 8. A project manager is overseeing the development of an enterprise resource planning system and has decided that a combination of Scrum and Kanban methodologies would be most effective. However, the product owner is unsure about how to begin optimizing and prioritizing work. What should the project manager do? Guide the product owner on developing and optimizing a comprehensive product backlog. Okay. Have team members explain the integration of Scrum and Kanban principles to the product owner to enhance understanding. All right. Recommend the project team use visual management tools to improve workflow. Teach the product owner how to map out process flows to better understand task sequences. Okay. What are we going to do here? So this one here tests your ability in the PMP exam objectives. You have to know about training people. On somebody doesn't know how to do something, don't do it for them. The mindset tells you, if somebody knows how to do something, do not make them do somebody else's role. Don't make somebody else come in and do their role. Teach them how to do their role. And the best thing here we can do is teach the product owner, hey, if you're prioritizing work, you're going to be using that product backlog. How to begin organizing and prioritizing work. It's all organizing and prioritizing work is all about in that product backlog. So work with the product owner on that. Now, have the team member explain, don't give away. This is part of your job. Notice how you're giving away the work. Recommend the team shouldn't be here. When it comes to prioritizing work, that's the product owner's job. The team should never prioritize the product backlog. Teach the product owner, I like this, to map out process flows, but this doesn't teach him about prioritizing work. Make an A the best answer. Okay, how are you guys doing so far? You guys doing okay? These questions are a little difficult. Hopefully, actually they're not difficult. Hopefully you guys are doing well. By the way, don't forget to click on that subscribe button. Question number 9. A project manager is leading a team on a critical marketing campaign for a major product launch. After unexpected last-minute changes, the team worked overtime to meet tight deadlines. The sponsor has allocated a monetary award to recognize the team efforts. Based on the project management practice, what is the most appropriate action for the project manager? Distribute the entire award to the team member who worked the longest hours. Organize a team building retreat to enhance morale for future projects. Use the award to fund professional development opportunities that benefit the team in future projects. Decide how to distribute the award based on informal feedback from the team. Now, this is a tough question. There's 2 choices here that I want you guys to eliminate right away. Distribute the award. Now you're giving away the entire award to one person. Not because you worked the longest hours doesn't mean you did the most work. When you're doing a question like this, and I'm sure you're going to get 1 or 2 like this on the test, anytime you have to create an award system, there's a couple of things to number 1. There's a couple of things to keep in mind. Number 1, it has to be fair. All right. And number 2, it has to be public. You can't come up with a system and hide it from people. And it has to be fairly allocated. So let's see what we got. So we're going to eliminate this one here right off the bat. This is the throw out answer. Decide how to distribute based on informal feedback from the team. This is probably something you want more of a feedback. So we got 2 we're going to go away with. Now comes the tough one. Do we organize a team building retreat to enhance morale for future projects? Or do we use the award to fund professionals that benefit them? So which one do you think is going to benefit them more in the future? The best answer here is C. This one here is going to make them learn more and it's going to benefit them more in the future and future projects versus team building to retreat to enhance for the morale of future projects. Although it's not a bad answer, C helps future projects. Next question, number 10. A project manager is overseeing the construction of a new community recreation center, which needs to be developed quickly to meet the community's expectation. The team is skilled, stakeholders are engaged, and the community is excited about the new facility. What should the project manager do to prioritize timely completion? Assign more resources to critical tasks without consulting the team. Develop a milestone-based plan, ensuring regular stakeholder involvement and communication. Okay. Monitor daily progress in a way that integrates input from team members to ensure alignment with project goals. All right. Request an extension on the project deadline from sponsor. Okay, there's a couple of answers here. So we're building a center. We know that we have a lot of engagement, stakeholders skilled. Everybody seems to be doing great. You got your team is skilled here. You got your stakeholders are engaged. Everybody's excited. Sounds great. But we want to finish this thing quickly. What can we do? It's a trick question. The answer here is actually B. Now, assign more resources. Never do something without consulting the team, especially if the team is doing the work. So that was a throw-out answer. There's no need to request a deadline unless you're going to go over the schedule. Those 2 answers are automatically eliminated. Now, monitor daily progress in a way that integrates input from the team. This is something daily is probably going to take up a lot of time and integrates input from the team to ensure alignment with goals. Okay, but the best person to get involvement to ensure the project is correct is stakeholder engagement, stakeholder involvement. A milestone base helps to keep the project on schedule and, of course, good communication. So the key point of this question that I want you guys to understand is that in this question, and a lot of these questions we're going to be doing and we have done, notice stakeholder engagement, stakeholder involvement is the key to success on projects. It's the key to a lot of the answers, as we can see here on this question. Question number 11. By the way, I'm just going to be reading the question and the answers. The moment you see the question on the screen, please pause the video, answer it, and then see me answer it with explanations. All right. Question number 11. A project manager has begun a complex airport expansion project. Although the project is in the initiating phase, the sponsor keeps asking for concrete dates for the most important project milestones. When will the project manager be able to provide the requested information? Now, keep in mind, this question is a little confusing because it does specify that you're in that initiating section of the project, but this person wants concrete dates. A, after the initial risk assessments are completed to estimate timelines. Okay. At the end of the planning phase, once detailed schedule and risk assessments are completed, okay. During the execution phase, when the project is on the way and progress can be measured, all right. Once the project charter is signed as is outlined the initial milestone. Answer here is going to be B. Now here's why. First of all, notice it wants the sponsor wants concrete dates. Even though they're in the initiating phase of the project, you cannot get concrete information in the initiating section. Keep in mind for your exam, the initiating is all high level scope, high level schedule, high level budget, high level risk. All of that belongs in the project charter itself. So you have to wait till the end of planning. That's the whole objective of planning. The whole objective of planning is to spend a lot of time and determine what's the best schedule. Do those expert judgment, do those bottom-up estimations, break down the work in the WBS, and so on. After an initial risk assessment is not going to give you concrete information. So A is wrong. You don't need to wait till the execution. That's the point of planning. Now, once the charter is signed, it doesn't mean that any of the real planning work has got. The charter is signed, the project is authorized, but you really haven't done all the work yet. It's not till the planning when you really do the work, making B the best answer. Question 12. A project manager is overseeing a large infrastructure project in a hierarchical organization. The team members are used to receiving direct instructions, and their performance reviews are based on task completion percentage. After discussing with the sponsor, the project manager realizes that some tasks needs to be reassigned to meet the next milestone. This change could be perceived as negative reflection on the current assignee's performance. What should the project manager do? A. Assign the task to the most skilled member without further discussion. Okay. B. Hold a meeting to explain the changes and collaborate on reassigning tasks. All right. C. Privately ask a senior member to take over the task and inform the others of the reassignment. All right. Send an email to the team outlining the task changes and reasoning behind them. Okay, follow the mindset on this particular question. Because if you notice in the question, we have team members, they're receiving direct instructions, and performance reviews are based on task completion. Now, something changed. They realized that some tasks need to be reassigned in the next milestone. This, of course, can affect them. So when something is affecting the team, what does the mindset tell you? Well, let's go over this here. Best answer is hold a meeting and explain the changes to them. Part of the mindset is to confront your problems, right? Don't step away from your problems. Don't hide problems. Never hide anything from anyone. Notice this one is assign the task to the most skilled team. Part of the mindset tells you shouldn't just go and assign tasks. Work with the team. Try not to do work by yourself, but be collaborative and bring people into the decision-making process. A, you're basically doing that by yourself. B, now you're meeting with the team, you're working with them. Never give away your work. I keep saying this over and over in all my mindset videos. Never give away your work. Never actually tell somebody else to do it. Never ask a sponsor. Never ask the PMO. Never give it away to a senior team member. Send an email to the outline and the changes and the reason. Although I like this, notice B and D is basically the same thing. In this one, you're sending an email and you're letting them know the reason. In this one, you're holding a meeting and you're working in a collaboration. So which way is better? Sending out an email or working with the team in a collaborative manner? B is definitely better than C. Question 13. A project manager is leading a city park renovation project. During a status meeting with city officials, the project manager provides an update about a significant deliverable. Some of the officials claim they were not informed about this deliverable. What should the project manager do next? Confirm if the scope statement have been updated to include the deliverable. Okay. Meet with these officials to review the communication plan and clarify deliverables. All right. Check the attendance records of these officials at prior project meetings. Okay. D. Review the project documents to ensure the deliverable was communicated. Follow the mindset once again on this one here. Let's see what it says here. Best answer here, guys, is going to be, once again, is to confront your problems. If you have something on your project that's going on that you feel is negative, meet with people, talk to people is going to be the best answer. Now, there's one thing I want to point out here is if something seems like you're doing it out of malicious reasons or something seems like it's going to negatively impact the project, It's probably not going to be the answer. That's what C is. Notice, check the attendance records of these people attended meetings. It seems like you're checking to see if they show up so you can like crucify them or prosecute them or something like that. Probably not the best answer. Confirm if the project scope has been updated to include the deliverable. Well, the best thing here to do is before you do that, meet with them and make sure that they even know what they're talking about or what, if they understand what this deliverable is about. Review the project documentation to ensure the deliverable was communicated. Before you do this, all right, before, notice it says what you do next. Before you do this, meet with them first. Make sure you review the communication plans with them. All right, question number 14. A project manager is overseeing the construction of a new office building. A key stakeholder complains that they never received the structural integrity test status report. The project manager provides the report, and the stakeholder notices that an important aspect of the structure was not tested. What tool should the project manager have used to prevent this situation? The communication log, requirements traceability matrix, stakeholder register, or the quality management plan. Okay, so let's take a look at the answer here. Notice you're looking for prevent something like this from happening. So you got to go back in time. Watch, the keyword is prevent here. So we got to go back in time. And the best answer here is going to be stakeholder register. This was a tough one. I agree. If you got this one wrong, don't feel bad. Notice a key stakeholder, the main complaint is what? They never received the test report. They never received the report. Now, what document outlines the communication needs of a particular stakeholder? It's the stakeholder register, not the communication management plan. The communication management plan tells what communication will take place at what time, when it's going to take place, how it's going to take place, who's going to set it, who's going to give it to them. The stakeholder register is a different document. This one says who the stakeholders are and their communication requirements. So this makes it the best answer. Now the communication log is all communications on the project. This is telling us what happened. This is not going to prevent this from happening. The traceability matrix tells us who gave us what requirement. That's not going to help you in this particular one. It's not asking for that. The whole problem is somebody didn't get a communication. The quality management plan says how you plan to meet your quality requirements. This is not a quality requirement thing here. This is more of a somebody didn't get a particular report. Question 15. A project manager is overseeing the development of a new healthcare facility. The project team is struggling to understand some critical aspects of the project scope. A senior subject matter expert from the organization headquarters is available for 1 week. What should the project manager do to benefit from the SME presence? All right, A, conduct a workshop with the SME to address the team challenges. All right. Discuss with the SME the specific scope issues the team is facing. Okay. Arrange for the SME to provide training sessions to the team. All right. Have the SME to review the project documentation for alignment. Okay, so this one here, follow the mindset on this one to get this one correct. And the best answer is, if you got C, you are doing it correct. Okay, here's why. I keep telling you guys, you need to be collaborative. You need don't do things by yourself. If you're not including the team and you're just doing the work by yourself and you're making your own decision, it's probably not the best answer. That's not good servant leadership. That's more of like being like a dictator and you're making all the decisions for the team. So let's go through this. Notice this one is conduct a workshop with the SME to address the team challenges. This is you're doing a workshop with the SME. It doesn't say you include the team here. This is just you and the SME working together. If you're going to be addressing the team challenges, it's best to have the team involved in your workshop. But that's not what that is. Discuss with the SME the specific scope. Once again, you're not involving the team. Have the SME, before you have them review the meet with the team. If you're going to only have the SME for a week, there's nothing here that says review is that there's an alignment problem. All right, that they're just having some critical aspects of the scope, but we're not sure what the alignment is. So the best thing is if you have an SME, bring them in to help train the team, so that way they can have a better understanding of the project scope. Question number 16. A project manager is leading an agile project, developing a new customer relation management system. Midway through the project, the team receives feedback from the legal team regarding new data protection laws that the project must adhere to. Which two actions should the project manager take next? All right, I want to point out that this is a multi-selection question, and you're going to be doing what's next. All right. Direct the product owner to prioritize the data protection features in future sprints, okay? Request detailed information with new laws from the legal department, all right? Have the legal team implement the compliance measures, all right? Plan the immediate integration of compliance requirements to mitigate any legal issues, all right? Conduct an impact analysis with the team to understand how this law affects your project, basically. Okay, what did you get? Best answer here, remember to choose two. The first one I got is B. And the second one I got is C. Here's why. Now, before we take action, before this law is implemented, the first thing you guys got to do is you guys got to say, what is this law about? So let's go and learn about the law. The next thing you got to do is before something is implemented, you got to understand how it's going to impact the project. That's E. Those are the two answers. Now, once you do B and E, maybe then you want to speak to the product owner. Maybe then you want to plan how to integrate this all into the project. All right, that's what you got to remember. Don't take an action just like that. Assess the situation. See what's going on. Understand what's happening around you before taking an action. This is a type of an action. Notice you're telling them to prioritize the work. You just can't implement the compliance measures without understanding that C and D, without understanding how it's going to affect your project, making B and E the best answer. Question number 17. A project manager is initiating a new software development project for a client known for their vague requirements and challenging communication. Let's sound a lot. So this client always gives you vague requirements and it's hard to communicate. The previous interactions with this client have led to misunderstanding about the scope. Okay, what strategy should the project manager implement to prevent this? So you're looking to what can we do to stop this from even happening? Apply a phased development approach to validate the scope at each milestone. Okay. Collaborate with the product owner to establish a clear minimum viable product. All right. Enhance team client communication protocol to ensure better clarity and feedback. Okay, sounds good. Implement a strict deliverable schedules to force clarity in client interaction. All right, follow the mindset on this, but you have to know your agile practices in order to get this one correct, because the best answer here is going to be B, the minimum viable product. Now, your exam likes this concept of minimum viable product. Before I give you the answer why, there's one answer you should have eliminated. If you ever get a question and some of the choices sounds negative, like forcing people, telling people they have to do something, it's probably never going to be the right answer. If you're firing somebody, it's never going to be the right answer. Never be negative. If something sounds negative or sounds bad or sounds like you're pushing people to do something, probably not the right answer. Let's see. Notice this choice here says implement strict deliverables to force clarity. Never do anything to force anyone. Throw that right off the bat. A phased development approach to validate the scope. Well, notice at the end of each milestone. Milestones can take a long time. You want something much more quicker. Now, this is where this question got tricky. A good percentage of you probably went with C. Notice this one here is team client communication. So I like this answer. Better clarity and feedback. I like this. Good. But you know what's better? You know what is better than just speaking with the client is giving them a product and have them give you back feedback. Notice vague requirements. Vague requirements. The way to beat vague requirements is with a minimum viable product. Keep in mind what a minimum viable product is. It's a product that you release to your customers that has basic, usable functionality, but it doesn't have all the functionality. When you give this to the clients, they're more likely to use it, and they'll tell you what they like and what they don't like. So this is really good, because what this does is that it really pushes the client to tell you things to change, things to update, things to remove. The best way to get somebody involved is to give them the thing to use versus communicating just communicating with them. So the best answer here is going to be your minimum viable product. 18. In the middle of software development project following a predictive life cycle, a significant portion of the software is set for incremental delivery to the client. The experienced team responsible for this portion has expressed a desire to take on more decision-making responsibilities traditionally handled by the project manager after each delivery. What should you do? A. Schedule a meeting with senior management to seek their guidance or adjust in the decision-making process. B. Support the team initiatives to take on decision-making responsibilities while retaining final approval authority. C. Maintain the traditional decision-making structure where the project manager receives all decisions, regardless of team's readiness. D. Consult with the sponsor to explore the option of delegating key post-delivery decisions with the team. Choose the best answer. Don't forget this is a predictive or a traditional life cycle. Best answer here, the mindset should have eliminated a couple of choices right off the bat for you, such as going to senior management. Never go to senior management for guidance. They hired you to do the project, not for you to go and ask them how to do it. So is your sponsor. That's a type of senior management. The sponsor wants the output. They don't need to come and help you do your project. Never give away your work. Now, you got two answers. B, support the team initiatives on decision making. Sounds good. Maintain the traditional. If you get a question on your exam and one of the choices says, leave it alone, don't do anything, like maintain a plan, maintain the current structure. If you read the choice and it seems like, okay, this choice is not doing anything to the question, it's leaving whatever they were doing before, it's not the answer. So you notice, maintain this traditional decision-making structure. So then, this answer really doesn't do anything to the question. Making this the best answer. Bring the team. Support the team, right? Support the team initiative for making. But remember, it is a predictive project. And in the predictive project, you probably have that final critical decision making. In an agile project, it's generally the team using it. Remember, agile project really utilize that servant leader mentality versus traditional project, probably not. 19. A project manager is overseeing the development of a new software tool. Although the tool isn't fully finished, the product owner has decided to release an early version, the minimum viable product. A key stakeholder, the vice president of marketing, is unhappy with the limited feature in the launch. What should the project manager do to ensure better satisfaction for a future release? So they're asking, what can we do now to fix problems later? Work with the team and stakeholders to adjust future release timelines based on expectations. Okay. Set up a process where stakeholders can provide feedback before future releases are finalized. All right. Take control of the communication with the stakeholders to ensure everyone understands. Ask the sponsor to resolve the disagreement between the product owner and the vice president of marketing. Okay, best answer here. You could use the mindset and eliminate a couple of these choices right off the bat. Let's see what the best answer here is. Now, work with the team. Notice that if you're going through these questions and you're up to number 20, you've done the first 10. You're getting the theme here, right? You're always working with people. You're always collaborating with someone. You're meeting with the team. You're meeting with the sponsor, right? To get the project approved, all right? Don't go to the sponsor to help you with your work. So always collaborate. Notice D, ask the sponsor to resolve. Never give away your work. Don't go to the sponsor and says, go do this. Never do that. Take control. Notice this, take control where stakeholders. Now it's an agile project. How do you know? Well, they're using a minimum viable product. All right, it doesn't necessarily have to say it's an agile project, but by reading this, you can tell it's an agile project. And when it's an agile project, you should be working with the team. Be a servant leader on that agile project. If you start taking control of stuff, you're not really a servant leader at that point. So let's eliminate that. Set up a process stakeholder can provide. Although I like this, the team should be involved in it. So this is a good answer, but let the team bring people in. Notice you're setting up the process by yourself here. Probably not a good idea. Let's bring the team in. Let's bring the stakeholders in. Because in this one, you're working with the team and the stakeholders to adjust future timelines. All right. All right. Last question in this video. Question 20. A project manager is overseeing an agile project for developing a new mobile application within a large tech company. Initially, the project manager planned to use email for all project communications. However, the product owner suggests using a specialized project management tool that better integrates with agile workflow. What should the project manager do? Okay, so in this question, the product owner wants you to use a particular tool on your project. What do we do? A, evaluate how the new communication tool could impact the current timelines and workflow before making a decision. Okay. Update the communication management plan to fully adapt the product owner's preferred tool and inform the team of the change. All right. Have the team test the proposed tool on a small part of the project before deciding whether to implement it across the team. D, continue using email for major announcement, but use the new tool for daily agile interactions with the team. Now, the mindset should have eliminated almost every choice and given you the full answer. Hopefully you guys got this one correct. Let's go see why some of these choices was pretty easily eliminated, making the answer C. Here's why. Number one, D, get rid of this. Because in this one, nothing is really happening. You're still using this. And the product owner wants you to use their specialized tool. By you doing D, you're not giving the product owner anything. You're not really assessing much. And you're making the decisions all by yourself. You're making a decision to use the email. You're making a decision to only use the tool part of it. A, notice before making a decision. Once again, you're making a decision. You're not getting anyone involved. You're evaluating it. You're just doing this by yourself. You're not being that servant leader. You're not collaborating. Update the communication management. Now you're just implementing the tool. You're just bypassing the whole team here. You're like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to implement this. You guys can pound salt or rock. What's that saying? You guys can pound salt. You guys can pound sand. There you go. You guys can pound sand. We're going to be doing this. Versus C says, have the team test it. Bring them in. Let them decide whether it's good to implement. All right, here we go, guys. Question number 21. By the way, I do want to point out that if you haven't, take a look at the other videos, see how you're doing on these ultra hard questions. These questions are purposely made to be difficult. These are probably going to be more difficult than you would see on the actual test. Let's keep going. All right, question number 21. During the development of a new cloud-based analytical platform, the team has risen concerns about certain product backlog items that are challenging to implement due to technical and resource limitations. What should the project manager recommend for the product owner to do? Now, this is a good question because if you notice on this particular question, you have a problem and then it's asking what the product owner should do with a particular problem. It's a very unique question. A, prioritize and address the impediments based on the impacts on the most valuable features on the platform. Okay. Conduct a risk assessment to evaluate how the impediments might affect the project timeline. All right. Implement a phase-based approach to solving the issue, starting with those that impact the current sprint. Remove the items and add new items. Okay, so what should we be doing here? Now, first of all, I want you guys to realize that it says it's asking what the project manager should recommend the product owner do. And this alone tells you the answer to this. If you read carefully, you should have gotten A. Here's why. Because first of all, you should eliminate some choices. Number one, you should never just remove items because of problems. If those items are high value items, you shouldn't just go about removing them. Maybe you should solve those problems first. Maybe if you can never solve them, maybe then you can remove them. But let's get rid of this. Implement a phase-based approach to solving the issues, starting with the impact on the current sprint. There's not much here about that current sprint. Conduct a risk assessment. You're not going to ask the product owner to conduct a risk assessment. That's something you and the team should be doing. Don't recommend the product owner to do it. The product owner is really responsible to prioritize the work and the product backlog. Right now, what they should be doing, the product owner should be taught that, you know what, maybe you want to change the priority based on some of those impact on there. So work with the product owner on this, making that the best answer. All right, question 22. A project manager new to agile methodologies is overseeing the development of a software tool. Observing that other projects stumble without a well-defined scope and completion criteria, leading to continuous scope expansion, the project manager wants to prevent similar issues. What proactive steps should the project manager take to establish clarity and prevent scope creep? Okay, good question. They're really asking here about preventing scope creep. Okay, create a detailed timeline with milestones to monitor project progress and control changes. Okay, introduce a rigorous change management process to evaluate and approve additional features. Okay, promote regular synchronization meetings between the project team to discuss project schedule and what work to do first. All right, organize workshops with all stakeholders to collaboratively create the project charter and clearly define the definition of done. Okay, guys, this I thought was a pretty easy question. Here's why, and it's still difficult, but I thought it was pretty easy. And the reason why is because if you notice, it's an agile project. If you're following agile methodologies, you're not going to have a rigorous change management approach. You're not going to be just controlling changes like that. C is not a bad answer, but C is talking about the schedule, right? Discuss project schedule, not the work, right? This is about scope creep. So let's get rid of that. Now, what addresses scope creep? What addresses clarity on the scope? There's nothing that, in my opinion, that does a better job of addressing the clarity of the work than a minimum viable product and a definition of done. So in this one here, we have the definition of done, because if you notice, the definition of done is really when they define what is it that they actually want. How does the team know when they're finished? How does the team know when our product has hit a certain criteria or a certain performance or look a certain way for them to be done? Best answer is D. 23. Throughout a project, it becomes apparent that team members from different departments have different perspectives on what the final outcome of the project should be. What should the project manager do first? Facilitate a session to revise and clarify the project goal with the entire team. Okay. Meet with the sponsor to ensure alignment to the project objectives. All right. Make sure the project outcome is aligned with the project charter and scope statement. All right. Assign the department heads the responsibility of resolving the issue. Okay, so in this particular one, keep in mind, what are you going to do first? All right, you have team members from different departments. They have different perspectives. What should we do first? Best answer here is to bring them together. Yes. Part of the mindset when it comes to this exam is bring people together and solve problems. Don't go away from them. Don't run from a problem. Never kick the can down the road. In other words, don't give away the problem or push the problem off. And never do nothing. All right. If one of the choices says leave the problem, fix it later, it's never the answer. So you notice in this one here, we have facilitate a session to clarify the goals. Let's bring everybody together and let's have everybody understand what the problem is. Never go to the sponsor. Meet with sponsor to ensure alignment. The sponsor already knows the objectives. This has nothing to do with the sponsor. This is team members. This doesn't address the problem. Make sure the outcome is aligned with the charter and scope statement. This is a problem with team members. Assign the department. There's nothing here with department heads. It's with the team members. Best answer here was A. 24. A project manager is overseeing the construction of a new manufacturing facility when an economic downturn may suddenly threaten the project's viability. What should the project manager do? Adjust the project's financial forecast to account for the economic downturn. Suggest to the sponsor that the project should be postponed. Redirect some project resources to support other essential projects. Identify and document the new risk and create mitigation strategies. All right, let's see what the answer is. Now, this one, not that difficult. You have to read carefully. When you look at questions, look at this. You have to look and understand that when you see something that says may, when you look at something that says might, that's a risk. If you see something that will happen or has happened and it's affecting a project, that's an issue. So in this particular one, since we know this is a risk, we're going to have to identify which we're doing here. We want to document this new risk, probably in the risk register, and then we want to create a mitigation strategy to how to address it. Now, I want you guys to understand that you shouldn't take an action just like that. The project manager mindset says don't take an action right away. Right? You notice, first of all, this is a construction project. So it's more likely a traditional project. And because it's a traditional project, you never take actions right away. Because if you go and you change a plan, you change the schedule, you change the scope, you're going to need what? A change request. And none of the other choices even begins to address that. So the best answer here is this. Notice, this is an action. Notice, never go to the sponsor or never postpone a project just like that. You have to assess it. You can't just redirect resources. You're basically shutting the project down. 25. A project manager is starting a highway expansion project. The State Transportation Department requested an initial environmental impact assessment after which they'll decide whether to continue. A team member suggests planning for the full project based on past trends. What should the project manager do first? Notice first. Advise the team member to focus on the current deliverable. Okay. Review the charter to confirm the high-level scope. All right. Develop a detailed plan for the entire project based on history. All right. Confirm with the stakeholders and plan the full project scope. This was a very tough question. There was one choice you could have eliminated, and I'm just going to eliminate it right off the bat. Never do nothing. This one here shuts down the team member and says just do the current work. The problem with this thing here is that you're starting a project, right? It's still in that initiating phase. Now, what you should be doing first is assess, review, look at things. Don't take an action right away. Notice that this is an action. Confirm with the stakeholders and plan the full scope. You can't do that. You have to wait for this assessment to be done. The best thing here you can do is just review the scope and confirm the high-level scope for now and wait until the assessment is done. If not, you wouldn't be able to proceed on the project. This was a very tricky question. It was trying to push you to do something that you shouldn't be doing. But keep in mind, it says what to do first. And one of the things we never do first is just take an action right off the bat. 26. A project manager is overseeing the upgrade of an old manufacturing system to a new automated solution, aligning with the organization's operational process changes. The project charter is approved, and the PMO has provided templates for all new projects. What should the project manager prioritize? Well, what are we going to be prioritizing here? All right, so we just started this new thing. We got the charters approved, PMOs approved, the template. Choices. A, align the project plan with the organization's strategic goals, working closely with senior management. Okay. Develop a training and communication management plan, ensuring collaboration with the team. All right. Collaborate a detailed budget and schedule regular reviews with the finance team. Okay. Collaborate with the operation departments to minimize disruption during the upgrade. This was a tricky question. You notice the charter is approved. You have all the templates. What should you prioritize? Well, the next thing you do is make the plan, right? So which one here is going to help you make a plan? And who should you make the plan with? That's how you're going to get the answer. The answer here is B. Here's why. Align the plan with the strategic goals. Cool. But you're never going to work with senior management on a plan. Senior management doesn't sit there and help you come up with detailed plans. Remember, a project plan is a very detailed document. Now, create a detailed budget with the finance department. You do this with your team, not the finance department or the operation department. What you should do is collaborate with the team, and the way to collaborate is to have good communication. So maybe one of the first things you develop is that communication management plan. Kind of a tricky question, but that is the best of these four choices. Now, I do want to point out that sometimes you're doing practice questions, mine or anybody's, and you're like, well, that choice kind of suck, Andrew. The question is it the best of the four? The choice doesn't have to be amazing, or the choice doesn't have to be the only one that's correct. The choice has to be better than the other three choices that are there if it's four. Remember, the game is to choose the best choice, not the correct choice. And I keep telling students this all the time. They'll tell me, well, Andrew, that choice is not going to really do anything. Is it better than the other three? And they'll be like, yeah, it is. Okay, then that's the answer. Remember, it's the best of the 4 choices. Keep that in mind. 27. A project manager has just completed the development of a new city park and is preparing to transition the project to the city maintenance department before closing the project. What should the project manager do? Verify all project deliverables has met according to the project plan. Okay. Conduct a final inspection with the sponsor to ensure all tasks in the WBS are complete. Okay. Ensure all project documentation is completed and archived. Conduct a final performance review with the stakeholders. So, really good question, very difficult. Best answer here is going to be B. Now, hold your horses, don't go crazy. I know a lot of people got this one wrong. Here, it's not in closing. It says before closing. On a traditional project, what do you do before closing? What is the process that comes before closing? Verify scope. Right? You should do control quality, then do verify scope. Verify scope is when you generally bring the customer and or the sponsor to verify the work has been done. Then you can close the project. Which choice best gives you that? B gives you that. Ensure all document is complete and archived. That's in the closing. Final performance review. That's the performance of the project performance, not the deliverable performance. That's in closing. There were 2 good answers. It's either A or B. Verify the objectives has been met according to the plan. But before you do that, that's also a part in closing. Before you do that, you need to verify the inspection of the work. In the process of verify scope, one of the tools is inspection and the output is the verified deliverable. If you have no clue what I'm talking about, check out the course. Check out my course, link below, to learn all about those processes. Before I get to 28, if you're enjoying this video and you're learning a lot how to ace your exam, can you do me a quick favor? Can you click on the like button? Can you subscribe to the channel? It really helps us out. Like, if I'm begging you here, if you can do that for us, it would be amazing. Doesn't cost you much. And by the way, it's free to do that. It's absolutely free. Like, it doesn't cost you anything to do that. 28. A project manager needs to prioritize multiple projects within a portfolio and requires accurate budget estimates. The process must align with agile principles while ensuring reliable financial planning. How should the budget for each project be estimated? Okay, calculate the cost by estimating individual task estimate for the team, considering their current workload. All right. Leverage the combined expertise of the projects of the sponsor, product owner, and agile coach to derive budget estimates. Okay. Use analytical software to model potential costs based on predictive analysis and historical. All right. Have the product owner conduct a thorough requirements analysis with the team to forecast project budget. This one, not too difficult. Read the section in my study guide or in the course that talks about how do you do agile estimating. And agile estimating really comes down to, since it's heavily people built, it comes down to how much you're paying everybody and how long they're going to be on the project and how many sprints they are. There's a couple answers here to throw out. Have the product owner conduct it. Never give away your work. This is based on predictive analysis. No good. Leverage the expertise of the sponsor, product owner, and agile coach. The best expertise, the actual cost of the agile project, lies in how much money you're paying your workers. That's why you're going to use A. It's how much. Agile is heavily people. It's not so much so on a product project where a lot of the costs may be associated with materials. Like if you're building a building, sheetrock is going to be a big cost, or steel. Agile projects are mostly done by people, so you're leveraging the cost of the team. Making A the best answer. 29. A project manager is overseeing a large-scale agile project to develop a new e-commerce platform. At the project's retrospective, the team discusses that the product owner's expectation for the sprint deliverables were not fully met. What proactive measure should the project manager have taken? Initiate a kickoff project workshop to ensure all team members are trained on agile tools and techniques used for the project. Okay. Establish a risk management framework that specifically addresses potential misalignments between team outputs and stakeholders. Okay. Develop an integration plan to systematically align development work with ongoing marketing and sales strategy. D, ensure the project vision and objectives of each sprint were communicated to all team members. Okay, now you have to read this one very carefully. All right. Notice during the retrospective, they discussed the product owner expectations were not met. It's a question that's making you look backwards. It's what measure should have been taken, right? It's what you got to read the question. Do they want the solutions to go forward, or do they want the solutions that could have fixed this problem? In this particular one, it's what should have been done. Notice if the team is working and not sure of what the work should have been done, that should have been clarified from the start. They should have known what the project vision was, what the main objectives was. That should have been clearly communicated to ensure all members know what is it that they should have been accomplishing. This one says a project kickoff workshop. Kickoff workshops are generally done once at the beginning of the project, not just throughout. This is not it's nothing here about risk. It already happened, right, to potential misalignment. Develop an integration plan to systematically align development work and ongoing. They already notice. First of all, they do the stand-up meeting, but this is with marketing and sales. It's the product owner that's not expectation, so that was a throw-off. Making D the best answer. All right, last question in this video. We're doing it, number 30. A project manager is leading the development of a new customer support software system. During a sprint, a developer encounters ambiguity regarding the acceptance criteria of a feature. What should the project manager do? Convene a meeting with the steering committee to discuss the feature. Initiate a discussion in the next team meeting to gather collective input. Refer the question to the technical architect to provide an expert interpretation. Collaborate with the product owner to resolve the ambiguity in the acceptance criteria. This one here, you have to understand agile principles, making D the best answer. You see, you got to understand where this acceptance criteria come from. Who defines the work, basically, and that's the product owner. If the team is not too sure of what the work should be, the team doesn't know what it should look like, or how it should perform, or what report it should output. That is part of the product owner to help define that. Making this the best answer. This is the steering committee. The acceptance criteria doesn't come from there. It comes from the product owner. And the next, to gather input. It's not that the team is having a problem. It's the team to the product owner, not the team within themselves. You don't want to go to a technical architect. You need to go to the product owner. They're the one that's going to create that acceptance criteria. Guys, question 31. During the execution phase of a development project, the team encounters a technical challenge that jeopardizes the scheduled delivery of key functionalities. The technical team has indicated a delay. What should the project manager do next? Schedule an emergency meeting with all stakeholders to brainstorm solutions. Initiate a quick training session for the technical team to enhance their problem-solving capabilities. Record the problem, its impact and urgency in the project issue log for structured tracking. Organize a team building event to boost morale and encourage innovative thinking for problem. This question here is pretty easy because if you notice, this is not a risk, this is an issue. Now, this question does take a lot of the mindset though, because if you notice, I just mentioned it's an issue. And if there is an issue, you have to make sure that you put it into the issue log. Now, I want to point out a couple of things here that's really important to know. First of all, you can't do training sessions to the technical team. The project manager generally doesn't have the technical skills to train a technical team. This exam makes that assumption that you don't have that technical skill. So B is definitely wrong. Schedule an emergency meeting with all. I want you guys to be careful of this word all. All stakeholders, that includes senior management, regulatory bodies. You're going to schedule a meeting with all. Anytime you see that word all in a choice, think to yourself, I really have to think about this because all literally means all. You're going to invite everybody, every single stakeholder. You probably want to do this with your technical team or the team themselves, not with all stakeholders. Now, organize a team building event. There's nothing here that talks about moral and encouragement. The team doesn't say that the team is feeling demoralized or something like that. So this doesn't even answer the question. But this is an issue, and this is the best way to solve issues. During a pivotal project phase, it is revealed that critical stakeholders did not attend the meeting, focused on confirming the project strategic alignment and expected business benefits, resulting in their feedbacks being overlooked. This oversight had led to conflicts within the decision-making process. What should the project manager do first? So, a couple things. You notice it says, what are you doing first? Initiate a discussion to directly address and understand the concern. All right. Distribute a detailed meeting summary and request written feedback from the absent shareholders. Okay. Conduct a formal risk assessment to evaluate the impact of missing stakeholders' input. Develop a contingency plan to navigate potential project delays or changes. All right. What do you guys have? Now, notice it says, what should you do first? Now, anytime there's a conflict on a project, part of the mindset, it tells us, is to bring people together, address the conflict, and solve the conflict. This one here does exactly that. I mean, it literally says directly address and understand the root cause. Part of the mindset is never take action against a problem. Even in the PMP guide, it gives you the list of things you have to do. It literally says understand the problem before solving the problem. Get to the root cause of the problem. Why are we having this problem? Who started this problem? Where did this problem come from? These are things you're thinking about before solving the problem. Now, the problem here is that they didn't attend the meeting. Never do something that sounds negative. Notice in B, you distribute a detailed meeting summary and request written feedback from the. Say, this is kind of negative in my opinion. It's like, well, then give me feedback on this. You weren't here. This is, notice, a formal risk analysis to evaluate the impact of missing shareholders' input. This is not a risk. They've already missed it. All right, this is an issue. They missed it. Develop a contingency plan to navigate potential delays. We're not sure what delays it yet. All right, this has led to conflicts within, but it doesn't say there's only any delays here. Best answer is A. 33. During a critical phase of the project, the pivotal team member informs the project manager of their impending resignation, intended to submit their notice to their line manager soon. This revelation comes at a time when their contribution is critical to meeting the project's upcoming deadline. What should the project manager do? Have a senior team member do a meeting to reassess task allocation and address any concern. Update the project risk register to reflect the potential impact on the project timeline. Brief the stakeholders on the situation to set realistic expectations about potential delays. Proactively collaborate with all members to formulate a plan for transition and mitigate project disruption. Okay, so it's asking here, what are we going to do? Notice that is the main thing here. So notice that this person is leaving. All right, they're intending to submit, and it comes at a time when their distribution is critical. So what are we going to do? The best thing here you can do, guys, is to meet with the team. Be proactive. Work with the team. Come up with a plan of how we can transition and mitigate any kind of disruptions. Now, they had another good choice here, but it wasn't A. Have a senior. Never give away your work. If a choice seems like you're giving away that work to someone, it's probably never the right answer. Update the risk to reflect the potential impact on the project timeline. This can affect more than the project timeline. Although I like this answer, this is just a project timeline, and you shouldn't just do the impact assessment yourself. You probably want to work with your team members on that, not just you. Because somebody leaving, not just can it impact the timeline, it can also impact scope. Brief the stakeholders, stakeholder situation set realistic about potential delays. How do you know about the delays? How do you know there will be a delay? In B and C, you're thinking there's going to be a delay. But you haven't even worked with the team. Maybe the team can handle the work and there wouldn't be a delay, correct? Making D the best answer. 34. In a software development project, as the team moves into into the development phase, they decide to utilize time tracking to estimate efforts, with 1 hour of effort equaling 1 point. Some tasks are estimated at 5 points, while others extend up to 200 points. To enhance the project accuracy and scheduling, what should the project manager encourage the team to do? A. Recommend dividing tasks into subtasks to improve manageability and estimation accuracy. B. Have the team use new estimating technique that better reflects the complexity. C. Encourage the adaptation of a fixed point system for all tasks. Have the team re-collaborate point system to better differentiate simple and complex. Now, you really had to use the mindset on this. If you put the mindset on this, it wasn't that difficult. So let me show you guys what the mindset here is. The best way to do this is to have them recommend. First of all, recommend. You really shouldn't just tell the team what to do. This is D. You're telling them what to do. This is A. You're telling them what to do. Work with the team. All right, recommend. In order for estimation to be accurate, the work has to be broken down to smaller chunks. Subdividing the work, decompose the work. We do decomposition in both agile and traditional projects. So we would recommend to do more decomposition. Encourage it at a fixed point for all tasks. Again, there's no way you can have a fixed point system for all tasks. This one doesn't even make sense. And again, be careful with that word all, making A the best answer there. 35. A tech startup is gearing up to launch a groundbreaking app by the upcoming summer. However, during the initial planning, they encounter uncertainty in project specifications. They're not sure how stakeholders will use the product. What should the project manager take to ensure the project stays on track? Incorporate insights from technology consultants. Establish a comprehensive risk management framework to anticipate and mitigate potential delays. Assess the team in proposing a minimum viable product. Organize workshops with the project team to solidify the project's technical requirement. Okay, so you notice uncertainty during specification. What can help uncertainty? That's the key word. The best way to do that is an MVP, a minimum viable product. So what an MVP is a thing that you release. It's not the full product. It doesn't have all the features, but it has a bunch of usable features. It's something you build, you give to your customers, they use it, they utilize it. They tell you if you're going right, if you're going wrong, what to change, what to update. This is one of the best ways to address any uncertainty on a project. This is the only choice that actually deals with that, making this the best answer. In corporate insights, we don't want technology consultants. Uncertainty should come from your customers, not consultants. Yes, a framework is good, but it says mitigate delays. There's much more than delays here. It's scope, not schedule. Workshops with the development team. You know what? The development team needs to work with the customers, not just with themselves. Best answer is C. By the way, we are now up to question 35. If you're enjoying this video and you're learning a lot, I would really appreciate if you can click on that like button. It doesn't cost anything. It's absolutely free, but we put a lot of time and effort into making these questions in this video. So if you appreciate the time and effort we put in, all we ask for is at least clicking on the like button and subscribe to the channel. Click the notification bell. That way when the next video comes out, questions 41 to 50, you'll be the first to know. 36. During a large-scale event planning project, the project manager notices a growing list of logistical challenges reported by various team members. Although these challenges have been acknowledged in team meetings, few have been effectively resolved, leading to potential risk for the event's success. What should the project manager do? Schedule additional planning sessions, specifically focus on logistical challenges. Assign a dedicated team to focus solely on identifying and resolving logistical issues. Prioritizing the logistical challenges based on their potential impact on the event. Increase the frequency of team meetings to ensure more regular updates on challenges. All right, let's see what we're going to do here, guys. The best answer here is going to be C. I'm not sure if you got that, but let's see why. So let's look back at the question. There's a growing list of logistical challenges. They've been acknowledged in meetings, but they haven't really been resolved. This is leading to potential risks. So, schedule additional sessions specifically focused on this logistical challenge. This is a good answer. I'm going to show you why that one is wrong in a second, though. Assign a dedicated team to solely identify and resolve these logistics. Never just give away the work for the team. You have to work with the team. Increase the frequency. The meetings is not going to just do this. You need to challenge the logistics. Notice schedule additional planning sessions. This is the problem. We don't need plan. Maybe we can do additional meetings. This is planning sessions. Eliminating that. The best answer here is you have to start prioritizing this. When you have, notice potential risks. When there's a risk, the risk has to be prioritized. Prioritize it based on their impact on the event. That would be the best thing here that you should be doing. Now, if you're wondering, well, shouldn't you be working with the team on that? That is true, and I would like that choice, but C is the best of these four here. You don't need additional planning sessions. That's wrong. A dedicated team, never give away the work, and increase the frequency is not going to help it. So the best thing here to do with risk is to prioritize them. 37, I mean. During the execution phase of an urban development project, the project manager uses email updates to keep all stakeholders in the city informed. Feedback indicates that some stakeholders find the information either too technical or too general. What should you do first? Initiate a one-on-one briefing for stakeholders needing detailed explanations. Organize a workshop to keep them informed. Evaluate the specific needs of the stakeholders. Launch a project blog that provides updates in varying level of details. Best answer here is before you send it out, the first thing you should really be doing is to understand what are the needs of the stakeholders. And you should tailor the communication to each individual stakeholder. A one-on-one briefing will take forever because we know it's an urban project and it could be a lot of stakeholders. A workshop, some of them may want, some of them may not want. Launch a project blog. Although I like this, maybe you want to do C. I would do C, maybe then do B. So they have varying level of details, but evaluate their needs first. 38. During the deployment phase of a new telecommunication network, the project encounters significant delays. To identify and mitigate these delays, what action should the project manager take? Increase the frequency of project status meeting to enhance communication. Reallocate resources to the most delayed aspect of the project. Adjust the timeline to accommodate unexpected delay. Facilitate a collaborative session with the team to pinpoint and tackle the delays. All right. This here, I think, is a pretty easy question if you've been following me so far throughout these 38 questions so far. This one here is pretty simple because if there's a problem on the project, ask the team to help you. That's the best answer. You're not going to just increase status meetings without working with the team. Never just reallocate resource without the team. And you just can't adjust timelines as needed. Especially you're gonna on a traditional project, you're gonna need a change request, work with the team to solve the problem. 39. A key stakeholder requests that project manager delivers a critical infrastructure component 2 weeks ahead of schedule. The project manager assesses the situation and determines that accessing the schedule is possible by overlapping certain processes. What is the most effective course of action? A. Reevaluate the project scope to identify non-essential elements that can be postponed. Adjust the timeline by sequencing work to allow for parallel activity. Increase the budget to allow for overtime and additional resources. Use advanced technology to automate certain construction process. This one here is a tricky one. Very tricky. Here's why. This is when you're doing overlapping activities. Okay, this is called fast tracking, not crashing. Fast tracking will decrease time. It increases the risk, but it generally doesn't increase costs. And because it doesn't really increase the cost, you don't need C. Not to mention C would require a change request. Now notice reevaluate to identify that can be put. If you're going to postpone parts of the scope, that also needs a change request. Automated technology for certain construction. This goes beyond the scope of the question. First of all, you can just go into a timeline and run things in parallel. You don't need a change request to readjust activities. You can readjust activities as long as the schedule is not changing. That's fine. If it gets a little shorter, that's fine too. But remember, if you're going to be extending that schedule, you might need a change request. 39, best answer. Last question, guys, is 40. At the onset of a software development project, the project manager is tasked with devising a strategy for assessing the contribution of each developer. These assessments are to be compiled and presented to the organization leadership at the project conclusion. What should be the project manager next step? Arrange for regular one-on-one meetings with each developer to discuss and document their progress. Okay. Develop clear, quantifiable criteria for evaluating developers' performance and communicate these standards. All right. Utilize software development metrics like lines of code to directly measure developers' productivity. Okay. Conduct anonymous surveys among team members to gather insights on individual contributions. All right. This one here, this is more of an ethics question. When it comes to ethics, be fair, be upfront, let people know what's being assessed, and it has to be fair. And this question in particular is saying, what do you do next? The next thing you should be doing is coming up with a clear criteria, quantifiable criteria that's easily measured with numbers. It's great. And then communicate them to the team so everybody knows about them. People say A, meeting with each developer. You probably want to do B, number one, maybe then do A. Once you've done A, maybe then you can sit down with the developers. But you need to be clear first. You need to come up with your criteria before sitting down with them. You need to know what to look for before sitting down with them, making this a better answer than this. You don't need to utilize software development metrics like line of codes. What if some people don't? Some people are very productive and they don't have as much line of codes as others. You don't need an anonymous survey amongst them. Then they start to evaluate each other. You need to have clear, and even before you do a survey, you need to do B first. Making this the best answer. All right, question 41. At the beginning of a new environmental conservation project, a key stakeholder expressed concerns over a project's approach, fearing it wouldn't meet the intended environmental goals and will exceed the initial forecast. What should the project manager do first? All right, we got this keyword there first. Organize a meeting with the stakeholder to understand the concerns and identify potential involvements. All right. Launch a pilot phase to demonstrate the project effectiveness and adjust based on early results. C. Enhance communication with the stakeholder by providing regular updates and involving them more closely in project planning process. Outline the long-term benefits and sustainability impacts of the project, emphasizing its alignment with broader environmental objectives. All right, the best answer here is going to be A. Now, we went over this a lot in the previous question, but you notice there's some kind of concern. There's some kind of a problem on this. Notice somebody's expressing concern. And anytime you as a project manager is faced with some stakeholder having some kind of issue, or they're having some kind of concern, or they don't like something, if the question says what to do first, don't take an action against it. It's to review, meet with that stakeholder, see what's going on, assess the situation. Just don't go out and take an action until you really understand what this concern is about. So that's this one. Organize a meeting with the stakeholder because you want to understand what that concern is. Now, why are the others wrong? Well, launch a pilot program without even understanding what the concern is. You're taking an action. Don't take an action without understanding the concern. You're enhancing communication. It doesn't really say there's a communication problem. The guy doesn't have a problem with communication. He has a problem with the project's approach. So that's not it. Outline the long-term benefit. I'm not sure what this is going to do. It doesn't really state that it doesn't do the long-term benefit. The problem here is the approach, not really the objectives, which is what D is. So D doesn't even address this. All right, pretty easy one. I think that one there was kind of easy. If you have the mindset down, you're starting to get it. I think this is getting a little easy for you. 42. In the midst of implementing a new healthcare IT system, a project manager faces a challenge. The initial phase, involved in the upgrade of the existing software, is behind schedule, impacting the subsequent software implementation phase due to shared technical teams. What course of action should the project manager take? So in this one, you're facing a challenge. You're behind schedule. So you got some problems here. Negotiate with other project managers for temporary resource sharing to expedite the hardware upgrade. All right. Initiate an assessment to evaluate the impact of the delay of the overall project timeline. All right. Implement a reward system for the technical team to incentivize faster completion. Engage a consultant to provide expert advice on streamlining the hardware. Now, in this one here, this is also one where you have to be careful with your actions. So you notice the answer here is going to be B. You see, before you go out and you negotiate for other resources, you implement some reward system, or you do some kind of consulting, you really got to understand, well, exactly how does this really affect the project? You just can't say, well, okay, it seems like we're behind schedule, right? We're behind schedule and it's impacting some things, but how is it affecting the budget? How is this, whatever's happening, how is it affecting the budget? In this one, we're just talking about time. So do your assessment before taking an action. 43. At the midpoint of a renewable energy project, the project manager is faced with conflict between the design team and the environmental consultants regarding the feasibility of the proposed turbine placement. The design team believes the placement will optimize energy productions, while the environmental consultants warn it could lead to significant ecological disruptions. Yeah, a lot of big words in this one. What should the project manager take to resolve this conflict? Okay, so you got some issues here between two teams, right? Between the design team and the environmental consultant. So you got issues between them. What do you do? Well, proceed with the design's recommendation, okay, to maximize energy output. Organize a collaborative session to discuss the impact, find a compromise, okay. Commission an independent review of the turbine's placement. Postpone the decision on the turbine until further data. Okay, the best thing here is when you have a problem between people is to try to help them resolve it, because you don't want to choose a side. Choosing a side would be considered forcing. That means the answer here is bringing them together and have them come up with a good solution. Now, compromising is not the best solution here, but I don't want you to go out and take an action without them being involved. You notice here you did something without them being involved. Here you did something without them. You just made your own decision. The best thing to do is to work with the teams and work with the teams to come up with solutions. 44. After a new project is executed, an executive suggests incorporating new add-on to provide more function to the product. What should the project manager do? Update the product immediately to include the suggested scenario without formal approval. Note the suggestion for inclusion in a separate risk assessment document. Integrate this executive feedback into an appendix of the current report. Encourage the executive to formalize the suggestions to a change request process. Now, in this one here, you notice it says that the new project is executed. The best assumption here is to go with that this is a traditional project. And if anybody wants to put on a new add-on, which is going to be a scope change, the best thing here is to have them go through the change control process. You just can't add something to the product, which is basically a scope change, without going through that. You should never just include a scope change or an add-on to a product without a formal approval. That's not your job to approve things. Your job is to manage the team, building the deliverable, not approving or disapproving. Just don't do nothing. You note the suggestion in the risk analysis. These one here, it seems like you're putting things in a report, but you're not actually dealing with the add-on itself. 45. At the onset of an urban regeneration project, the project manager observes that although team morale is high, meetings often diverge into unrelated conversations, causing them to overrun and decisions to be postponed. What is the most effective initial action for the PM to take? Schedule shorter meeting to encourage more focused discussions. Okay. Designate a timekeeper to ensure meeting adhere to schedule times. C. Emphasize the meeting objectives and agenda at the beginning of each session. Introduce a digital platform for a team member to share non-project related discussions. Now, I wrote this question very particularly. I wrote it in a way for you to understand that it says initial action. It's like, what is the initial thing you try should never be the hardest, shouldn't take the most energy. You should try to solve problems the easiest way possible. And that's C. How about if you get in front of the meeting and you emphasize what the objectives are at the beginning of each session? This is what we got to get done, guys. If this fails, maybe then you may want to go to B. Maybe you may want to go to A and D then. But remember, the key word here is initial. You got to watch the wording of the question. The initial action is never to take a drastic action. A would literally cut the meetings down. D would make you get some kind of whole new software. B, designate anything. The initial action is just to say, hey, folks, we need to stop this. Let's see how, this is what we got to get done. Let's stick to it. 46. During a routine progress update sessions for a multinational project, a project manager notes that one of the key technical analysts, although exceptionally knowledgeable, rarely contributes to group discussions and despite engaging actively in private conversations. Okay, so we have somebody that is very smart, technical analyst, and they seem to be good in private, but they're not very good in group discussions. What should you do? Schedule a dedicated session where only the technical analyst presents their finding to the team. I'm not sure if this is going to work. Actively solicitate the analyst's input during meetings, emphasizing the importance of their expertise to the project's success. Create an anonymous feedback mechanism where the analyst can submit their insights without speaking up in meetings. Wait for the analyst to naturally become more comfortable and decide to contribute to discussions at their own pace. Okay. Let's see how we can answer this. This, I believe, was a tough question. And believe me, me and the gentleman that wrote this one, I wrote this one, he got this one wrong. I thought this was a really good question because you really got to address what the question is asking. Okay, what is it we want out of this question? We want the analysts to contribute in the group discussion. That's the problem. All right, what do we do about this? Well, the best thing here is to talk to this person. You notice it seems like when people are talking to this person, they talk. But it seems like no one is talking to this person, so they're not actively engaging in these meetings. So actively solicitate the analyst's input during the meeting. Emphasize, hey, these are great things to know. Now, why isn't the other right? Well, this here takes no action. If the choice is to do nothing, in other words, leave it until the analyst feels like speaking or gets more comfortable speaking, this is not, you might be waiting forever. If the option is to do nothing, it's probably not the answer. Create anonymous feedback. Well, is that for everyone or just for the analyst? If it's just one person, it's not really, I had fun writing this one. If the analyst is the only one speaking, it's not really anonymous anymore now, is it? Schedule a dedicated session where they only presents their finding to the team. It's the same scenario. In this one here, they just take you out completely, but he's presenting to the finding to the team. It's better. The two choices were either A or B. But notice this one is presents their finding to the team. If you were saying, well, don't do B because the analyst doesn't want to talk in front of people. Well, A, he's talking in front of people, except you're not there. That's how you had to read that. So tricky one there. B is the best answer. By the way, if you're enjoying this video so far and you're getting these questions right, you're learning something, can you do me a quick favor? You know what I'm going to ask you, right? Click on the like button, subscribe to the channel. It would be an enormous help for us. You guys don't understand how much this helps us out. YouTube does not, this is a quick thing. YouTube doesn't recommend our videos. YouTube will push our videos to the bottom if nobody likes it or nobody or engages with the channel. So we could be making content and no one's going to watch because no one will see it. And if people stop watching our content, we'll have to stop making them. So sorry to be hard on you guys, but we get a lot of views and not a lot of likes. And they're subscribed. Sorry for that. Guys, let's go back to the questions. 47. Just before the final review of new software development project, the project manager is informed by the quality assurance team that several key features do not meet the predefined specifications agreed upon with the client. Correcting these issues will delay the project deliverables by several weeks. What should you do next? Remember the key word. Prioritize the work to meet the agreed specifications, accepting the project timeline may need to be extended. All right. Suggest a partial delivery of the project to the client with non-compliant features to be updated in future release. Propose a compromise on a specification to the client, reducing the scope to match the current state. Consult with the development team to find a faster solution that could reduce the delay while attempting to meet the specification. Now, you got to be careful with this word next. It's like, okay, you realize we're probably going to be late. We're not going to have everything. What should you do next? Like, what are you going to do right away? And the best answer here is going to be D. Meet with the team and ask them, hey, can we find a faster way? Can we get this done? Right? Notice is informed by the quality assurance team. Even if the quality assurance team tells you this, you got to go to them and you got to say to them, hey, can you do this any quicker? And can we is there a way to reduce this delay? And maybe then you can go back and tell the client. But the first thing you should do, not the quality assurance team calls you up and says this, and your only thing is, okay, let me go tell the client and move on. No. So consult with the team. Let's find a faster way. You cannot prioritize work like that. That's something the team or the sponsor should be doing. Suggest a partial delivery. You never want to just deliver it, especially with non-compliant features. This is something first of all, you would need your sponsor or your customers to approve that. Propose a compromise. You should never, like this, C was the throughout. I add this in here to kill this. Every time we write questions, there are always going to be a few choices called throwaways, or I call them garbage choices. In other words, you shouldn't select that. The moment it says that you reduce the scope, you don't have that power to just reduce scope. Agile and their traditional projects, the project manager doesn't have the power to just remove scope parts. That's something the sponsor or the product owner should be doing. Tough question. 48. During a critical phase of an agile development project, a specialist responsible for designing a key component is unexpectedly required to take extensive medical leave. The specialist tasks are now at risk of delay as they were the sole individual equipped with the necessary expertise. Sole individual. What proactive measure could a project manager have taken to mitigate the risk? Build a cross-functional team. Distribute the specialist task among several members from the project onsets. Okay. Establish a comprehensive documentation practice for all project tasks. Okay. Allocate additional funds to hire temporary specialists if needed. Now, notice it says here, what proactive? This is the key word. Like, what could you have done to stop this or to reduce the blow of this? All of these choices are not too bad except one of them. All right. Like allocate extra funds to hire temporary specialists. Maybe unless you would have predicted this in the risk assessment. The best thing here, if you know Agile, you should build a team of generalizing specialists. A cross-functional team, what this does is that everybody is able to help each other. In this one, you built a specialist team. You went against the rules of Agile. You want a cross-functional team, a team where everybody is capable of helping everybody else. This reduces all kind of bottlenecks with the team. I do cover this in the course, so make sure you check out the Agile team section. Distribute this here with something that you would have probably done afterwards, but then it would have been hard to predict who's going to be in and out. right? This is the throwaway choice here to me, because how could you have predicted this? You distribute just this guy's task. You would have to done it to everybody, not just this person. Notice does specialist tasks. You would have never noticed this, because notice it's unexpectedly. Comprehensive practice for all project tasks. That would have been okay, but it's not. This is a specialist task. Only this person is capable of doing it. Although I like D, it's best to make sure that you have a good generalizing specialist cross-functional team. Okay, 2 more to go. In the planning phase of a large software implementation project, the project manager decides to conduct an extensive analysis of potential risks associated with the project's timeline and budget. The goal is to understand the likelihood of a project completion within the defined perimeters and to identify which variable most significantly impact the project outcome using many different perspectives. What technique should the project manager apply to evaluate and address the risks? Now, so you're doing a risk assessment, basically. You're looking at the likelihood of the risk. You're looking at certain perimeters from different perspectives. What technique are you doing here? Well, are you developing a risk breakdown structure? Conducting a sensitivity analysis? Utilize a cause and effect diagram? Or Monte Carlo? This is a straightforward knowledge-based question that I wrote in a very difficult way. Best answer here is going to be D. This is a Monte Carlo simulation. A Monte Carlo simulation looks at many different scenarios, perspectives, or different outcomes that can affect projects. For example, if you have this weather event, how is it going to affect this project? Like, what's going to happen if you had a Category 4 hurricane, Category 5 hurricane, a blizzard? So you're looking at all different perspectives and how it's going to affect the project, and that really is what this is describing. A cause and effect diagram will tell you the reasons for risks or the cause of failure. This is a fishbone diagram. Sensitivity analysis starts to rank them up. This looks at particular impacts of positive and negative risks. Risk breakdown structure just categorize risks. This is looking at different perspectives. Question 50. On a project to develop a new CRM system, the project manager learns that during a stakeholder meeting that upcoming regulatory changes will affect data handling processes within the system. The changes are expected to be enforced shortly after the project's planned completion date. What is the most appropriate action for the project manager to ensure the projects remain compliant with the new regulation? Okay, incorporate the regulations into the project's risk log for future analysis. Plan to address the regulatory in the next CRM system development. Integrate discussion of the regulatory changes into the project phases. Request immediate detailed information change during the next product update meeting. Okay. Best answer here. Now, this one was tricky because, first of all, it's not a risk. All right. Notice incorporate into the project's risk, should say risk register, but it's not a risk because this will affect the data handler. If it was like it might, then you may want to add it to the risk register. But it's not a might. This is a will. This is something that will happen. It's guaranteed to happen. So it's not a risk. Risk has probability. Now, you don't want to wait for the next system to be developed, and that's D also. Immediate detailed information changes during the next product update. You got to do it right now because you're gonna be pushing this thing out, and then that regulation is gonna come in. The best thing here you can do is start incorporating that regulation into what you are doing. Question 51. During a mobile application development project, the project manager faces significant uncertainty regarding user preferences and the effectiveness of proposed features. The initial user feedback has been inconclusive, leading to questions about the project's current direction. What is the best course of action for the project manager to ensure the project aligns with users' expectations? Finish developing the application and correct all features not aligned with users' expectation. Proceed with the creation of an MVP. And if you're not familiar, this means minimum viable product. Pause development efforts until a comprehensive market analysis provides clear guidance on user preference. Instruct the development team to incorporate the most popular features of completed application to ensure relevance. Okay, best answer here is going to be MVP. Here's why. First of all, before we get into it, what's an MVP? So minimum viable product is something that the team releases to the customers to get feedback. For example, let's say they're making this mobile application. Do you have to release the entire mobile application to the users to get feedback? No, you release something that's minimal, something that's usable. It doesn't have every single feature, but it has some of the core features, something that you can give them that they can use, they can play with, they can input data, that way you can get great feedback on it. MVP is a popular topic on your exam. It is in the exam objective, so make sure you understand what it is. Now, why is this the best answer? Well, you notice the question specifically states the effectiveness of these features. The only which way to understand the effectiveness of the features is to get the users to use them. They'll tell you whether those features are effective. Now, and being that there's a lot of uncertainty, the best way to gain certainty is to have the users use it, give them the features. It wouldn't be a good idea to finish the entire thing and then correct it all. This is more like kick the can down the road and fix later, which is something we never want to do. The mindset tells us never kick the can down the road. Never pause your project is part of the mindset. Unless there's something major going on, like a safety issue and somebody may die or you're breaking the law, you shouldn't be pausing your project. Instruct the development team to incorporate the most popular features, but how do we know if these features are even going to be effective? It's not just about being the popular feature. Best answer was B. 52. In anticipation of new environmental regulations, a manufacturing project involving two distinct operational teams, one using traditional manufacturing methods and the other employing green technology. And they need to evaluate the impact of these regulations on combined operation. What is the most effective action for the project manager to ensure compliance and seamless integration? Okay, so we got two teams, right? We have one using traditional, the other one using green technology, and they need to evaluate the impact of regulations. All right. A, organize a collaborative workshop with representatives from both teams to discuss compliance strategies. Okay. Conduct a separate workshop for each team to allow for focused discussion on adapting their specific operation of the new regulation. Facilitate individual strategy session with each team to outline their approach, followed by a joint session. Okay. Assemble a panel of regulatory experts to provide guidance and recommendations to both teams. Best answer here. Follow the mindset on this one. The best answer here is always to bring people together. Let them work together. Your job as a project manager is to be a facilitator and collaborate. Big collaboration amounts everybody on a project. That's what A is all about. You never want to just do individual workshops, right? Let them just figure it out on their own. They have to work together. So, especially something like a regulation. I like C. D is definitely out of the, you don't want to do that because the team has to come up with the ways to implement that on there. So let's get rid of D. Facilitate individual discussions with each team. This might take longer. And then any which way you're going to follow it up with a joint session. The best thing here to do is just to bring them together and let them figure it out together while you be a facilitator of that meeting. 53. The goal on a project is to foster a culture of cooperation that drives the teams towards exceptional performance. Following a recommendation from the company's founder, the project manager decides to adapt a servant leadership approach. What should the project manager do to effectively embody servant leadership? So basically, the question is asking, what's servant leadership principles here? A, implement a competitive reward system to incentivize individual excellence, drive project outcome. All right. Direct the team to refine their strategies continuously until they devise an unbeatable plan for the project execution. All right. Evaluate the project scope meticulously and set clear, prioritized goals to encourage team alignment and focus. All right. Establish a clear project goals and nurture a supportive environment that enables team members to excel and contribute to their fullest potential. Now, you really have to think about servant leadership here. The thing about this question is that most of these choices are technically good. There's one of them that's may not be a good choice. But 3 of them are technically good choices. Now you have to say, well, which one of those good ones are servant leadership? That's going to be D. Here's why. So A was the throw-out answer. This, you're creating a competitive system. As a servant leader, you're not making a competitive system. You're supporting the team. You're not trying to make them be better than each other. You want a generalizing specialist. You don't want team members feels like they have to outperform the other to get something at the end. That's what A is. B, direct the team to refine their strategies. This is not a bad thing. But notice, you're directing the team to refine their strategies until they find an unbeatable plan. Your job is to support the team, not direct the team. Evaluate the scope and set clear priorities. You shouldn't be setting goals for the team. That's what the team does. All right? Prioritize goals to encourage team alignment. And then you're going through the scope. Remember, as a servant leader, what you're doing is you're supporting the team. Technically, the team is self-directing on these types of projects. The team is choosing the work that they want to do. Remember, servant leadership is used on agile projects, and it's the team that says, okay, we're going to do this work from the backlog that comes from the top. This is what we're going to do in this sprint, and you're just there to support, not direct. 54. During the critical phase of a remote operated environmental research project, a key analyst departs, necessitating the swift simulation, hard word to pronounce, of new members who lack familiarity with the project's specific challenges and objectives. The extensive project documentation exists, yet the project's complexity might hinder the rapid comprehension necessary for the new project member's tasks. What proactive measures should a project manager implement to ensure new members' effective integration? All right, this, I didn't write this question. One of my team members did. This has a lot of big words in it. So I like this question because it's one of these questions where you read it and you're like, what are they asking me? That was my first thing when I read it. I was like, all these giant words, I barely can pronounce most of them. What are they asking me? Like, I had to read this one twice. You will get questions like this on your exam. And the first thing you do before even looking at the choice, you got to say, what are they looking for, right? What is it that they're asking me? So a couple of quick things. You notice that there is a new member. Somebody is leaving. That's the key thing, right? There's a new member, but this person doesn't have familiarity with this particular project, specific challenges and objectives. There is project documentation. The question is proactive measures. Should the project manager implement? So we got to remember, what could we have done? We're not trying to fix the current problem. It's what could we have done to ensure that this new integration, this new member was working well. All right, A, arrange for the new member to shadow an experienced team member for hands-on learning. Okay. B, encourage the new member to study the doc thoroughly and followed by a session to discuss their role. All right. Schedule a series of training webinars on the project's methodology and technologies. Okay. Facilitate a workshop with the team focusing on projects complex, ensure all current members and the new member attend. The question is, which one follows the mindset? Which one brings the team together? Which one ensures that this new person is not just doing it by themselves? Which one allows them to have the team there with them? Well, that's going to be D. If you think about it, A is more like go follow that guy. You're like giving away the work. We don't want to do that. This one, although I like B, it's a decent answer. Encourage a new member to study the document, but this is more like, hey, you study that by yourself. You're not there with the person. This one here is more bringing the team together. Series of webinars on the project's methodologies. This is not something that you could have done. And notice, and technologies, this may delay time. The best thing here to do, and especially it's a webinar, this person might not be participating. Which one drives that servant leadership? Which one drives that mindset? 55. In a routine progress check, an agile project manager notice that a lead analysis is habitually passing off less complex analyst work to newer team members. Claim it allows them to concentrate on the more integrated aspects of the project. What should the project manager do? A, develop a rotational task assignment system to ensure all members gain experience across a range of tasks. Directly assign tasks based on the complexity to ensure each team member works with their capability. Establish a mentorship program where senior members guide junior members through complex tasks. D. Organize a team discussion during the next project update meeting to evaluate the effectiveness of the current task delegation method. Now, let's stop right here. This was a tough question. It seems like an easy one, but it's not. So the team came up with a way of doing something that they feel is effective. What do? Again, the team is doing this themselves. It's a lead analyst, it's passing off his work to newer team members. The question is, what do you do? Well, here's what you do. First of all, you don't stop it. You don't know how effective this is. This may be a great thing for the team. If you come in and you say, well, let's do a rotational system. If you come in and you say, hey, you have to do it this way. A and B puts you in charge, puts you as this direct project manager that says, hey, this is where I want it done. You guys can't do that. That just shuts the team off. You don't want to shut it off. You want to evaluate it. You want to see, is this thing effective? Work with the team. This may be a great thing or it may be a bad thing. Let the team work together. C is also the same as A and B. Now you are telling them what to do. Remember, the team is the smart ones. I always told you guys in the course, project managers, we're not the smart ones, guys. We are the collaborators. We're the facilitators. Unless you know how to code and build buildings, you're not going to be the smart one on a project. We don't want to be the smart one. We want to be the one that collaborate on the project. We want to bring people together. We want people to get along. But we are not going to be the one coding the applications. So in this one, maybe this is good. We don't know. I think it's a good thing. 56. As a critical update to an e-commerce platform nears completion, the project manager receives a last-minute request from stakeholders for additional features that would significantly enhance customer experience, but require extensive extra work from the team, potentially affected the launch timeline. What should the project manager do? Okay, so we got a e-commerce platform. It's almost finishing. Somebody wants to add something. What do? Expedite the process by incorporating the new features into the plan. Calculate the additional cost and request an immediate increase in budget. Reject the request outright, maintain in focus. Discuss the implementation of the request with development team, presents feasible solutions to the stakeholders. Follow the mindset on this. This is a pretty easy question. Although we call this one extra hard, ultra hard questions, this one is technically not. Customer requests something. What are you going to do? Well, the first thing is, what I'm going to tell you what you should never do is to never on your exam. If there is ever a choice about reject something, don't select it. If you get choices that seem negative, fire somebody, reject something, say no to this, stop something, it's probably never the answer, right? So don't reject something, all right? Because you notice it significantly enhance customer experience. Maybe we should add that in. Calculate the extra cost and request. I think B is a good answer. It's analyzing the change. But remember, it's best to come up and analyze the change with the team, not by yourself. Expedite it. Just don't incorporate things like that, all right? Without revisiting the project. You need to analyze it, all right? You just can't incorporate like that. 57. In the development phase of an international public health project, a project manager faces skepticism from government partners about the project duration and achievement due to limited visibility into the project progress. What action should the project manager take to address this? Okay, so notice the problem here is skepticism from people, from folks, partners, because they have limited visibility. So you notice I read the question and I have a good understanding of what it's asking. Initiate a monthly newsletter focusing on project milestones, challenges. Okay. Arrange for a series of workshops with the project beneficiaries to directly showcase the project's impact. Organize a virtual meeting with government partners to discuss how they would like project updates to be done and yield any questions. Okay. Compile an extensive report on project outcomes and plan activities to be distributed quarterly. This is a very easy question if you read it carefully. The main problem here is that the skepticism is coming from where? Limited visibility. What is the best action should take? Should we just determine the best way the project status should be visible, or should we ask them first? What do you think we're going to do? Well, if you said, hey, Andrew, you know what? Let's meet with them and ask them how they would like these updates to take place, right? Project progress, then you're absolutely correct. You notice, A, you're determining what's best for them. B, you're determining what's best for them. D, you're determining what's best for them. You know what's best for someone? I don't know. Maybe you should ask them that, right? What's the best update to your CEO? What's the best update to your regulatory agency? How about if you ask your CEO? How about if you ask that agency? That's what C is. So remember, be collaborative. 58. During the implementation phase of an innovative mobile banking application, a significant update from regulatory bodies, adjustment to several key features of the app requires adjustment. Notice, requires adjustment. The Agile Project Manager arranges a meeting with the responsible regulatory officer who is new to the project to discuss these required changes for this Agile project. What action should the project manager take to ensure these updates are efficiently integrated into the scope? Okay, A, I want you guys to keep in mind Agile project, right? Because you got to keep in mind something before we look at these choices. The way this is going to be some kind of scope change. The way you manage scope on traditional versus Agile is vastly different. Make sure to review the course on that. All right. A, request that the compliance officer formalize the regulatory updates in writing and submit them for approval from the Change Control Board. Encourage the compliance of detailed regulatory changes for inclusion in the product backlog. Instruct the compliance officer to immediately communicate the changes to the development team in the next daily scrum. Ask the compliance officer to assess the plan and suggest modification to accommodate the new regulation. Best answer here is going to be correct, B. I didn't think this one was very difficult, but you had to understand how changes to Agile project scopes are done. We know we have to include this because it's required for it to be done. And in order for work to get done on an Agile project, where must the work be? It must be in the product backlog. And you notice that in A, they're going through a change control board. There's not really change control board on an Agile project. So A was the right answer. Notice you don't communicate scope changes during the daily scrum. The daily scrum is basically just to answer 3 questions. What you did yesterday, what you're going to do today, and what impediments you have. Not to come in and introduce new tasks and all that. First of all, that's something that should have, the real good answer here would have been for the compliance officer to meet with the product owner to include into the product backlog and to be prioritized. That would have been the best answer. And that the best thing closest to that is B. The compliance officer shouldn't be assessing the current plan. Is this person a project manager? Do they have a lot of experience? Probably not. Best answer, B. 59. Guys, are you enjoying this session? Did I teach you a lot? Did you learn a lot? If you did, can you please click on that like button, subscribe to the channel to learn more of how to pass all your certification exams. Let's get back to this. 59. A project manager noticed that the integration process is more cumbersome than anticipated, significantly slowing down the project progress. This issue is primarily due to a newly implemented IT protocol that was designed to enhance security. What should you do next? All right, introduce additional training session for the team on the new IT protocol. Okay. Require the team to double their efforts to meet the deadline despite the protocol. Okay. Organize a workshop to identify workarounds to the IT protocol that does not compromise security. All right. Initiate discussion with IT leadership and the team to understand the protocol implementation and how best to facilitate the project. Okay, notice it says what you're going to do next. Now, once again, I want to mention don't do anything that's negative. And one of the things you can do that's negative is overworking people. If they're going to double their efforts, what are you going to do? Make them work 16 hours a day. So that one there, we can get rid of. That was the right answer. Follow the mindset. Bring people together. Is there a way for the team to implement this protocol correctly? Is there a way that IT can accommodate we don't know that yet. The best thing here to do, the next thing you should be doing is meet with everyone, talk with everyone, be collaborative in this situation. That's what D is. Maybe then you may want to do C. So I would do D. That's number one. Maybe then we could do C. Some people, C was also a good choice. It does say it does not compromise security, but you shouldn't go around their protocols until you really understand what this is about. Additional training sessions, you know what? I'm going to do D, then I may do C, then A, or I may do D, then A, then C. But notice D comes first. So you got to keep in mind, anytime you see that word next, you're saying what comes first. Now I want you guys to keep in mind, anytime you see the word next, so what do you do first? Basically, you're going to put some of these choices in order. What the exam is asking you in this type of question is, hey, what do you do next? What do you do first? Well, the choices are going to be things you will be doing. But then you have to say to yourself, okay, which one do we do first, then second, then third? That's really what it is. Like put them in order and then give me the first one. That's really what this question is. Last question. As a project manager for an app development project, you are approached by a stakeholder with a request to add feature that mirrors the functionality of something developed in a previous sprint. The stakeholder is looking for a quick estimation on how this addition might affect schedule and cost. All right, so we want a quick estimate here. What steps should you take to accurately provide this? All right, calculate the new feature impact by comparing it with the total budget and adjusting based on the proportion of work already completed. That doesn't seem quick, but you might be able to meet with the product owner to help you with the estimate schedule. Review the agile user stories and velocity metrics from the previous sprint related to similar feature to estimate the effort required for the new addition. Okay. Initiate a detailed risk analysis, incorporate a new feature, focus on potential schedule overruns and budget. Now, this one here, I'll tell you guys something about questions like this. When you get a question like this, all four of the choices are basically wrong. The best answer in this question, if somebody comes to you and says, how long would this take? How much would it cost? Ask the team. The team is, but that's not the choice. You see, on this exam, it's not just about choosing the correct answer. It's the best of the four. This is a question where, well, what is the best of these four? Yeah, they all kind of suck. But you know what? I got to choose one, right? That's the least of the suckiest answer, if that makes sense. So that's why I like this question here. And of course, the answer is going to be C. That is correct. Because you know why? When you are estimating how long something should take or what it may cost, the team does it by utilizing how fast the velocity metrics, how fast they can do work, and what the work is. So if the work is similar to previous stories, then use the metrics they use. That is the best answer. This would take too long. A, you never use the product owner to help you with estimation. That's something you and your team does. D would take too long because it's a risk analysis. So C may not be the correct answer, the best answer, but it's the best of those four. All right, let's go. Question 61. During a complex software development project, the project manager notices a significant variances between the plan and actual performance metrics. The key deliverables are at risk of being delayed due to these discrepancies. What should the project manager do first to ensure the project's objectives are being met? A, adjust the timeline and communicate the changes to all stakeholders. Conduct a detailed analysis of the performance data to identify root causes. Request additional resources to accelerate project work and meet scheduled targets. Reassess the project management strategies to better align with current challenges. Okay, now I want you guys to notice in this question that you have some kind of a problem. And if you notice, the problem is what? You notice that there's variances between the plan and the actual work that's going on. So when you have a problem on a project, what should you do first? I mean, that's what the question here is asking. And I want you guys to remember something. Don't take actions first. Assess, review, evaluate, analyze, and that brings the answer to B. Yes, because when there's a problem on a project, the first thing the project manager does is not to just adjust the schedule without understanding what that problem is. It is not to hire additional resources if they don't know what that problem is. Notice they're looking at the risk management strategies. It's already happened. It's not really a risk yet. The best thing here to do is to do a detailed analysis of the actual data and And notice this is the risk management strategies, not the risk strategies, not the risk responses if you're thinking that. These are the management strategy, how you plan to manage risk. It's definitely not that one. B is the best answer. Follow the mindset on this one. Question 62. In a large infrastructure project, the project manager is faced with the challenge of sudden regulatory changes that could potentially impact the scope and cost. The project is currently on track, but these changes might require adjustment in project execution. What should you do first? So once again, you have that first thing. Update the budget and timeline. Okay. Initiate a stakeholder meeting to discuss the impacts and adjustments. Conduct a comprehensive review. Implement the regulatory changes. This question is very similar to what we had before. Now you notice it says here sudden regulatory changes, and it says could potentially impact. So it may impact the project or it may not. Best answer here is just like in the first question we just did, is going to be to analyze this review. Analyze this change. How is it going to affect the project? In what areas of the project? How much is it going to add or even remove from the scope? How much is it going to add or remove from the budget? And if the scope and budget is being affected, maybe so is the schedule. So you just don't want to just go and update it without preliminary assessment. Get a good assessment. You should never just go update your project with just a preliminary assessment. You don't want to meet, before you meet with the stakeholders, you need to analyze this regulation yourself. Never implement. Like this, D was the trot answer. If you selected D, you got to do some studying. You got to review the mindset section in the course. Anytime you see a question that says, first, what should you do first? It's probably not to fix the problem. It's probably not to implement what somebody's asking for. It's more than likely to analyze what they're asking for. 63. A project manager is overseeing the construction of a new office building. The project is running over budget due to high cost of materials. The project team suggests several options to cut costs, including using less materials that may slightly reduce durability, simplifying the building design, or eliminate some non-essential features. Which approach should the project manager use to address costs while ensuring the building meets its intended purpose? Now, this is a definition question. You're not really going to get the mindset here, but you got to understand the definition. Is it earned value? Is it a value engineering? Is it critical path? Is it earned value? Or is it Monte Carlo? Best answer here is going to be value engineering. What is value engineering? Value engineering is something we do all the time. Value engineering is, if I tell you guys that I want you guys to go out and buy a new car, and you're like, okay, I'll buy that new car. Well, what you're going to do is, if I tell you what type of car you should get a Toyota Camry that's a white one, that's a 2024. You know the scope. Your objective is to get that thing as cheap as possible. That's value engineering. Value engineering is about how can we deliver what the customer wants in the cheapest or the most cost-effective way, which is basically what this is describing. Critical path method, this is just formulas. That's not what they're asking. This is tracking the statistics of how much money you're spending versus how much you should have spent. This is earned value. Critical path method is actually your schedule. See, I looked at critical path method and said earned value. So earned value is all the formulas you're going to be using in order to track your budget and see how far you're on or off your budget. Critical path method allows you to build an entire schedule. That tells you your critical path on a schedule. And the Monte Carlo is about different simulations. The Monte Carlo simulations is trying hundreds or thousands of different simulations to come up with a budget, schedule, or even determine risks. All right, A is the best answer. Now, I do have a few more questions on value engineering. I just put that in there. They're going to be used mostly as a term. Here we go. Question 64. During a project charter review session, a dispute arises between the sponsor and the product owner, witnessed by the team and other stakeholders. In this situation, what should the project manager do to manage the conflict and continue the project? Propose a follow-up session to address unresolved issues after the meeting. Okay. Facilitate the meeting actively, using conflict resolution strategies to manage the dispute and maintain team cohesion. Adjourn the meeting immediately. Suggest a cooling off period. Arrange a separate conflict resolution session with a neutral facilitator to assist parties. Now, your exam wants you to take a direct approach, wants you to fix that problem right away. So what are you going to do? Right? You want to take a confronting approach. So the best one here that's a confronting approach is going to be B. That's right. You want to facilitate this meeting actively. You're going to have, in every meeting, you're going to have conflict. It's just the nature of the game. It's how humans work. So what you got to do is you got to take an active approach. Conflict is not bad. Conflict is a good thing. Always remember that. I told you that 100 times in the course. Conflict is good. Managed conflict is good. Unmanaged conflict that can lead to a world war where people may physically hurt each other, it's probably not a good idea. Never let it get there. So B, best answer. Question 65. A project manager is tasked with organizing risk for a new infrastructure project. To ensure comprehensive risk management, the project manager decides to use a risk breakdown structure. However, the team is considered, the RBS, may become overly complex and difficult to manage. What should the project manager do to create an effective and manageable RBS? Develop a simple categorization scheme that only includes high priority risks. Okay. Use an existing RBS from a similar project and adapt it to the current project needs. All right. Create a detailed RBS with multiple subcategories to capture all potential risks. All right. Involve key stakeholders in the development of the RBS to ensure it's comprehensive and manageable. This is a good question, and it's a tough question. So first of all, you have to remember what an RBS is. An RBS is done to do what? An RBS actually doesn't have risk in it. That's in the risk register. What does the RBS do? The RBS is there to categorize risks. Okay? Now, you notice A, if you said A, develop a simple categorization scheme, that's fine, and only includes high priority. It doesn't really have risk in it. It's a way to categorize the risk. You're going to use those categories in your risk register and only includes high level risks, high priority risks. No, it's not only for that. Use an existing RBS template to adapt it to the current. I like this idea, but every project is unique. It's best to get people involved. The more people involved in telling you the risk for your project, the more likely you're going to be successful at it. A detail with multiple subcategories to capture all potential risk. Although this may be a good one, the best thing here is to get more people involved on your project. Remember, the more people involved, the more key stakeholders. This could be team members, for example, subject matter experts or whoever. They'll tell you better of how to develop that particular thing. Question 66. In a construction project, the project manager decides to implement value engineering to enhance the project's value. The goal is to improve the ratio of function to cost by analyzing and proposing cost-effective solutions. What should the project manager do first? Have the team conduct a brainstorming session to remove functions for cost reduction. All right. Focus solely on reducing costs, even if it means compromising on functionality. Engage with stakeholders to understand the critical functions. Implement all proposed changes immediately to maximize costs. Now, this one here, it does say value engineering, but it's really a mindset question. You notice, once again, it's this first. Like, what are we going to do first? Value engineering is about how we make things cheaper. It's how we make things more cost effective while delivering the same amount of functions. So one of the things we never want to do is to remove functions just to reduce costs. It's about keeping the functions the same. So I'm going to eliminate this right off the bat. That should have been one of the throughout answers. And implement all proposed changes. We're going to get rid of that because you just don't implement all the changes. That's probably not going to maximize function. The best answer here, by the way, is going to be C. Engage with stakeholders. You want to understand what the functions are. Notice, before you start to optimize the project, before you start to maybe reduce some functions, maybe find alternative to those functions, something a little cheaper that gives them the same function, understand what the functions are. Never compromise on functionality. Best answer there, guys, was C. 67. A project manager is conducting a value engineering workshop to identify ways to improve a project's value. During the session, a team member suggests replacing a component with a cheaper alternative that slightly reduces performance but saves a significant amount of money. What should the project manager do to determine if the solution aligns with value engineering? Approve the change as it reduces overall project value, project cost. Reject the change as it reduces performance. Evaluate if the reduction in performance impacts the project functionality. Implement the change if it does not require additional stakeholder approval. Same thing here, use the mindset. Somebody's asking you for a change, what are you going to be doing? The best thing here, guys, is of course to evaluate that change. Never approve, reject, or implement the change just without evaluating the change. That's part of being a project manager. 68. A project manager is working on a large infrastructure project that is facing schedule delays. The project manager wants to use advanced forecasting technique to predict the future status and progress of the project. The project team has been using EVM to track progress. What should the project manager do to forecast the project completion date accurately? So this one here is, you notice they're using EVM. And they want to use advanced technique. Now, this, of course, is going to be with EVM. So what are you going to do? Well, apply the SPI to the remaining work and calculate an EAC. Okay. Conduct a Monte Carlo simulation to account for potential variations in the schedule. All right. Use CPM to reevaluate the timeline. Implement roll and wave planning to adjust future work plans. Best answer here, guys, is going to be, now this, by the way, is really definition. If you really understood what EVM means, earned value management, and you know some of the formulas, included the SPI, the schedule performance index, you can actually take and use the schedule performance index with the EAC to forecast a schedule, making this the best answer. Monte Carlo simulations looks at things, multiple simulations that can affect the schedule. Helps to build the schedule more than predict the schedule. This is to build the timeline. Your critical path method helps you to develop a schedule, not necessarily to predict it. Roll and wave planning is just planning to replan here. This is not related really to, it doesn't really have much to do with EVM because this is planning and EVM isn't executed. 69. A software development project is midway through its timeline and the project manager notices that the actual progress is lagging behind the schedule, the planned schedule. The sponsor is concerned about meeting the upcoming milestone. What technique should the project manager use to address the sponsor's concern about and predict the project completion date? Create a trend analysis using historical performance data. Okay. Apply EVM to calculate the time variance. Use the 3-point estimation to forecast future tasks. Perform a resource level analysis to optimize resource allocation. This one is really a definition question also. Notices the project is lacking behind the schedule. You're concerned about meeting it. What technique basically you're going to use and predict the project's completion date? Which one is going to help us do that? The best answer is going to be EVM. Correct. It's similar to this question that we had here. EVM, the EAC in particular, the estimate at completion, is a formula that can predict budget and it can also predict schedule. Trend analysis using historical information. While this is good, EVM will be more accurate because it's not just based on historical, it's based on what's happening right now. 3-point estimation tells you the duration of something. It doesn't really predict anything. Resource leveling, I'm not sure how that predicts anything. Resource leveling ensures no one really works overtime. Question 70. A construction project is experiencing significant delays due to many unforeseen weather conditions, causing concerns about meeting the final deadline. The project manager needs to predict the potential impact on the project completion dates and communicate this. What approach should you take? Update the Gantt chart with the new weather delay information and manually adjust the timeline. All right. Use a Monte Carlo simulation to predict the probability of various completion dates. All right. Apply CPM analysis to identify which activities can be fast-tracked. Okay. Perform a cost-benefit analysis to decide whether to hire additional resources to mitigate the delays. Now, The best answer here is going to be a Monte Carlo simulation. Now, I want to point out something. Notice many unforeseen conditions. This means many simulations. If you're looking for something that goes through many different simulations or quote unquote scenarios, that's the definition of a Monte Carlo. A Gantt chart is just used to make the actual schedule. CPM is used to make the schedule. It's not going to be used to predict or to give you the results of multiple scenarios or simulations. Cost benefit analysis, not yet. This here is right now, they have to figure out how they're going to manage that weather conditions. Then they can determine if they want to hire more resources. So if you're doing this, the best answer is the Monte Carlo simulation. Let's get started. Project manager is preparing for a quality audit of a new software development project. The audit team needs to ensure the project's quality management system aligns with the organizational standards and identify areas for improvement. What is the most cost-effective course of action for the project manager to take after the quality audit? So after the audit's done. Provide the team with all documents and requests to review. Okay. Prepare the team to answer any questions from the audit. Collaborate with the team to understand their findings and develop corrective actions. Focus on presenting the success of the project to highlight the team's performance. Now, you had to read this question carefully to ensure it says after the audit. Best answer here is going to be C. First of all, providing the team with all project documents is something you'll probably do during the audit. Preparing the team to answer any questions is something you should do before the audit. Collaborate with the team and understand their findings. Yes, this is something you're going to do after the audit. Focus on presenting the success of the project to highlight the team's performance. This is something you're going to probably do after the project is done, not during the audit. So read this one carefully if you didn't get it correct. 72. During the execution phase of a manufacturing project, an internal audit team reveals several non-conformances in the production process. The audit team has identified these issues as potential risks to the success. What should the project manager do to these non-conformances? Immediately halt the production process until all conformances are resolved. Okay. Develop and implement corrective actions to address these conformances identified by the team. Okay. Dismiss the non-conformances minor issues and continue. Okay. Inform the sponsor about these confirmed request additional resources. Now, this here is not asking you what to do first. This is telling you to solve the problem. If you get that part of notice, not what should you do next or what should you do first. It's literally asking you, how are you going to fix this? There's a couple of things you shouldn't be doing. Best answer here is going to be to fix the problem, right? Develop and come up with corrective actions to fix these non-conformances. Never stop your project like that. Never just halt a project like that, especially for something that is going to be as potential risks, right? You want to evaluate it. You want to come up with responses to it. Just don't halt a project like that. The only time you may halt a project is when safety issues, for example, if somebody might die or get injured, you're breaking some kind of law. Those are reasons to halt a project, but not here. This is not what this is. Never dismiss, never kick the can down the road, or just never do nothing. That's what this is. That means you're just going to continue doing what you're doing and ignore them. Never ignore anyone. Never go to your sponsor for help. Your sponsor shouldn't be the one that's helping you solve problems. They hired you to solve the problem, not them. 73. In the middle of a large infrastructure project, the project manager receives an external quality auditor highlighting several significant non-conformances. These issues, if not addressed, could impact the timeline and budget. What should you do to address these non-conformances effectively? Continue with the plan and monitor if these non-conformances escalate. All right. Request sponsor to review the auditor's report. All right. Adjust the scope to account for identified non-conformances. Integrate the recommended corrective actions from the audit reports into the plan. All right. What is the best answer? Now, this question, when we wrote it, we noticed it's not all of these are going to be great choices, but you got to choose the best of the four. What did you guys get? Some of these didn't make sense at all. For example, don't do nothing. Continue with the current plan and monitor. This is literally doing nothing. Request this, never go to your sponsor, right? Never go to the sponsor. The only time you go to your sponsor is for an approval or disapproval. You shouldn't go to your sponsor for guidance on how to manage a project. Remember, they hired you for that, not them. Never adjust the scope like that. The scope is probably going to require some kind of change request if it's a traditional, or only the product owner can add to the product backlog if you change an agile scope. Definitely not that. Integrate these, yes. You notice you receive a report that highlight non-confirmed. These are not addressed, could impact. The best answer here is D of these 4. Now, I left this like this because I want you guys to point out, I want to point out something critical. This isn't a test of choose the correct answer. It's choose the best of the 4. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't like D. D kind of suck. Yeah, but it's the least of the suckiest answer. Remember, it's a game of 4 choices. It's a game of what is the best of the 4. None of them have to be correct. It's just that one has to be more correct than the other 3. One has to be the least of the suckiest answer, if you know what I mean. The other 3, A, B, and C, you would probably never do. But you're probably saying, hey, Andrew, it doesn't say in the question that it doesn't include the corrective actions in a report. You're absolutely right, but that's still D is still better than A, B, and C, if you know what I mean. Question 74. Project manager is preparing to oversee the development of a new mobile application. During a stakeholder meeting, a senior executive expresses concern that the project may not align with the strategic goals of the organization. The project manager needs to address this concern to ensure continued support and alignment. What should you do next? Reassure the executive that the team is capable of delivering the project on time and within budget. Review the project alignment with the strategic goals. Schedule a follow-up meeting with the executive to discuss project benefits in more detail. Conduct a performance review of the project team to identify any areas for improvement. Now, let's take a look at this. You notice this stakeholder is saying, hey, this project is not aligned with our goals. So what should you do next? Well, here's what you do next. Maybe you should analyze to see if it is aligned with the strategic goal before taking any action. A is something you don't want to do. This is you're saying, yes, it is. It's already aligned. Don't worry about it. This is doing nothing. Never do nothing. Schedule a follow-up meeting. You know what? I would probably do B, then I would do C. Understand, does it really meet it? Maybe it's something you should review. And notice you're preparing. So it's like you're in the beginning of this thing. Conduct a performance review of the team. You haven't really basically started this project yet, so I'm not sure why you're doing that. Best answer is B. 75. A project manager is working on a government infrastructure project that requires strict compliance with company standards. During a routine review, the project manager discovers that some activities may not meet the required standards. What should you do? Halt all activities until a full compliance review is conducted. Okay. Update the project plan to include additional quality checks. All right. Notify regulatory authorities with non-compliance activities. Conduct a root cause to identify the reasons for non-compliance and implement corrective actions. If you've been following along in this video, this one should be pretty easy. You notice that, first of all, it's not that the project is not meeting the compliance. It's not like it's 100% doing that. It does say may. So watch the keywords. And that brings the answer to identify. If it wasn't meeting the compliance and you're doing something against the law, I would have probably said maybe A is best. But you should never work against the law, by the way. If a project is doing something and it's against the law, people may get hurt or somebody might go to jail, you should probably stop it. But if something might be happening, just don't pull the project like that. Analyze it to see what's going on, and then if you find it, maybe then you do that. Update the plan? Not yet. Analyze it to see what the corrective actions are. Don't go notify of potential non-compliance. If you go to the regulators and you say, hey, there's some potential things, they're going to say, can you make sure before you let us know? 76. During the construction of a new building, the project manager learns that unforeseen geological issues will significantly increase the cost beyond the budget. What should you do next? Adjust the timeline to reduce labor costs. Okay. Consult with a geological technician for a more cost-effective solution. Implement a phased construction. Analyze the situation. Consider all possible. Follow the mindset on this one. This one does have two good answers. The best answer here is to analyze the situation. Hey, use the mindset on this one. Never adjust the timeline like that. Probably requires a change request. Implement a phase approach. I'm not sure how that's going to save money. Consult with a although I think D and B were good answers. It's just that this here is a more incompressing answer. It has more, it pulls more into it than B does. 77. As the project manager overseeing the rollout of a new IT systems, it's discovered halfway through the fiscal year that several critical software enhancements funded by this year's budget will not be completed on schedule. These enhancements were initiated based on mid-year changes and are critical for the success. What should you do first? Initiate a review of the scope to identify areas for schedule acceleration. Okay. Collaborate with the team to assess the project deliverable and focus on critical enhancements. Okay. Engage the sponsor to adjust expectations and secure support for external timelines. Communicate the progress and adjust the timelines for these enhancements to the finance department. Now, this one has two good answers also. Best answer here, don't forget. What are you going to do first? Best answer here is going to be work with your team. Now, initiate a review of the scope to identify areas for schedule acceleration. That's not something you're going to be able to do by yourself. The team is going to have to help you do that. Engage with and adjust their expectations. Although that sounds okay, this is the second best answer. That sounds okay. And secure supporting of the extended deadlines, that may not be okay to them. They don't want it to be extended. You don't want to just work with the finance department. You got to work with your customers on this, making this the best answer. Who is the best people to tell you how to implement a change? The team. Who's the best people to tell you how to fix something? The team. Who's the best person to give you problems to your solution? The team. Making B the best answer. 78. In the midst of a major software development project, the project manager is preparing for an upcoming executive in-depth review. The project manager must present how the project's progress is being tracked and measured to the executive team, who are keen to understand how effectively the project is being managed. So they want to know how it's being tracked and measured. What should the project manager focus on in their presentation? For the executive review. Provide a detailed report on team productivity and individual contributions. Compile EVM metrics, including the SV, CV, for a comprehensive review. Discuss the implementation of the new project management tool and its impact on project efficiency. Outline the risk encountered so far in the mitigation strategies. This one I thought was pretty straightforward. If you know EVM, if you know what SV and CV stood for, it was a pretty easy question because if you notice, EV or EVM allows you to measure the performance of your project. If you notice, these questions, you really don't need to know the formulas, but you need to understand what they are. Productivity and individual contribution wouldn't tell you how the project is being measured. Measured generally means you're measuring time and cost. It's generally what you measure the most. I'm not sure what this implementation tool is going to help us measure and track. So is risk. The best thing here, what do we measure on a project, guys? Time and money. 79. Leading a new agile global environmental conservation project, the project manager oversees a diverse team distributed across several continents. Recognizing the diverse cultural backgrounds within the team, the project manager aims to foster unity and effective collaboration. What is the most effective action for the project manager to enhance team integration? Organize a series of cross-functional training for all teams to educate them about cultural differences. Okay. Set up a digital collaboration space for team members to share personal and professional updates. All right. Arrange for monthly face-to-face retreats. All right. Encourage open communication and demonstrate confident team ability and their contributions. Two good answers on this one, right? I know you're stuck between two. I didn't make this question. My team member did, and I was kind of stuck between two myself. What two were you stuck between? Was it A and D? Because that's what I was. All right, I'm going to eliminate the bad ones. Okay, this is a monthly face-to-face. Is probably not doable. It is not a project where you just have a few. Notice it's a global conservation project, and it's team distributed across the globe. Maybe not feasible. A digital collaboration space is not just for people to share. This is giving away the work to them. I liked A. Series of cross for all teamers, educate them about cultural differences. You could do that, or you can encourage open communication and let the team work together. You know, if you're the key here, if you're wondering, why is it A? Because there's a key word in the question, agile. Remember something, on an agile project, you're a servant leader. The team is a self-directing, self-managing team. And what you need to do is sometimes as a servant leader, you need to step back and let the team figure out ways. You don't want it to get out of hands. Maybe if it gets out of hand, maybe then you would do A. But them have confidence in the team ability to keep on progressing and encourage that open line of communication. That would be best. Versus you coming up with a solution. See the difference? In D, you're letting the team figure it out, come up with a solution. In A, you're giving them the solution. Trick question, by the way. 80. At the onset of a healthcare software upgrade project, the client emphasizes that the enhancements are critical to improving patient care and operational efficiency, potentially affecting the healthcare provider's reputation and financial performance. The client is eager to see improvements implemented in the shortest time frame. What should the project manager do? Utilize agile methodologies to ensure rapid delivery of high priority features, all right? Implement a waterfall method to automate testing, okay? Establish a dedicated task force, focus on critical system upgrades first, all right? Conduct a series of stakeholder workshops to prioritize software enhancement based on impact. The best answer here, guys, notice this project has just started. And it's a software development project. This project is ripe for agile. Why? Because you notice there are things that they want first. They want to see the improvement implemented. The good thing about agile, especially Scrum, is that you get the most important features first. Waterfall is not going to be something that's going to be done in the shortest time frame. That takes the longest. A dedicated task focus on critical. The only person that can tell you the critical is the customers themselves, product owner. Conduct a series of stages to prioritize software based. This is going to be done by the product owner. Making A the best answer. Practice question 81. In the middle of an urban development project, the project manager faces a setback as a key engineer and an urban planner announced their imminent departure from the team. The project is already on a strict timeline with critical milestones approaching. The remaining team members are concerned about the increased workload and the potential impact on the project schedule. What should the project manager do? Increase the workload on team members to cover the task of the departing individuals. Outsource specific critical tasks to specialized firm to keep the project on schedule. Work with the remaining team members to recruit new members to complete the workload. And apply for a project timeline extension due to unforeseen staffing challenges. Now, in this particular question, which is something that you're going to see common on your exam, is that somebody left. Some team members left. What do you do? Well, there's a couple of things you don't do, and there's a couple of things you should be doing. For example, one of the things here that we shouldn't be doing ever on any test question is never work people overtime. Never overwork anyone. Part of the mindset tells us that when you are managing a team, never overwork them in any scenario. Now, in real life, it may be acceptable, but for your exam, if that choice seems, you're reading it and you're like, hey, we're going to be working this guy overtime. We're going to be overworking the employees. Never an answer. Get rid of that. Outsourcing, not something you can do right away. All right. Although they may solve the problem It's not something you can do right away. You have to go through a whole procurement process. Apply for it. This is going to require some form of a change request. You just can't apply for that. The best thing here you can do is to work with the mindset and make sure that you involve your team members to help you. Remember, let the team help you. Let the team figure things out, not just you figuring it out. And in this scenario, the best choice here is to work with the team to help them recruit new members. In other words, you're making them involved. You're bringing them on the project, or I should say on the issue. 82. A firm planning to transition to lean development techniques, the project manager encounters resistance from several worldwide stakeholders who weary of the new processes. The project manager needs to build confidence in lean methodologies amongst the stakeholders. What should the project manager propose? Schedule meetings with the stakeholder to address concerns. All right. Introduce a reward systems for early adapters of lean techniques. Okay. Adapt the lean development. Accept that lean development will not work in all companies. Organize a company-wide seminar on the history and principles of lean. Now this one here, although I said this was ultra hard, this one should be pretty easy. Couple things here that you don't want to do is if you ever read a question and it seems like one of the choices is to do nothing, it's not the answer. Never do nothing. All right, always remember that. So in that one, I'm going to eliminate C right off the bat. And the reason is because in this one, you're just saying, okay, I guess lean development doesn't work, and you just move on. If the choice is to do nothing, that's not the answer. Introduce a reward systems for early adapt. Well, they already don't want it. But you putting that in place, they already don't want it. So you telling people, oh, there's going to be some kind of reward. You have to figure out what their concern is. A company-wide, this is the history and principles of lean. It's not addressing their concern. The best thing here you can do is to meet with them, see what exactly they don't like, and then you can explain the benefits to them, making that the best answer. 83. Leading a significant initiative to overhaul a corporation's IT infrastructure, the project manager has already navigated through several phases successfully with the CTO. Overseeing the initiatives departs unexpectedly. Oh, when the CTO departs unexpectedly. Okay, so a major person is leaving. The incoming CTO then pauses the initiative, pending a comprehensive review of the project alignment with the company's revised technological direction. What is the most effective first step for the project manager? So basically, what should you do first? So in this question, we have a key stakeholder is leaving, new stakeholder, or I should say left, new stakeholder comes in, basically what do you do first? Arrange a meeting with the new CTO to outline the project benefits and strategic alignment. Prepare a detailed report comparing the current project status with industry standards and trends. Initiate a project audit to demonstrate compliance with best practices and regulatory requirements. Develop a contingency plan addressing potential changes requested by the new CTO. Okay, let me say this first. Common question on the exam. You're going to find somebody left, a major stakeholder is left. What do you do? Well, there's a couple of things you don't do. Like, just don't change anything around. The best thing here to do when somebody leaves and somebody new comes in is to meet with that person. Understand what that person is. Understand what that person wants. Explain what this project is about. This is definitely the best answer. Prepare a detailed report. Compare. You probably want to do this after you meet with the person. Initiate a project audit to demonstrate compliance. Not yet. Meet with this person. Outline what the project's benefits are. Remember, this person is saying, well, is this project aligned? Yes. What you want to do is you want to go and meet with the person and show them before doing this. So I would do A, maybe then B, then C. Develop a contingency plan addressing potential changes requests. Not yet. Meet with the person first. Now, I want to point out something about this question. You see, those three choices are not incorrect. but they're asking what to do first. Maybe at some point we are going to develop a contingency plan to address potential changes. Maybe at some point we're going to audit it. Maybe at some point we're going to prepare a detailed report showing how a detailed report comparing the status of industry standards. Maybe we're going to do those things. But the first thing you want to do is to meet with them, discuss, see what this person is about, see what exactly they're looking for, making A the best answer. 84. In the midst of estimating tasks for a major upgrade to an existing application, a project manager finds that the development team has different views on the effort required for a particularly challenging feature. What should the project manager do to synchronize these varying estimates? Okay, simple question. You have team members with different views on what an estimate should be. What do you do? Suggest implementing a quick prototype to better gauge the necessary effort. Allow the team additional time to research and independently reassess their estimates. Okay, request each team member to detail their estimation process and foster a group consensus. All right. Assign the task estimation to the most experienced developer to set a standard. Okay, let's see the best answer here. You got team members, can't agree on an estimate. What do we do? Best answer here is to bring them together. So in this one here, let them detail their estimation process together. We want to and foster group consensus. Maybe they don't understand how they're coming up with their estimates. Maybe Bob doesn't understand how Tom is getting his estimate. Maybe Jane doesn't understand how Bob is doing his estimates either. This will be the best answer here. Now, suggest a quick prototype. I'm not sure I think a prototype is going a little far. Before we do that, the best thing here is to let the team work together. Allow the team additional time to research and independently. The best thing here we don't want them to do it independently. We want them to do it together. Foster group consensus. Let the team work together. C is definitely better than B. Assign the task estimation to the most experienced. Never give away the work. Just don't say, okay, you do it all and let the team. In this way, this is kind of like a force-in conflict solution. In this one, you're saying, okay, you do it all and the rest of you guys just depend on that person. In other words, you're eliminating the rest of the team. 85. During the rollout of a new e-commerce platform, an agile project manager observes a trend of customers gravitating towards a competitor's site, which recently introduced a highly user-friendly checkout process. What is the first action the project managers should do? Engage in a detailed discussion with the product owner about any recent customer feedback or shifts in market trend. Intensify the development effort on refining the existing features to make them more competitive. All right. Pause the introduction of additional features to prioritize a complete overhaul. Add a new user-friendly checkout process. This one here, work with the mindset. All right. If you are working on a project, especially as the question points out, an agile project, and you see something that should be added to the application, what do? Well, go to the product owner, work with the product owner, let them know about customer feedback, saying that, hey, there's some checkout, maybe the product owner already knows, and only the product owner can put it into the product backlog. You should never add something to an agile project unless you're the product owner. Never just pause either. Never stop a project just like that unless you're going to kill someone, unless you're breaking the law, unless it's against a regulation. Intensify the development efforts on refining the existing feature to make it more competitive. That's not something you can do. That goes back to the product owner once again. 86. In the process of initiating an advanced analytical platform to enhance data-driven decision-making across its various functions, an organization is integrating a solution that is new to its technological landscape. What should the project manager emphasize? Evaluation of the platform's capability with legacy data systems and user adaptability. Okay. Precise needs analysis within the key business sectors to ensure the platform meets specific objectives. Okay. Broad consultation on future-proofing the platform against evolving data analytical analysis technologies. All right. Streamlining cross-functional workflows to minimize disruption during the platform. Now, this question, my team made it, and the wording is complex. Like I read it, I had to read it 2 times to see what it wants. If you read it carefully, it's actually pretty easy. All right. I found this question after reading it 3 times. I'm like, obviously that's the answer. But the wording, the big wording, it just gets you. You just got to read it a few times. Maybe you did that too, but let me show you the answer and I'll show you why it's an easy question. So first of all, it's in initiating. The project is just getting started. What is something you're going to emphasize in initiating? It's collecting those requirements. It's making sure that the project meets its objective. It's making sure that the scope is actually something that should get done in this industry. Remember, in the process of initiating, you're proving you're doing the business case. That's one of the inputs to the project charter. So that's what this is. Notice this one here, precise needs analysis. This is important. What you're doing with precise needs analysis is you are making sure that, hey, this project will meet the sector that it's being built for. Now, here's where the other ones are wrong. Streamlining cross-functional workflows. I like that, but I'm going to put an X on it for a reason. Broadcast future-proofing. I like that. I'm going to put an X on it. Evaluation of the platform. I like that, but I'm going to put an X on it. All of these are good to do during initiating, but B actually includes A, C, and D. When you're basically doing B, you're basically doing everything else. One of the things you want to do on this exam is if you come to a question and it looks like the answers are very specific, very, very specific, and you can't determine that A, C, and D are specific to that platform or analytical thing that they're doing. Go with a broader answer. Remember, a broad question should get a broad answer. A specific question gets a specific answer. 87. During the second sprint of a software development project, it's observed that one team member frequently dictates Scrum meetings, leading to diminished input from other team members and hinder progress on tasks. The team members' dynamics are affected, and there's a growing concern over the project's collaborative environment. What should you do? Implement anonymous feedback system to collect opinions. Okay. Reassign the dominating team member to tasks that requires less collaboration. All right. Shift to written daily updates to reduce the opportunity for any single person to dominate discussions. Okay. Arrange a private conversation with the dominating team member to discuss their conduct's impact on the team dynamics. All right, this here, it's a complex one. If you don't know the mindset, if you do, it's not that difficult. Expect a question on the exam like this, where you're going to get somebody is doing something bad on a project. Generally, it's an individual problem. And when there's an individual problem on a project, your best thing to do is to deal with that individual individually. A couple of things you shouldn't do. Don't fire them. Don't remove them. The reason is because this person may not know. They may feel like they're doing something great. Listen, I've been in meetings when I dominated it to them and I thought I was really helping them. And then the boss came to me later and says, Andrew, don't ever do that again because you were making people upset. You weren't giving people the time to talk. And I didn't realize it because I was excited. You know, when you get excited, you really want to put out your opinion there. So meet with that person. The person may not be a bad person. They just may not realize it. So let's meet with them one-on-one. We don't need a feedback. You can already see it. So that's not going to help. Shift to written. Don't move away. Anytime you have an issue, don't go around the issue. In this one, you're just saying, okay, so what are you going to do? Never have meetings again? Don't go around the issue. Go straight to the issue. Solve the issue. Remember this on your exam. Does this choice hit the issue, or is it going around the issue? In C, we're going around that issue. By the way, if you're enjoying this video and you're learning a lot, give the video a like, subscribe to the channel for more content just like this. I know I hate asking all the time, but it just helps us out a lot. YouTube does not prioritize our video if you guys don't click that like button. So please click that like button. During a critical phase of a technology implementation project, extensive and unforeseen changes to the scope have led to significant delays. All right. These potential changes, alterations were flagged in the initial risk assessment. Okay. Concerned about the implications of the project's progress, the team requests an extension from the stakeholders. All right. Reasonable to ask. What should you do next? Keyword. Conduct a thorough reevaluation of the timeline with input from all stakeholders. Okay. Ensure every scope change has been properly logged and its impact assessed. Okay. Finish the project schedule extend the project schedule as needed to finish the scope. Engage directly with key stakeholders to renegotiate project deliverables and timeline. This is a tricky question. All right, I'm giving you guys that heads up. Tricky. You have to read it very carefully. What answer did you guys get? Answer is B, not A. So first of all, let's eliminate the bad ones. The bad one is you just can't extend the schedule like that. All right, you would need to go through a whole change request process. Engage directly is to renegotiate the deliverables. They don't want to renegotiate. The best thing here is to face the problem. Not just get rid of the problem, redo it all. Now comes A and B. This was a tricky question. So my team member wrote this one, and I almost got it wrong because I wasn't reading fast enough. The mindset tells us if somebody wants to change, assess the thing before making a change, which is what B is. But it says what to do first, what to do next. Before you do that, before you assess the timeline, you better make sure that all those changes were logged, that all the scope changes are there. Because imagine you go and you do A and you forgot to log one of the changes that was there. Now, if you're wondering where do we put this should have been in some kind of change log or issue log or something. So before you do A, do B. This is a common thing on this exam. When you work on this, when you do this test, you got to be careful. Anytime you see what to do first, what do you do next? Remember, put this in order. Say this to yourself before you move on. Out of those four choices, am I doing that first or that first? Should you, and that's what we're doing here. Do you review all the changes to the scope are documented and then assess the impact on the timeline? Or do you just assess the impact on the timeline without checking if all the scopes changes has been documented? That's how you look at this. 89. As a project manager overseeing a pivotal update to a client software system, you notice a significant lack of engagement from the client side during critical sprint review sessions. Despite this, your team has successfully developed a working prototype that's ready for evaluation. What is the first thing the project manager should do? Send a detailed progress report via email to the client, highlighting the prototype's completion and next steps. Deploy the prototype to the client to gather their feedback. Okay. Schedule a comprehensive review session with the project's technical lead to refine the prototype before client's presentation. Organize a sprint review to actively review the prototype, encouraging their inputs and adjustments. Now, this question, not too difficult. So it seems like there's kind of like a lack of engagement. Maybe what the client is seeing is not what they want. The best thing here to do is to do a sprint review. The only time, I don't want to say the only time, But the main time that a client comes in and gives us feedback on the product is during those sprint reviews. You don't want to just send out an email. It's not just about an email about what we did. We need their input. The point of prototypes is to get input. You just can't deploy the prototype and wait for their feedback. They might not know it exists, or they might not use it. The best thing to do is to demonstrate that. Now, this one here, comprehensive review, notice the project's technical lead. Prototypes are meant to be given to customers, not just to the technical leads. You want to get prototypes into the hand of the customers. Demonstration, product usage, making D the best answer. And the last question, I know I hate to ask again, but can you click that like button, subscribe to the channel? I know, it's annoying. In the midst of a project's life cycle, a project manager identifies that essential feedback from a vital operational division has been consistently omitted in the planning and execution phases. This negligence has led to widespread dissatisfaction concerning how project outcomes align with operational workflow of this division. What should the project manager do first? Now, we just did a question like this where we talked about what you do first. So let's take a look at this. Change the scope to include the overlooked operational insight. Conduct a comprehensive review of the project's adherence to the organizational policies. Adherence to the organizational policies. Review the communication management plan to understand the current communication channel. Craft a reactive plan to integrate unforeseen operational needs into the project's trajectory. This is not an easy question. It sounds like an easy question. Now, before I give you the answer, I want to point out something. You notice that essential feedback has been consistently omitted. There's a problem there. There's negligence in the flow of some kind of communications, right? This has led to problems. What should you do first? Well, the first thing you want to do is to understand why that problem exists. First of all, a couple of things here we can eliminate. You can't just change the scope like that. It's not you. If it's agile, the scope belongs to the product owner. If it's traditional, it needs to go through a change request. So let's get rid of it. A reactive plan, don't fix a problem yet. Understand the problem before fixing the problem. Get rid of D. C, a comprehensive review of the product. This is the organizational policies. The real problem here is that the feedback was omitted. Get to the root cause of the problem. Okay, so it's not just the organizational policy. It's that there's something wrong in the way communications is getting done. The best thing here we can do is to review that communication management plan. Review that plan. See what's going on. Why was there a disconnect on the plan itself? We can see the correct. All right, question 91. In the midst of deploying a major IT infrastructure update, a project manager identifies a significant knowledge gap within the team. Primary amount recently onboarded staff. With the project's tight deadline and budget fully allocated, external training options are not feasible. What 2 actions should the project manager take next? Now, you notice this is a choose 2. And I want to point out to you that on your exam, you're going to have these multi-choice questions where you have to select 2 or 3 of those choices. So keep that in mind. I think this is the first one I'm giving you in this series, but keep that in mind. You will see 4 or 5 of these types of questions on your full test. All right, so let's go through the choices here. Assess specific areas where the new staff members lack expertise. Consider reallocating critical tasks to more experienced team members until further notice. Propose a brief project pause to reallocate budget funds towards emergency training. Establish a mentorship pairing between the new staff and seasoned professionals for on-the-job training. Suggest that new staff independently seek out online resources to bridge their knowledge gaps at their own cost. Now, if you applied in the mindset, this question is not too difficult. Notice that you have this take next, right? So what are you going to be doing next? Well, the next thing you should really be doing is knowing, okay, in what specific areas are they lacking any kind of training? Like what specific areas are they lacking knowledge in? You shouldn't just go and start doing training until you understand that. So hopefully you guys got that. The next good answer here was, let's put some kind of mentorship, and you got to initiate this. You have to be proactive. You should not tell the team that they should just go and figure it out themselves. That's what E does. That's why that's wrong. You shouldn't say, okay, you guys go and find your own thing, and especially at their own cost. On this exam, don't be negative. If a choice seems negative, it's probably not the right answer. Consider reallocating critical tasks. What you're doing here is you're overworking people. If you have a choice that seems like you're overworking people, probably not the right answer. Never pause your project. The only time you should ever shut a project down is if you're doing something that's against the law or unethical. For example, you're breaking some kind of regulations, then it's a good time to stop the project. Maybe there's a safety regulations that you're not meeting, then it's a good time to stop the project. But when it comes to things like this, you probably don't stop the project, making A and D the best answers. Question 92. While working on an innovative web platform, a project manager receives a request from a critical stakeholder for the inclusion of several unforeseen functionalities within the current agile development cycle. What should the project manager do? Advise the stakeholder to present their suggestion following the review of the present cycle. Recommend assessing the viability of these functionalities. Add the subsequent team planning meeting. Swiftly revise the project's development agenda to compress the requested functionalities. Have the product owner to engage with stakeholders concerning the incorporation of their request into the ongoing project. Now, I know I said these are going to be complex questions, but if you understand agile practices, it's rather easy. If you don't, this is a pretty complex question. So what happens when somebody requests some kind of function on an agile project? What do you do? Well, the best thing here you do is to have them meet with the product owner. Remember something, only the product owner can add functions to a project, not a project manager. You don't have that capability. That's the role of the product owner, not the team, the product owner. Never just say, advise the stakeholder to present to the next cycle. No, have them meet with the product owner. Look at this. Recommend assessing the viability of function in the next team plan meeting. The team doesn't determine functionalities. The product owner does. You should not swiftly incorporate it. That is not your job. 93. As the deadline for a critical project approaches, the project manager notices a decrease in team enthusiasm. With several members consistently arriving late to the office, the project manager notices the team is not focused and dedicated. What should you do? Coordinate with human resources to discuss potential post-project opportunities for team members. Okay, maybe that'll motivate them. Conduct motivational workshop to re-energize the team and reinforce the importance of their contributions. All right. Sounds good too. Initiate a peer recognition program to highlight individual contributions and foster team spirits. All right, that's good too. Enforce a strict attendance policy to curb latencies and improve discipline within the team. I'm going to eliminate this one right off the bat. The reason is because, again, on this, the mindset is going to tell us never be negative. If you're coming after someone and yelling at them and disciplining them and reporting them and firing them, it's never the answer. Unless the question says what not to do. Well, in this one here, what are we going to do? So we got 3 good answers. We could try to motivate him by discussing some kind of meeting with the PMO or the HR to make sure they have more opportunities afterwards. Maybe that motivate them. Maybe we should try motivating them, or a peer recognition. What did you guys get? Best answer here is what you should do as a project manager is you should be keeping your team motivated. Correct. You should keep your team motivated. Don't just tell the team. You see, what you're doing here in A is like you're giving away the motivation to the HR department. C, you're having them individually try to motivate each other by a peer recognition program. The best thing here you should do is try to do B first, I would do. See if this works. Meet with your team. Why are they feeling bad? What can I do? What's going on, guys? Remember, confront the problem is the key on this exam. All right, I know I said hard questions. This one is actually easy. During the development of a new healthcare system, the project manager requests that the product owner prioritize features that will significantly enhance patient data processing efficiently. What tool should a product owner use? Scope statement, sprint backlog, product backlog, WBS. Best answer here is the product backlog. The product backlog stores all of the features for an agile development project. How did I know that this was an agile project even if it didn't say it? Notice it says the product owner. The WBS and the scope statements are used in traditional projects for a full project management plan. The sprint backlog contains things that will get done in the next sprint. It doesn't have all the features that's going to be on the agile project, and the product owner doesn't add to the sprint backlog. Only the team does. Now, on your exam, expect where you're going to get some similar questions like this, where a few of them are super easy. You read it, you just pass it right away. But then, of course, you're going to get hard questions. Like this one. During the final stages of a significant infrastructure project, it was discovered that comprehensive reports on critical structural assessments performed by a key engineer who has since departed the company were not documented or shared with the team. To mitigate such risk in the future, what should have been implemented by the project manager during the project lifecycle? All right, so now we're looking back. All right, and this question, I'm telling you guys, is not easy. Have the team initiate a cross-training program, enabling team members to understand and perform each other's roles during absence. Okay. Organize monthly knowledge exchange sessions where engineer could discuss challenges and solutions, ensuring collective awareness of project details. Okay. Engage external consultants to oversee all critical testing phases, ensuring an unbiased review on documentation of finding. All right. Establish an integrated project management information system to share information. This question is not easy. Most people, when I did this with my classes, got this one wrong. So let's see what you guys got. Now, this type of question, you have to think long-term. Like, what long-term from the beginning? Not something you could have fixed it. They're not asking you to fix the problem. They're saying, what could you do now to prevent this in the future? All right. That's what they're trying to do. So the best answer here is going to be D. Correct. I'm not sure if you guys got that, but that's the answer. Here's why. There's a few of these we're going to eliminate right off the bat. First of all, let's get rid of B. Monthly knowledge sessions. A month may be too long. Try not to put a timeline on something. That means if somebody quit halfway through the month, all the knowledge between day 1 to day 15 is gone. What if they quit on day 29 and you do the knowledge sessions every 30 days? You kind of lost 29 days worth of knowledge. Not a good idea. We don't want to engage. You don't need to bring people in to start to put all kinds of additional pressure on the team or additional team members. Not a good idea. Let's get rid of those two choices. Now, I really liked it A and D. In A, you have team initiate a cross-training program. That way everybody seems to be doing everybody's work, enabling team members to understand and perform each other's role. But what if I know cross-training is good, but what if it's an engineering job? What if engineers need certain kind of licenses? There's a reason we put engineers in there. That may not work at all. But you know what's going to definitely work? D. If you have an information system that shares information, something that's done throughout the project, then this, if you notice, if you have a system that was consistently sharing information, this would have solved the problem of this guy leaving, and anybody can leave at any point because the information is all there, making D better than A. 96. As a project manager initiates a project with a fully remote team, ensuring effective communication becomes a challenge. What is the best approach for the project manager to maintain consistent information flow within the team? Suggest the creation of a monthly detailed project updates for comprehensive overview. All right. Establish structured online communication platform for frequent and organized team interactions. All right. Recommend open forum for team members to post daily updates. Okay. Organize bi-weekly email blasts to summarize project progress and incoming tasks. I like this question. This question has a very important lesson to learn. The best answer here is going to be B. Now, I want to point out something. When you get a vague question, you can't generally answer it with a very specific answer. For example, if I say, what's the best color shirt to wear? And your answer is you should wear blue. Well, that's my answer too. Let's all wear blue. I wear blue every day. But not everybody likes blue. The best color shirt to wear is whatever makes the stakeholder happy and successful. Notice, it's a vague question with a vague answer. Notice, this particular question is like, well, what can we do to ensure effective communication? Is it an email? Is it an open forum? Or is it some monthly detail reports? Notice how A, C, and D are very particular things. Versus B, it's, well, obviously they're online. Let's get some kind of platform for, we're not doing a monthly. We're not doing a daily. We're not doing a weekly. We're just saying frequent. This is more generic than the others. That's what we want. Remember, a generic question should get a pretty generic answer. You can't just give a specific question if you don't have all the details. This question doesn't give much detail. It's a very open-ended question. Should get an open-ended answer. Got it? Hopefully that makes sense. So this question, I don't think was difficult, but it taught a very important lesson that when you go through your exam, keep this thought in mind as you go through it. By the way, if you find this tip helpful and it's going to help you on your test, give the video a like, subscribe to the channel. 97. As a complex project draws to a close, the project manager realizes that several risks initially assessed as low probability and impact evolved into significant issues, catching the project team off guard. All right, this is a common thing, by the way, in real life. What proactive step? Notice proactive. Should the project manager have taken? Implement a weekly risk review session with the project's core team to identify any changes in the risk landscape. All right. Institute a monthly risk tracking system to monitor the project risk status continuously. Okay. Mandate a zero policy of tolerance for all risks, ensuring every potential risk was addressed immediately upon identification. I don't know about that one. Zero tolerance. That might be tough. Undertaken continuous assessment and prioritization of risk throughout the project lifecycle. So we just did that question, generic type of question where you got this generic question and the best answer was a generic answer. What do you think this one is? Well, it's the same type of question I put here because if there's one thing we got to learn is in the course, I taught you guys, risk is something that's continuous. It's something you do all the time, not something you do some of the time. Risk, you consistently assess risk. Remember, risk changes 365, 24/7, 365. All right? Risk changes all the time. Every day there's a new risk. Every day certain risk changes. So you should be assessing risk on a continuous basis, not necessarily on a weekly or monthly basis. Maybe you should be doing it on an hourly basis. Maybe every minute you should be doing it. But we don't have a choice like that, or do we? Well, continuous assessment. This ensures that the project determines what's best for them. Every project may assess risk at different times. So we don't want to just go in there and choose something so specific. A zero policy probably will not be implemented. But when it comes to risk assessment, you should make sure that you consistently assess risks. Because when you start a project, a risk that seems it's not that important, or a risk that seems like it's not going to really impact you, can change over time. Let's keep that in mind. 98. In a project designated to deploy new technologies across several departments, a project manager notices a shift in stakeholder satisfaction levels. Despite the project adhering to its timeline and deliverables being met, feedback indicates a perception of diminishing returns in terms of value from the recent project increments. So this is a long question, as you can see. Notice They're pushing things out. They're on time. But the perception is, hey, not great. Stakeholders are just not seeing the value much anymore. What approach should the project manager take to address these concerns? Clarify to the stakeholders that the timeline needs and completed deliverables are the primary indicators of success, assuring them that the project is right on track. All right. Highlight to the stakeholders the inherent fluctuations in value perception due to the varying nature of resources and expected benefits at different project stages. All right. Communicate to stakeholders a common practice to tackle the most value adding elements first, result in a perceived decrease in value as the project progresses. Okay, that's actually true, by the way. In an agile project, as time moves on, you get less valuable things. Analyze the trend in value with the team to identify new underlying issues, devise strategies for consistent value, and transparently relay those plans to stakeholders. Good. What is the best answer here? So notice we want to address the concern. There are two good choices here, and that's going to be either C or D, making D the best answer. Now, why is it not A? Well, you meet in your timeline and you go into them is basically you're forcing it upon them. You're not really doing anything to address the concern. In A, you're basically saying, hey, we're on time and you should like that. That's us being on time. Meeting deliverables means you guys should be happy. B, let them know, okay, it's okay for you guys to be unhappy now. I know it's going to go up and down. Basically, you're not really addressing the concern. And so is C, actually. Because in C, you're basically telling them, well, you know, in agile projects, the first thing you get first is going to be, and everything else is going to be bad after that. That's really, but you're not addressing the core concern. Maybe there's more to this. I'll tell you guys something on this test. Confront the problem, solve the problem. Never kick the can down the road. Never push away the problem. And never say it's not a problem. The question it's telling you it's a problem. Come up with something to solve that problem. I know C is correct, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't identify what the underlying issue is. Notice that's what D is saying. See what's going on here and see if there is an underlying issue. 99. In the initial stages of launching a pioneering software tool aimed at small businesses, the project manager is focused on ensuring the project's quality resonates with its target audience. What approach should the project manager employ to ascend the software tool embodies the highest quality standards? Engage a reputable software development firm to ensure the tool aligns with industry standards. Okay. Recruit a chief quality officer to oversee quality control throughout the development. Establish specific benchmarks, quality benchmarks for the software tool, and continuously seek ways to enhance them. All right. Instruct the lead developer to prioritize refining the software platform and user experience. Now, in this one here, the best answer is going to be C. There's a couple of things. So you're building a software that you want to have good quality. Couple of things. We don't know what A is about. Engage a reputable software firm. I'm not because a firm is reputable doesn't mean that it actually is going to produce quality software, right? Some big software firms produce pretty crappy software. Think of Microsoft. To ensure it aligns with industry standards, the best way to know industry standards is to do benchmarks. Benchmarking is a tool we use in Agile, it's a tool we use in traditional projects to understand what are industry standards and how to meet them. If you meet a benchmark, generally you're going to produce good quality products. You should not be hiring a quality officer. That is your job. The lead to prioritize, this is something that the product owner should do or something that more the project manager or the project sponsor is going to do. Last question, guys. Question 100. In the progression of an extensive software development project, a pivotal client proposes the introduction of a new cloud-based technology mid-project, significantly deviating from the initial technology stack outline. The suggestion aligns with the client's ongoing digital transformation efforts. What should the project manager do next? Analyze the proposed change for strategic alignment and potential impact on business outcome. Okay. Notify the projects that did about the client shift towards digital transformation. All right. Implement the change to the timeline and budget, integrating new technology. Okay. Evaluate the team's current capabilities against the demand introduced by the new technology. The best thing here you're going to do, if a stakeholder comes to you with a change, any kind of change on this project. Now, we're not saying that this is some kind of agile project here, so we're not sure if it is. But if they come to you with some kind of a change, the best thing you can do is to assess that change. Just don't go and implement the change. Don't go to the steering committee if you don't understand the changes. And that brought the two good answer. Either it was A or D. If you got one of those two, don't feel bad if you got D. But you know what? Here's why you should have gone with A. Before you assess the team capabilities against the change, see if the change really is. The stakeholder comes and says, hey, notice the suggestion aligns with their digital. Well, does it? Maybe you want to do that assessment first, see how it's going to affect the project, see how it's going to affect the outcome of the project. And if you feel, you know what, maybe this is good, maybe there's a line, then maybe you do D. So let's do A, then we do D, making A the best answer. All right, questions 101. During the initiation phase of an environmental conservation project, the project manager learns that a key funding agency requires a preliminary environmental impact assessment before releasing additional funds. Despite the agency history of increasing additional funds following initial assessments, a senior team member suggests full project planning should commence immediately to expedite the process. What should the project manager do? Keyword next. Direct the team's efforts exclusively towards completing the required assessment. Consult the the project's organization guidelines. Proceed with drafting a comprehensive project plan to cover all phases, including post-assessment activities. Align with the senior member's suggestion and initiate detailed planning for subsequent project stages. Now, this question I found difficult. This was a pretty difficult question. But remember, what you're doing next is not just taking an action, but is assessing, looking around, reviewing something, making sure that the next action you take is a good action. So assess, review, see what's right to take, and then take an actual action. Answer here is going to be understanding what the organization wants. This is a complex thing because the team member is telling you, hey, we should start planning right away and really don't wait for the assessment to come back. But is that what the company actually wants? So it's not a question you can answer right off the bat. The best thing to do is to make sure that you have the right guidance from the company. Now, a couple of things. Never shut people down. In this one here, you're telling them, hey, I don't care what you're saying, do that. If a choice seems negative, it's probably not the answer. In this one, it's like you're disregarding what they said and you just point in the direction. If a team member gives you some advice, try to follow up on that advice. I'm not saying to follow it, I'm saying to follow up on it. In other words, see if that's the right advice. Draft a comprehensive plan. No, wait. See what the guidelines are, then do that. And definitely don't just implement what the team member wants without seeing if the guidelines or if that's how the company should be doing it. 102. Towards the end of a large-scale infrastructure development project, the project manager detects a slowdown in progress with significant number of tasks pending in the project's quality assurance stage. The project is managed using a combination of traditional and agile methodologies. What should you do next? Initiate an intensive quality assurance session for the project team. All right. Bring in an external consultant with expertise in quality assurance. All right. Facilitate a problem-solving session to tackle the quality assurance bottleneck with the team. Allocate additional time specifically for quality assurance tasks in the project schedule. All right. Best answer here. If you went through the mindset, you know this one is not too difficult because the answer here is going to be, hey, work with the team. Anytime you face a problem on a project, go to the experts to help you. In this particular one, there is some kind of issue going on here. You detect a slowdown in progress. You got to understand what's causing that. There's a big number of tasks pending in the quality assurance stage. The best thing here to do is to have the team help you to solve this problem. Notice A is not correct at all because it's intensive quality assurance training session. Before we do that, let's meet with the team to see what's actually going on. So let's do this. Maybe we can do C. Maybe if needed, we do A. You don't need to bring in a consultant. Meet with the team. See if the team can solve it first. Maybe then you do B. No, don't allocate additional time. Meet with the team and see if they can fix it before doing that. So remember, what are you doing next? Anytime you get questions of what you should do next, remember, it's basically putting them in order. Like we should do this, then do this. Meet with the team first and then see what actions it's best to take next. Number 3. During an ongoing urban development traditional project, the project manager is informed that a stakeholder directly approached a team member with a request for additional feature, which led to the team member being distracted from their primary task, affecting the project's progress. What should the project manager do? Now, I want to point out that they particularly stated that this is a traditional project, all right? So you got to understand how to handle scope changes or feature changes on a project. Address the stakeholders' requests and its impacts on the team productivity in the next project status meeting. B, report the issue to senior management, highlighting the stakeholders' bypass of formal request channels and its effect. Instruct the team member to direct the stakeholder to submit all future requests through the project manager for proper evaluation and documentation. All right. Encourage the stakeholder to participate in the project schedule review sessions to ensure their input is captured in a structured manner. Best answer here, remember, it's a traditional project, is going to be tell them, hey, send the stakeholder to me. When you're managing a traditional project, it is important to follow the change management process, which generally means people bring their changes to the project manager, and the project manager will assess the change and see if the change is approved or not. That's the best thing you can do. So you can go to the team member and instruct them, hey, if a stakeholder is doing this, tell them to come to me, not to you. Notice A, which at the beginning sounds good, and then its impact on the team. No. What you need to do is you need to, and it shouldn't be the next status meeting, because God knows how long ago that is, when that's going to be from now. So the best thing here to do is to let them know, tell the stakeholders come to me. That way it doesn't affect the team productivity. Never report anyone. On this test, you're probably going to get choices. Quite a few questions are going to have choices. Report this guy to senior management. Report this guy to the sponsor. Report this guy to the project management office. Those are never the answer. Never report anyone. Never try to get people in trouble. Never try to get anyone fired. Encourage to participate in the project schedule. This is not anything to do with the schedule. This is a scope change. Notice they're adding a feature. Question 104. In the early planning stages of a green building project, the project manager faces challenges with limited data available for defining specific activities and estimating their durations accurately. What strategy should the project manager employ? Implement a detailed timeline with key milestones and delivery dates. Okay. Utilize progressive elaboration and flexible planning techniques. Adapt iterative planning with regular evaluations and adjustments. Use detailed estimation method derived from a comprehensive work breakdown structure. Best answer here, guys. Now remember to choose 2. Best answer here is going to be B and C. Correct. Here's why. Because notice, so you can't do the estimation because you have limited data for defining specific limited data for defining activity means you don't really have a comprehensive WBS. And you can't do a detailed timeline because you're having difficulties estimating things. The best thing here you can do is when you're doing projects that are complex is plan to replan. That's the whole concept of progressive elaboration, in which case as time is progressing, things become more detailed. For example, if I say, let's do a 5-year project, can we really plan the specific duration of an activity that's going to happen in year 5 right now? The whole world can change in year 5. So what we do is we say, you know what? Leave that duration planning until we get closer to year 5. Maybe in year 4 we'll do that. That's the concept of progressive elaboration. And then iterative planning means we're plan to replan. We're going to say, you know what, we're going to plan. We're making a plan right now to replan in 4 years for activities in year 5. We did cover this in the course. Hopefully you got this one right. Question 105. As a project manager overseeing the development of a new line of eco-friendly packaging material, you encounter pushback from certain stakeholders who questions the project's viability due to environmental regulations and market demands uncertainty. What action should the project manager take? Request a meeting with key stakeholders to directly address their concerns and provide detailed explanations. Okay. Continuously evaluate and adjust projects' foundational documents to ensure they reflect current conditions and insights. Craft a comprehensive risk management strategy to identify and mitigate potential issues related to regulations and market response. Align project objectives and broader environmental sustainability goals to ensure comprehensive organizational coherence. Now, you're having a problem with the stakeholders. They are questioning, hey, can we do this project? Is there some kind of environmental regulations? Anytime you have a problem on a project, the best thing here to do, guys, is to address it with those stakeholders. Meet with the stakeholders, understand their main concern, directly address that concern, and solve that problem. Now, continuously evaluate and adjust. I'm not sure what the foundational document here is. We're not even too sure what is it that the stakeholders are so concerned about. Find that out, then maybe come up with a risk management plan or some kind of risk strategy. And depending on what the strategy is, maybe you do D, right? Realign the objectives. Maybe if that's needed, depending on what their concern is. But if you have a stakeholder with issues, if you have stakeholders that has a problem with the way the project is done, the best thing here to do is address those issues with the stakeholder themselves. 106. In leading a complex software development project with team members spread across diverse geographical locations, the project manager seeks strategies to enhance cohesion and ensure project effectiveness. Oh boy, sorry about that. Forgot to put that on there. All right, pause. I don't want to redo this video. Just pause the video right now. Good, you did that. All right, now you're caught up. Ensure project effectiveness. What action should the project manager take? Organize intermediate gathering for collaborative problem solving and team integration exercises. Have members meet in one time zone to ensure everyone can attend. Initiate a buddy system pairing remote team members to foster cross-regional collaboration and knowledge sharing. Utilize a flexible work schedule, allowing team members to choose their work hours. All right, what is the best answer here? So let's take a look at this. All right, you got a team across diverse geographical locations. The best answer, with that in mind, best answer is going to be A. Now, some of these answers are just plain wrong. Notice, have members meet in one time zone. Well, that means not everyone can attend because they don't work in the same time zone. It's across geographical locations. A buddy parent system means that only those two people are going to work together. Flexible work schedule. If you allow them to choose their own work schedule, they might be working more apart than together. So A is not, I don't think A is a great answer, but it is the best of the 4 answer. And this brings me to a point. Remember what this exam is. This exam is not about choosing the correct answer. It's choosing the best of the 4. So sometimes you got to choose the least of the suckiest answer because maybe they all suck. But one of them is going to be the least of those, the least worst answer. And that's the one you go with. 107. As a project manager of a new healthcare software implementation project, you're leading a team that's decided to embrace a hybrid approach, combining elements of both agile and waterfall methodologies. The project's success hinges on your ability to unify the team towards a common goal aimed at the complexities of the healthcare sector. What steps should you take to ensure the team functions effectively as a cohesive unit? Okay, so this is a common thing in real life. All right. Very common thing in real life that you have teams that are combined and they're trying to do a hybrid approach. You got to make sure you unify them. All right. What are we going to do? Schedule a regular one-on-one meeting with team members to tailor communication and task management to the individual preference. Create a conflict resolution protocol that emphasizes empathy and understanding to address disagreements quickly. Designate clear roles and responsibility to each team member to streamline project execution and accountability. Foster a culture of open communication and establish shared norms to guide collaborative efforts. Now, this question is not that easy. I thought this one was pretty difficult because they all sound great. And it's not uncommon on your exam to have where all 4 choices sound right. You got to go with the best one. The easiest way to do this is find a choice that includes them all. Find a choice that that can apply to the entire thing. And that brings me to this choice of D. You see, open communication, shared norms, this here is going to form that collaborative effort because with open communications, this allows everyone to work together. Now, there's a couple of things here why the others are not wrong. Notice, regular one-on-one meetings with team members to tailor communications and to their. If you do this with every single one, it might be very difficult, especially on a hybrid project, because individual and the way communications are done is vastly different between agile and traditional. Protocol emphasizes, I do like this one, but you know what? Open communications, established norms will include B. Designate clear roles to each member. That's also going to be in open communications, making D the best answer. If you have multiple answers, that sounds great. Try to find the one that includes the others. If one includes all those good answers, that means it's probably the right answer. 108. As a project manager overseeing a large-scale renewable energy project, you're confronted with a sudden need to transition your traditionally on-site team to remote work due to environmental regulations and affecting access to the project site. Several members expressed concern about their inexperience with and the potential challenges of maintaining their usual level of productivity and communication in a remote environment. What step should the project manager take to ensure the team remains productive and cohesive while working remotely? A. Arrange for ergonomic home office setups for all members to enhance their work from their home working environment. All right, I like that. You should make them comfortable. Partner with IT to provide customized tech solutions for each team member based on a specific remote home. Okay, probably should do that too. Arrange for a comprehensive training on remote communications and project management to improve team adaptability. Okay. Implement a more flexible project timeline to account for learning curve associated with adapting to remote work. Difficult question. I think each one of these has their correct answer, but one of them really deals with the problem head on. And the problem that they're really dealing with is their productivity. Which one here is, you see, the potential challenges of maintaining. The key thing here is productivity and communication. It's not about their ergonomics or their IT issues or their time, all right? It's how are they going to communicate? So come up with a good training system to manage their communication. In these questions, you have to read carefully. A few words can change an entire question. In fact, one word can change an entire question. Keep that in mind. So read carefully. 109. Facing the challenge of rolling out a critical disaster response application, a project manager leads a multidisciplinary team under tight deadlines. The application needs to be operational in a third of the standard timeline to effectively respond to an ongoing crisis. What action should the project manager take to ensure timely delivery while maintaining essential functionality? Accelerate all phases of the timeline. Streamline communication channel to enhance team efficiency. Focus on team delivering an MVP. Increase working hours to cover more tasks in less time. If you understand the way Agile works, the best thing here you can do is going to be, correct, we want an MVP or a minimum viable product. This is going to allow us to push something to the market very quickly. Notice, needs to be operational in a third of the standard timeline. By utilizing an MVP, an MVP, a minimum viable product, allows you to release something to your users very, very quickly. Now, it's probably not going to have every single feature, but it's going to have the most used features or the most requested. Because remember how if you follow Agile, you build the most valuable features first. So this is going to give them access to it. Accelerating all phases may not be doable. For example, you can't accelerate coding and testing because if you haven't coded anything, there's nothing to test. Streamline communication. Although this will increase efficiency, the best thing is to go with that MVP. Increase never work people overtime. All right. If you ever have a choice on your exam to overwork your employees, that sounds negative. Don't do it. Last question. During the execution phase of a large-scale environmental restoration project, the project manager encounters a debate among team members regarding a necessary extension of timeline due to unforeseen regulatory changes. How should the project manager proceed? Stick to the stakeholder communications plan for systematic engagement and decision-making. Analyze the impact of the timeline expand on the project and consult with the team for guidance. Organize an urgent team meeting to vote on the timeline extension, aiming for a democratic decision. Directly implement the timeline extension, prioritizing regulatory compliance. All right, what is the best answer? So follow your mindset on this one. I taught this one here not too difficult. All right, you have a debate among team members regarding the extension. Assess it. But remember, just don't assess it by yourself. Make sure to consult with the team. Let the team help you assess this. Work with the entire team. Just don't tell them to stick to this in decision making. Address the problems. Organize an urgent meeting to vote on it. Well, before you vote on the extension, assess it before you do that. Directly, just don't do that. Assess it to see how it affects the project and have the team help you. Question 111. Halfway through a software development project, the project manager identifies that an important security feature was omitted. This feature is essential for the software to meet industry security guidelines. The project manager understands that integrating this feature promptly is critical to prevent potential security breaches. What is the most effective course of action the project manager should take next? Schedule an urgent meeting with stakeholders to discuss the implications of incorporating the security feature. Conduct an impact to understand the impact of adding this feature at this stage of the project. Prioritize the security features in the project backlog, ensuring that it addresses the next phase. Seek additional resources to include the security features without altering the current project milestones. Remember, you're doing this here. It says, what should you take next? So you missed a feature. The best thing you're going to be doing next is to see how adding this in is going to affect the current project, because we know we got to add it in, but we got to see, okay, how is this going to affect the project? How much is it going to drive the budget? How much is it going to drive up the schedule before we do anything else? Now, there's a couple of reasons why the rest of these are wrong. First of all, you should have eliminated C. The project manager cannot add to the project backlog and cannot prioritize the project backlog. Urgent to discuss well, we already know that if we don't incorporate it, you don't need A because you already know that there's going to be security breaches. There's no need for A. Seek additional resource, assess it before seeking additional resources, making B the best answer. 112. During a healthcare facility upgrade project, a project manager is informed by a key stakeholder that certain advanced technological features expected by the stakeholders are not visible in the preliminary designs. What should the project manager do to address the stakeholders' concerns? Review the project plan and update the stakeholders. Okay. Confirm with the stakeholders that their expectations will be integrated in the design provision process. Organize a detailed presentation on the current project status and future milestones. Have the team include the design in the project scope. What are we going to be doing? How are we going to address this person's concern? Best answer here, guys, is to review the plan and update the stakeholders. That is correct. So first of all, notice a key stake, certain technological expected are not visible. So it's not visible to them. Is it in the plan? Well, that part I'm not sure about. So go and find out. You're a project manager. Hey, stakeholder comes to you and says, hey, that's not in the plan. But are you sure it's not in the plan? Do you know that? Your next step, how are you going to address this? Your best step here is to review the plan to see if it is or it's not. You can't confirm with them that it'll be integrated unless you check that plan. You shouldn't organize a detail and future milestone to stakeholders. Check the plan first. Just the team can include things like that in a scope. It has to go through a full change process. And if it's a traditional project, it'll go through a change process. If it's an agile project, only the product owner can add it. 113. Following a corporate restructuring, the project manager notices that the newly assembled team is having difficulty adapting to their collective role, with members often preferring to work in isolation rather than as a unified team. This behavior is affecting the synergy and efficiency of project work. What should the project manager do to enhance team dynamics? Organize a workshop to focus on team integration and collaborative problem solving. Implement a flexible work policy to accommodate individual work preference. Establish a regular one-on-one check-in to address any personal concerns affecting teamwork. Initiate a competitive initiative program to encourage collaboration. There's really only two good answers here. You got they're working in silo activities. Basically, they're in isolation. The two good answers here was either A or D. First of all, B was never a good answer because of flexible work. If they're not together at all, some may work sometime or not, you're separating them even more. A one-on-one check-in doesn't address them working together. Now you're just addressing them. It's like you're promoting the one-on-one. Initiate a competitive initiative program. This here is going to make them more competitive, may not put them. The best thing here to do is to bring them together, put them in workshops, and let them start working together. Let them come up with ways to solve problems. 114. In an initiative to manage a software development team spread across multiple continents, a project manager seeks to enhance collaboration and ensure synchronous work dynamics. The team diversity in culture and geography presents a unique challenge in maintaining effective communications and collaboration. What initiative should the project manager prioritize to ensure effective team collaboration? Okay, so once again, you're trying to make this team work together, but now you have them spread across continents. A, introduce a dynamic platform for real-time video conference and interactive sessions. All right. Implement an asynchronous communication tool for delayed but comprehensive exchange. All right. C, arrange for annual physical meetups to foster personal connections. D, develop an internal email newsletter for weekly updates on project progress. So we want the team to work together. You have them in a diverse, you have them across the continent. They're having a problem with effective communications. So how can we increase and make their communications better? The best answer here, guys, is going to be A. If you got A, that is correct. And the reason is because a real-time video conferencing like Zoom will help them to communicate a lot better. A physical meetup is not going to solve this because that's just once a year. And email is more of a push type communication. It's not an interactive communication. Asynchronous is offline, so it's not interactive. You want them effective communications and especially collaboration. When you think collaboration, always think of interactive. You can't be collaborative if me and you are not collaborating if I'm just giving you information. This video is not a collaboration between me and you. I'm not taking from you. You're not taking from me. I'm just giving you information. So you don't want something that's asynchronous. You want something that's more synchronous. Make an A the best answer. 115. In the critical validation stage of a software development project, a third-party component fails to meet the expected performance benchmark. This discrepancy leads to significant concerns about meeting the project timeline. The project manager identifies that the failure is due to the component being developed based on outdated specifications What could have been done to prevent this from happening? Now, you're going to get these questions where you see something that says prevent from happening. That means don't fix the problem right now. It means to fix the problem before it can happen, right? It means to prevent the problem from happening. So be careful when you read the answers. Conduct a comprehensive review of the project requirements and management processes with stakeholders to align expectations and specifications, all right? Initiate a cost-benefit analysis to determine if redesigning the components is financially viable compared to potential project delays, all right? Schedule an urgent meeting with supplier to negotiate expedite delivery terms, all right? Assign a team to develop a workaround for the failed component. The best answer here is going to be A. You notice, so read the question carefully. The failure is due to a component being developed based on outdated specification. Now, that means the specifications were incorrect. B, to determine if redesigning, this is going to fix the current problem. We don't want that. We want to prevent the current problem. Schedule an urgent meeting with the supplier to negotiate expedite. This here might fix the current problem. Assign a team to, you don't want to work around. Workaround means a workaround means something failed and then you're going around it trying to fix it then. All of these doesn't line up with the key word of prevent this problem. Maybe if the question was like, how do you fix this problem? You know, maybe B and A would have probably, B and D would have been a good answer, but they're asking to prevent the problem. So read carefully. 116, a project manager is overseeing a project designed to deliver iterative enhancement to an existing service and has an established prioritized product backlog from the product owner. Good. Despite this, the product owner later voices concern to senior management about the project's direction not aligning with the expectations. What initiative should the project manager have undertaken? All right. So we got a project. The product owner prioritized the product backlog, but they just don't like the direction that they're going in. What should we do? Institute a comprehensive stakeholder engagement plan to ensure all voices are heard and integrated into project planning. Okay. Adapt a more flexible approach to project management methodologies to accommodate changing stakeholders' expectations. All right. Enhance team training on the project's technical and business aspect to ensure deeper understanding of project goals. All right. Organize regular sprint review meetings with the product owner and conduct team retrospective to close the feedback loop. Now, right off the bat, you can tell that this is going to be an agile project. You got the product owner, you got the product backlog. Keep in mind here that the product owner is not sure, like something is not aligning. To ensure that an agile project stays aligned, you should be doing your sprint review meetings. The sprint review meetings is when the product owner, the customer comes in and sees what happened. Then they can give feedback basically at the end of every sprint, which is basically every month or every few weeks, to tell you if it's aligned or it's not aligned. Now, why is the rest not wrong? Well, it's not really into there's nothing in the question that states that there's a problem with the team's technical understanding of this, so that's wrong. A more flexible approach to the method. There's nothing wrong with the methodology. Maybe the methodology is not used right. Institute a comprehensive to ensure all voices are heard. You may never hear all voices on all projects. So the best answer here is to make sure you do those sprint review meetings. By the way, if you guys are enjoying this video, give the video a like. Make sure to subscribe. 117. After a project milestone, a team member voices concerns over the lack of detailed feedback regarding their project contributions. The individual feels that without specific insight, their ability to improve and impact the project positively is limited. What should the project manager consider first? Schedule an all-hands meeting to discuss project performance and individual contributions openly. Establish an online forum for the project team to post accomplishments and receive peer feedback. Introduce a quarterly review system that focuses on project-specific achievements and growth areas. Enhance documentation of individual performance metrics and provide regular personalized feedback session. All right, best answer here, guys. Remember, it's one stakeholder. It's one team member. So what are we going to be doing is we should personalize feedback. First of all, you don't want to do individual contributions and say openly how someone is doing great or not doing great. Or this one, because then it may seem like some people are doing more than others when it may not necessarily be true. You don't want just an online forum. You want to address this directly with the team. Quarterly system may be too long or too short, depending on the project. The best thing here, let people know what those individual metrics are so they know if they're meeting them. And you want regular personalized feedback on this, making D the best answer. 118. During a project review, the client identifies a critical feature in the new software application that was discussed but not implemented. So they knew about it, but we didn't put it in. The project manager verifies that this feature was indeed documented as part of the scope. What should the project manager undertake as a preliminary action? Initiate a brainstorming session with the stakeholder to identify an alternative for the missing feature. Arrange a detailed discussion with the team to understand the oversight and develop corrective action. Commission an external audit to evaluate the project management processes and identify gaps. Recommend the suspension of project delivery timeline to reevaluate all project components comprehensively. Now, this you're going to follow the mindset. So we miss something. If you miss a feature that's critical, that should have been there, they knew they should have gotten it done, but we just didn't get it done, find out why. What happened? Meet with the team and then come up with a way to solve it. That's the best thing we can do. Brainstorming, you don't want to come up with alternative solutions until meeting with the team. Maybe this is something the team can implement right away. You don't need an external audit to identify any gaps in the project. This should have been a throughout answer. Before you do any of that, remember, it's a preliminary, it's a primary action. One of the things you want to do as a primary action is to meet with the team. Have the team help you solve this. Recommend a suspension, never stop your project. The only time you would ever probably stop a project is if you're breaking the law or someone may die or some kind of safety issue. But never stop a project like that. 119. Upon discovering a significant quality issue with a key supplier's deliverables, the project manager needs to address the problem to maintain project standards. What should be the project manager's initial action? Schedule an urgent project team meeting to brainstorm potential solutions to the quality issue. Request an immediate, comprehensive quality audits on all supplier deliverables to identify the scope of the problem. All right. Refer to the project's risk register for predetermined mitigation actions. D. Draft an urgent communication to the supplier demanding an explanation of proposed rectification plan. Okay, so what is going to be your initial action, which is basically going to be what's your first action? And this question was tricky because the answer here is actually C. Not sure if you got this one. So what this is doing is this is testing your ability to understand, okay, so we have an issue now, but before something becomes an issue, it should have been a risk. So when you are identifying your risks in the planning process, you should have had a risk that says deliverable or product not meeting quality requirements from suppliers. Now, the actions you take should have been stored in the risk register, which is what this is. So you should have had this thing down as a risk, and if the risk does materialize, then you should have looked at the risk register to tell you the mitigation strategy for it. That's why this is the best answer here. An urgent team meeting, although I like A, I like B. First of all, D is never do anything like demanding an explanation. You never want to be negative, so I would have eliminated that. A and B are good actions, but you want to do C first. Then maybe do A and B. So if you got A and B, keep in mind that C should have just came first. It's that initial action. Last question, guys. 120. After an unscheduled discussion, a project team member advises the client about potential project delays due to frequent changes in requirements. What proactive steps should the project manager take to manage project communications more effectively? Emphasize to the project team the importance of routing all communications to the project manager to ensure consistency and accuracy. Conduct a workshop with the team to underscore the significance of adhering to the project's communication guideline. Schedule a meeting with the client to directly address their concern and clarify any misunderstanding about the project timeline. Require all significant project updates and communication conveyed through formal channels to maintain documentation and clarity. I thought this question was very, very difficult. The answer here, guys, is going to be D. There's nothing here that says it's an agile project. Unscheduled discussions is probably not something you want to do, especially on those traditional projects. You want to make sure that you have formal channels. All communication should be documented, should be maintained, and should go through the project communication channels. Follow your communication management plan, in other words. Emphasize to the team the importance of not all communication. Be careful of this word all. Anytime you see that in a choice, it means everything goes through the PM. No. A workshop, you never underscore anyone. Schedule a meeting with the client to address, well, this is just this one time. What solution can you take to ensure this never happens again? Making D the best answer. Practice question 121. During the execution phase, conflicts have arisen between two team members, negatively impacting their work output. Despite the project manager's effort to encourage open communication to resolve the disagreements, there has been no improvement. By the way, this is a common thing in real life. What action should the PM consider as the next step to resolve the conflict? Implement a strategy to delegate separate tasks to team members, reducing direct interaction. Arrange for a third-party mediator to facilitate a solution between the two members. Have the team members keep working on the issues to solve the problem. Address the conflict by making a decision that best serves the project objectives, even if it's unilateral. Now, this kind of question is common on the exam, and this is a tough question because there's really two good answers. Let's see what you got. The best answer here is going to be D. Now, let's go through this because there's really two good answers. Let's eliminate the guarantee. Where's that mouse? Let's eliminate the guarantee bad ones. All right, my pad isn't working in this video. So let's take a look at this. Which one here is the bad one? Well, first of all, C. Get rid of C because in C, in that one, you're doing nothing. In other words, if the question is basically take no action, in other words, let them figure it out themselves, it's never an answer. Unless the question says what not to do. As a project manager, be proactive, help things, just don't do nothing. The next one here you're going to eliminate is implement, don't separate them. Separating the task is kind of like pushing the conflict aside. It's a way of like smoothing out the conflicts where you're saying, hey, don't worry about it. In other words, you're separating them, but you're not addressing the conflict. Now comes two that actually may solve the conflict. Arrange for a third-party mediator or address the conflict. Now, the best answer here, when there is a big conflict management happening on the project that team members cannot resolve, sometimes it's best for the project manager to make a step and take the options that's best for the project objectives. You guys got to remember something. It's important to solve problems to the benefit of the project objectives, not just to the benefit of Bob or Mary. It's all about satisfying the objectives of the project to meet stakeholder needs. Now, the other one here is just to get a third party to resolve the third-party mediator. In this one, you are taking a proactive step to solve the problem. 122. A team member has been reporting no progress on a critical task for several days during the daily stand-up meetings, causing a potential delay in the project timeline. This task is critical for the next phase of the project. What should the PM do to facilitate progress? Organize a brainstorming session with the team to find an alternative solution to complete the task. Initiate a risk assessment meeting to evaluate the impact of the delay. Schedule a one-on-one meeting with a team member to identify any obstacles. Encourage a team member to provide detailed reports. Okay, I do want to point out here that this is a problem with a particular team member. And if you have a problem with a member, the best thing here to do is to meet with that person. It's not the entire team, so you don't need to involve the entire team. This thing here, if it's one person, you don't want to bring the whole team in. Meet with that person, talk to that person. Now, D does say encourage the team member to provide, but before you do that, what you want to do is you want to schedule a meeting and see what's going on. Before you say, hey, go do this, see what's going on. So you would want to do C first. 123. For an upcoming critical initiative, a project manager must engage a vendor notorious for not meeting deadlines, yet uniquely skilled for the project requirements. What approach should the project manager consider during project planning? Initiate a collaborative effort with the vendor to streamline workflow and reduce potential delays. Develop a contingency plan that involves parallel work streams with similar expertise. Set penalty clause for delays in the vendor agreement. Propose a performance-based payment schedule to motivate timely deliveries without extra costs. All right, what should we do? Now, this one actually has a few good answers. There's a few of them that are bad, but there's a few good answers here. Best answer here, guys, is going to be A. That is correct if you got it. Now, one of them that you don't want to just penalize people like that. Although penalty clauses are set in contracts, you don't want to just do that without seeing it unless there was no other option. So let's eliminate that. Develop a contingency plan that involves parallel work. Before you do that, work with the vendor. All right. You want to work with the vendor to see why are they notorious late? How are they going to solve this? And what can we do to reduce potential delay? Just don't come up with other work that we can do. Although I like D, I think there was one bad answer was C. You should throw that out. Two good answers was A and D. So D was this propose a performance payment. This has given them an incentive. Before you do that, though, work with the vendor, and then maybe D would have been an option. So let's go A, then D. 124. Upon discovering a critical design issue in a software project, stakeholders are uncertain about proceeding with the implementation as planned. What is the most effective step for the project manager to take to address the concerns? Recommend a comprehensive overhaul of the design. Update the project quality assurance procedures to encompass this new discovery. Initiate a thorough risk evaluation to assess the flaws in potential impacts on the project deliverables. Propose the introduction of additional project phases to rectify the identified design issue. Now, I want to point out this is something that's common. They're not certain. They're not with the implementation. But what are you going to do? Well, they said they're not certain. Before you do anything else, what we should do is go in and do an assessment, right? Thorough risk evaluation about any potential flaws that are out there. You shouldn't recommend the overhaul. You shouldn't do this as one of the first steps. You shouldn't recommend a comprehensive overhaul of the entire design if you really don't know what's going on there. You shouldn't update anything unless you understand what's happening here. Notice they're uncertain. Generally, when something is uncertain, remember, something that's uncertain is a risk. Something that has happened is an issue. So now this one here, propose additional phases. Before you do that, evaluate for the potential impacts on these potential risks. When it comes to managing risk, keep in mind, before you determine an action to a risk, identify that risk and assess its impact on the project, then come up with the solutions. Remember those 3 steps. Identify the risk, assess the risk, identify potential mitigation strategies. 125. At the onset of a new phase in a complex project, after a successful kickoff meeting at the client site, a team member requests to transfer to another project due to discomfort with a colleague's behavior during their first face-to-face interaction. What are the most suitable actions for the project manager to consider? Now, we got 5 options. Let's choose 2. Organize a conflict resolution meeting to address and potentially resolve the interpersonal issues between the team members. Propose an immediate team restructuring to the human resources department to separate the conflict. Emphasize the project's commitment to a respectful and inclusive workplace by reiterating the diversity and inclusion guidelines. Seek guidance from the PMO to determine the best course of action. Suggest a temporary team reassignment for both individuals to assess the impact on the project dynamics. All right. What did you get? This one here, if you understand the mindset, if you know how to handle people that's best for the project, I don't think this question was very difficult, although it did have a few good options. Best answer here, choose 2, was going to be A and C. Why? Because first of all, we want to come up with a conflict resolution meeting. This one you guys should have all got. If there's a problem between team members, bring them together and let's solve the problem. That's confronting the problem. You shouldn't restructure the thing just right off the bat. This might affect the entire team dynamics. Never go to the PMO unless it's something out of your hands. When it comes to team conflicts, that is something within the control of the PM that you should solve. Don't just fire people. If you ever get a question about firing someone, it's never the answer. All right, if you don't get rid of people, try to manage people, try to understand the problem and solve the problem. So what we want to do, bring them together. We want to solve that problem, and then we want to make sure that we build a project team that's inclusive and diverse and follows good guidelines. All right, guys. Hopefully you guys are learning. If you guys are enjoying this video, can you give the video a like, subscribe to the channel for more content just like this. Practice question 126. In a hybrid project environment, stakeholders are experiencing challenges in assessing the most recent version of the project schedule in the project's online document management system. What proactive measures should the project manager take? Implement an iterative tutorial with the document management system to guide stakeholders through the navigation. All right. B, ensure all stakeholders are trained on how to use the document management system and know the location of critical documents. Okay. Developed a feedback mechanism within the document management system for stakeholders to report accessibility issues. All right. Create a dedicated helpline for stakeholders to call in and receive guidance on accessing the project documents. Now, I want to point out here that this question uses a very important term. It's not what do you do next? It's what proactive measure. Be careful with these here. You see, when it says what to do next, it means you're addressing the current conflict. In this question, we're not addressing the current conflict. We are preventing the current conflict. So you don't want to do something right now to solve the problem. You want to do something to prevent the problem, make sure the problem never happened. Now, what can we do? Best answer here is going to be B. Part of the exam content outline for your current PMP exam talks about training your team members. That's what this is. Ensure they're all trained to use it. If they're all trained, notice they're experiencing challenges. If they're all trained, they should have a good understanding of how to access that system. You don't want to just put an interactive tutorial, although I think A and B were the two best answers. This one here to guide, this is through the navigation process. All right. Notice we want to do the whole thing, not just how to use it. That's going to include that, but how to locate the documents. B is just a better answer than A. A feedback mechanism. Nope. Let them learn how to use it. Not just to, you see, C and D is more like you guys figure it out and you call us for help. That's what basically D is. And C, let them figure it out and then tell us what if there's any accessibility problems. Let's train them ahead of time. 127. In the midst of a software development project, the project manager notices that the software features are not aligned with the client's requirements. This misalignment has caused the project schedule to slip, moving the Schedule Performance Index, or SPI, from 1.05 to 0.85, and the CPI from 1.2 to 0.95. What is the most effective course of action for the project manager to ensure the project meets its deadline and quality requirements in the future? Implement a code review process to identify and address defects before they progress to the testing phase. All right. Enhance communication with stakeholders to refine project requirements and expectations. Implement an automated testing tool to increase efficiency. Revisit and adjust the project schedule to better align with project realities and client needs. All right, guys, what is the best answer here? Now, the best answer here, guys, is going to be, you got to read it very carefully. You see, in this question, I don't think this question was difficult if you didn't read. If you read it carefully, it wasn't. If you didn't, it was difficult because it tells you that you're slipping. So right now you're 15% behind schedule and you're about 5% over budget. That's what those numbers are telling us. But realistically, it's not aligning with the client's requirements. That's what's causing all of this. Right? So the question is, how can we solve the alignment? Don't solve the scheduling and the cost problem. That's where it throws you off. Things like implementing a code review, all the other options, A and B and A and C in particular, really is addressing that schedule and budget problem to like reduce that. But the problem really isn't in the schedule, is it? It's in the expectations. And D is revisit. You just can't go and adjust the scope. The best thing to do is have the client come in to help you adjust that scope. 128. A project manager is overseeing the development of a new urban park. During the project, a dispute arises between the landscape designer and the environmental consultant over the choice of plant species, with each advocating for different selections based on ecological impact. What is the most effective course of action for the project manager? The project's ecological and design goals are both met, or ecological, you can pronounce it that way too. Organize a collaborative session between both parties to integrate the ecological concerns with design aesthetics. Solicit input from local community to determine their preference and guide decision. Implement a trial period for both selections to evaluate their performance in the park's environment. Rely on external research finding to make decisions based on the best practices. All right, this one here, you got a problem between two parties. Best answer here, bring the parties together and let them work together to see what is the best option for the project. You don't want to just push them aside or do your own thing, because that's what C is. This is like you're saying, okay, let's do this in a trial. So you're basically hearing what they say, you're making a decision. Get input. Well, the problem is not with the local community so far. The problem is between these two folks, right? Between the environmental consultant and the designer. Rely on external research finding. Before you do that, what you want to do, it's a problem between two team members. Have the two team members work it out. Basically, is part of that mindset. 129. In the process of deploying a new customer relation management system, the project manager realizes that the updates provided to the sales department head are perceived as lacking specifics on user adaptation rates and feedback. What should the project manager do to ensure the sales department head receives the necessary information to gauge project success? Tailor the project updates to include detailed metrics on user adaptation rates and specific feedback for users. All right. Implement an interactive dashboard that allows the sales department head to access real-time data. Organize a bi-weekly review sessions to verbally communicate user adaptation metrics and gather feedback. Distribute a monthly comprehensive report covering all aspects of the CRM deployment, including user adaptation. This question really goes to the core of project management. It goes to the core of study and project management and knowing what you should be doing as a project manager. Because if you study well, you're going to come to understand that tailor the communication. One of the things is that you're going to learn in the course you've learned already is there's this process called identify stakeholders. In that, you're not just knowing who your stakeholders are, but you're understanding what their communication preferences are. It's from the output stakeholder register that you create your communication management plan and your stakeholder engagement plan, which means meet with the stakeholder and tailor the communication to the stakeholder. On a project, not all stakeholder receives the same information. In fact, stakeholders receives vastly different information. The report you give to your CEO isn't the report you're going to be given to team members, right? So let's tailor that communication to your stakeholders. Every option here, you are choosing what's best for them. Let them choose what's best for them. Last question. A project manager is leading the development of a new public park in a densely populated urban area. Community leaders have written concerns about the project's approach to maintaining the natural habitat and promoting biodiversity. What should you do next? Organize the community leaders to detail the concerns about the projects and its impact. Okay. Distribute an information brochure detailing the environmental benefit. Host a virtual presentation with experts discussing the project's impact on local wildlife. Launch a community feedback initiative to gather suggestions on further improvement. Okay, what should you do next? Well, if you have stakeholders that have some kind of concern, get more detail about that concern so we can address it. You want to do this first, right? First of all, we're not sure if the project, they're saying it doesn't meet it. So you telling them more about it, this is not going to help them. Host a virtual with experts discussing the impact on local wildlife. Although this was the other good answer, discussing the projects on notice with experts. Well, we want to meet with these community leaders. All right. Launch community feedback. I like this option on farther, but you know what? Before we do that, let's get to the core of the problem. What don't they like? All right, let's get into it. 131. By the way, I'm going to be reading it and answering it right away. please pause the video, you read it, you answer it, and then see how you do. To counteract the issue of certain team members disproportionately influencing the outcome of project scope discussions, the project manager decided to implement a nominal group technique session. What is the significant benefit of utilizing this approach? Enables the sequential voting process to prioritize tasks, encourages equal contributions from all team members, prevents any single viewpoints from dominating, stimulates creative solutions through group synergy. This is a tough question because there's two answers. Now, if you know this group technique here, this nominal group technique's definition, there's two good answers that you could have gone with. And those two good answers was either B or C. Now, first of all, it's not just about sequential voting and groups synergy or creative solutions. This type of group technique or management technique here, what this is going to do is just ensure that everyone gets their viewpoint across and not just having a few people dominate it. But it's really not about just about equal. It's not equal contributions, but it's everybody's contribution. Some may have more than others, but it prevents one or two people from dominating your meeting, making C the best answer. Question 132. During an environmental impact review of an energy project, the project manager discovers that the environmental plan does not adequately address potential impacts on local wildlife. What should the PM do? Encourage the environmental specialist to assess the environmental impact on wildlife protection, suggest the team create a new environmental plan, continue with the project as planned and just based on regulatory feedback, pause the project to reassess all environmental impact aspects. What should you do first? Well, before you stop the project, and that's going to be before you stop the project to create a new plan, if you feel like there's something going on, meet with the right specialists, meet with the right people on the team to see, okay, I think I got a hunch. Maybe this is not going to work or this can potential impact. Don't stop something that's potential. Don't stop the project that's potential. Ensure that this potential is 100% correct or you have good information before making that decision. So the first thing you should do is make that assessment and never do nothing. Just don't continue to plan and wait for some kind of regulatory feedback. Never do nothing. Always assess the situation. 133. As new software development project kicks off, when is it most appropriate for the project manager to conduct the first project status meeting? Shortly after the project kickoff meeting to align on early objectives, after two development sprint is completed, once the first version of the project is ready, as soon as the team demonstrates progress and collaboration. All right, this was a tough question. It really had two good answers, and that was either A or D. Now, you don't want to wait for sprints to be done or a product, an entire first version. That's going to take a long time. It really comes down. Should you do one shortly after the kickoff meeting? Well, the kickoff meeting is about aligning to the project objectives. You don't need it right after that. But the moment the team starts to demonstrate progress, the moment the team starts to work on the product, now you have something to report on. Notice this is a status meeting. If you haven't really done anything on the project, you really cannot report status on it, right? So notice demonstrate progress on there. D, best answer. 134. Team members lack enthusiasm for participating in essential project planning sessions, with many arriving late or not contributing. This is not good. What strategy should the project manager employ? First, introduce a structured agenda with allocated times for each speaker to ensure focused discussion. All right. Develop a rotating leadership model for the planning session, allowing different members to lead. Okay. Encourage team members to contribute their insights and suggestions on improving the planning process. All right. Transition to a digital collaboration platform for planning sessions to provide flexibility and participation. This one had quite a few good answers, by the way. Tough question. Best answer here, guys, is going to be, did you get it? C is correct. Now, why is C correct? Notice in this one here, you're telling them what to do. You're telling them what to do. You're telling them what to do, or you're designing the whole thing. This one here, let's meet with the team and let's encourage them to do something, encourage them to share, encourage them to bring their suggestions, encourage them to be part of the team. Just don't come out and say, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. That's not being a good servant leader. That's more of a dictator type leadership. 135. When the project manager of a software development project finds the specification provided by the client are ambiguous, what is the most appropriate initial action? Initiate development based on the existing specifications while awaiting further clarification. All right. Inform the project's key stakeholders about the potential for delays and scope clarification. Reach out to the client for clarification and confirmation. Adjust the timeline to accommodate potential changes in the project scope. Best answer here, guys, is going to be, did you get it? C is correct. Why is that? Well, you should never really execute a project, or you should not do a project if you don't understand the scope. If you don't know the scope of the project, you're setting yourself up for almost guaranteed failure. So you don't want that. So the best answer here, guys, is going to be reach out for confirmation, because this can lead to delays, obviously pushing the project over for scope delays, potential time and cost delays. So the other good answer is initiate development based on existing. If you do this, you're guaranteed to fail because you don't have the right scope clarification. You telling them about potential for delays, this was the second best answer. Before you do that, let's see if we can get it first. Then we may want to do that. You can't just adjust timeline, especially on these types of, remember, on an agile project, technically you have a fixed timeline. On a traditional project, you need approval for that. Before I get to this question, if you're enjoying this video, give the video a like, subscribe to the channel. 136. Upon noticing the primary technology provider for a digital transformation project will not meet the deadline for delivering essential software component, a risk previously noted due to the provider's historical performance issue, what should you do next? Negotiate with alternative technology vendors to ensure timely delivery and update the financial plan to reflect any changes. Report the situation and its potential impact to the project steering committee for immediate guidance. Consult the risk register with the team. Organize a strategy session with the project team to identify variable immediate solutions. All right, best answer here. Now there's two good answers. All right, those two good answers was C and D. Now, you know this was a risk that was previously noted. So where would the risk be? It'll be in the risk register with the actual mitigation strategy. You don't want to just negotiate with the vendor. The moment the vendor did something bad, all right, you notice will not meet. So this is guaranteed to happen. So this is going to become an issue. Where do you find a solution to risk that has previously been documented in the risk register, making that the best one? Report the situation, not to the steering committee. You don't take things to the steering committee, especially project problems that is under the control of the PM. The steering committee is more for like choosing or approving a change. They may choose the direction of a project, but project issues, that's your thing to fix. Organize a session with the team. You don't need to do this yet. The reason is because you've already done it with the team. It should have been in your risk register. 137. Discovering that one team member feels their efforts are undervalued compared to others, leading to a decline in the participation in the overall team spirit. What should the PM do to mend the situation and uplift the team? Schedule individual performance reviews to provide personal feedback and growth plans. All right. Conduct a project milestone celebration to acknowledge all team members' contribution equally. Highlight the project's collective achievements, emphasizing that success is attributed to the team as a whole, not individual. Implement a peer recognition program where team members can acknowledge each other's contribution. Best answer here. This one has a bunch of good answers, by the way. I thought this one was pretty difficult. The best answer here, guys, is going to be C. Now, I know it says individual. It's one person, right? One team member. But notice the real question is not just fixing that team member, right? The real question is uplift the team. That's the main point of this question. It's like, okay, what do you want to do? How can we uplift the team? Well, bring the team together, show them what they have done, tell them the success is due to all of them. You notice this guy feels undervalued compared to others. Let them know, right? Why does he feel like that? He feels like some have done more, or maybe it was a she and she felt like someone has done more or something like that. Let them know that success isn't just to one person, it's to the entire team. Individual performance review. This was the other good answer you could have gone with. This is feedback and growth plan, but it's the entire team, right? It notices the overall team spirit, so address the team, not just one person. Conduct a milestone celebration. We're not sure if milestones here is what's going to help them. A milestone celebration to acknowledge all team members. Not every project, not everyone contributes equally. All right, some may contribute more, some may do more work than others. I'm not saying others are not important, but some people just do more work because that's required of them. Implement a peer recognition. This is given over. Let the team members acknowledge each other and leaving you out. Don't do that. Never let people solve problems by themselves. Work with them to do it. 138. Faced with a constrained budget and a tight deadline for launching a new product development project, the project manager discovers that the current financial resources will not suffice to cover all the projected activities. What should the project manager do next? Propose a phased project approach to stakeholders, focusing on critical development phase first. Document the financial shortfall in the project status report. Highlighting potential impacts on the timeline. Have the PMO identify priority areas and allocate budget to critical stages. Engage with the team to explore options for reallocating budget items to cover key tasks. All right, what are we going to be doing? Best answer here, guys, is D. Now, here's what. You notice you're faced with a constrained budget and a tight deadline. You got to get this product out the door. You realize you don't got enough money to cover each activity. What are we going to do here? Well, propose a phased approach to stakeholders. Okay, focus on critical development. I like that. But you notice this is something you're doing on your own. You're not engaging the team here. You're proposing this option. You should engage your team. D is just a better answer than A. If the team says to do A, maybe it's a good option, but you shouldn't choose that by yourself. Document a stat highlighting the importance, the impact on it. You don't know those potential impact yet. Work with the team on this. So you want to do D. D can lead to A or B or both. Have the PMO. Don't bring the PMO. Work with the team first before going to your PMO. PMO can provide guidance and approvals and whatnot. But with something like this, let your team work with you. Always work with your team to solve issues as part of the mindset. 139. During a significant landscape redesign project, the project manager finds a cutting-edge irrigation system that could drastically reduce water usage and maintain costs. Introducing the system would necessitate a modest increase in both project budget and timeline. What should the project manager take? What should the project manager take first? Assess the project's existing budget and timeline. Initiate a pilot project with the current scope. Draft a detailed analysis comparing the long-term savings and environmental benefit of the new system against the initial increase in project costs and timeline for stakeholder review. Showcase the compatibility of the new irrigation system with the project's sustainability goals and report findings to stakeholders. Best answer here, guys. What are we going to do? Now, it's going to be, notice, what should you do? Basically, what should you do first? I like this one. There's two good answers, either A or C. All right. You just don't want to showcase it. You have to assess its impact on the project. You shouldn't push it out either unless you know how it's going to impact the project. Assess the project's existing budget and timeline. But it's not just those two, right? You want to do a detailed analysis, long-term savings and benefits of the new system against the initial increase in cost. So basically assess how this thing is going to affect the scope, how it's going to affect the increase in cost and time. This one here is A and C is basically saying almost the same thing, but C is giving you a more detailed explanation, making C a better answer than A. I know writing these hard questions sometimes is difficult. A is not a bad answer. I'm telling you guys, A is not a bad answer. It's just C is a better answer. Because in this one, you're looking at long-term saving, you're looking at environmental benefits, you're looking at how it's going to increase costs, how it's going to increase time, and then you're giving it to the stakeholder for review. Versus just A is just the budget and the timeline. You're really not looking at the environmental benefit. It's just more than that, right? C is better. 140. During a critical phase of a healthcare software implementation project, the project manager realizes that the project team is struggling to maintain pace with rapid iterations and frequent changes in project requirements, indicating a need for better cohesion and flexibility. What 2 practices should the project manager implement to improve team performance and project fluidity? Now, A, foster a culture of continuous dialogue and collaboration amongst team members. Embrace a mindset of flexibility and willingness to adapt to project shifts. Implement regular retrospectives to identify and act on improvement opportunities. Organize a training session on agile methodologies to enhance team understanding. Schedule brief daily check-ins to keep the team aligned and informed. Love this question. To me, this was the hardest of the 10 questions in this set, by the way. They all sound great. All right. So but let's focus on the thing. You want better cohesion and flexibility. So the keyword is flexibility and bringing them together. What 2 option does that? That's the answer. That's the main point of the question. I'm not saying you should do C. You should do D. Probably want to do E also. But if you're looking for flexibility, then choose the answer that includes that. Let them build that mindset of flexibility. And in order to bring people together, it's all about collaboration. So if you read the question carefully, the answers to the question was literally in the question. These here, while they were good, they didn't get to the core of the question. Retrospectives are not bad, but retrospectives are more of how to improve the next sprint, not necessarily to embrace flexibility. The training session, that may embrace flexibility, but it might not do cohesion that well. Daily check-ins, we do that on a day-to-day basis. In Agile, that's really to look for more issues. Best answers was A and B. Let's get into our questions here. All right, where's my pen? Here we go. As a project manager in charge of a new sustainability initiative, you have introduced a groundbreaking environmental monitoring system. However, you notice that your project team is hesitant to adapt this technology, leading to delays in the implementation phase. What is the most effective measure to ensure team adaptation and project progress? Implement a reward system for early adapters of the technology. Arrange for a series of brief, informative sessions on how the technology contributes to project goal. Conduct an extensive workshop with the team that examines the technology. Enlist the help of environmental experts to explain the importance of the technology to the team's work. Okay, so what are we going to be doing here? You have a team that is hesitant, as you can see here, to adapt to the technology. But why are they hesitant? Maybe because they just don't understand the technology. So one of the things you don't want to do on this exam is force something on someone. Don't push things on the team. Show people why something is important. So first of all, you don't need, A doesn't really work on this question because it's the team that is hesitant and you just don't want to just push it on them, which is kind of what A is doing. It's like, okay, it's a reward if you guys do it, but they're probably going to be still hesitant. You want to take the choice that remove this word, like how to remove them being hesitant on it. Arrange for a series of brief informed on how the technology contributes to the project goal was the other good answer. Enlist the help of the environment. No, you don't want to just go outside. Work with the team first. So it was 2 good answers. It was either B or C here. I was going on it. Now, you notice this one is how it contributes to the project goal. The best thing here we can do is have the team work with the technology, have them discover it themselves versus we telling them, hey, this is going to align with the goal. So those were the 2 options. Should we let them discover it, let them examine it, and let them find out for themselves? Or should we just tell it to them? If you're saying, hey, it's best let them find out, they're going to better understand the technology. That's why C is going to be better than B. 142. Launching a project to introduce a new healthcare system across multiple clinics. The project manager realizes that there are discrepancies between the project scope and the latest project data protection regulation. While the project's leadership team advises proceeding as planned, anticipating that these discrepancies will be dissolved in due time, the project manager is concerned about potential compliance issues. Now, this is something that's probably very realistic in real life, by the way. What is the most appropriate initial step for the project manager? Conduct an in-depth analysis of the health data protection regulations and outline a detailed compliance plan. Okay. Initiate a risk assessment session to evaluate the impact of potential non-compliance on the project. Arrange a consultation with a legal expert in the health data protection. to advise on compliance strategies. Redesign the project scope to include only those elements currently in compliance with existing regulations. So there was one answer you could have just thrown right out, and it really came down to 3 good answers. I thought this was a very difficult question. Here's what I got. Let's see what you guys got. Now, first of all, which choice could you have thrown out? Well, you just can't just go and just redesign a scope like that on a project. First of all, if it's a traditional project, keep in mind on traditional projects, you need that change management system. You need to do a change request. You need to have a change control board or sponsor review it. And on an agile project, if you want to change the scope, you got to have the product owner added to the product backlog. So at no point is a project manager should be ever redesigning or changing a scope without either the sponsor or the product owner. Now, this one says arrange a consultation with legal experts. So you don't want to go outside yet. It's saying the initial step, right? So this is the key word. It's like, what should you be doing first? So you don't want to go outside yet. You never want to just go outside unless there's really no other option. Try to do this internally on the project. Now, it came down to 2. All right. I really thought, is it going to be risk assessment, session to evaluate the impact, or an in-depth analysis of the data and come up with a compliance plan? Well, before you come up and you start doing all your risk assessment, you have to conduct an in-depth plan. What exactly is this risk compliance? So what you should be doing is an in-depth analysis of this particular regulation. That makes A better than B. By the way, I want to point out something that by doing A, you're going to be doing B also. Because when you do an in-depth analysis and coming up with your compliance plan, you should be doing the risk assessment in it, making A better answer. 143. At the beginning of a green building project, the project manager is tasked by the lead architect to engage a key supplier known for their sustainable materials. However, the supplier is reluctant to collaborate, believing the project's environmental goals do not align with their business model. What action should the project manager take to encourage supplier participation? Propose a trial period for the supplier to assess the project's commitment to sustainability. Refer the matter to the lead architect, suggesting the need for higher level negotiations. Initiate a campaign to highlight the project's sustainability achievement and future plans. Conduct a detailed presentation for the supplier outlining the environmental impact and mutual benefits. Okay, this one here, pretty difficult. Really came down to 2 good answers. What answer did you get? Because I got D, to me, is the best answer here. Here's why. Now, you notice this person, like the first question, is reluctant. The other one, in the first question we had in this 141, they were hesitant. In this one, they're reluctant. They're like, we don't know why we should do this. And you notice it does not align with their business model. So you have to help prove that. So the question is saying, hey, this guy doesn't want to do it because he doesn't feel that it aligns with their business model. So now you have to go and prove that to them. A trial period is not going to prove that it aligns to their business model. This is them doing it. But they're not really sure if they're aligned or not. You don't want to never give away your work. If there's a choice on your exam that says give the work to someone, it's probably not the answer. Initiate a campaign to highlight the project's sustainability achievement. Well, you know what? This is going to be their achievement and future plans. C does not really have anything to do with the vendor, by the way. But D does. In D, you're going to go to them. You're going to show them why this particular thing is useful for the project and the benefits that they're going to get out of it. Making D the best answer. 144. Following a directive to enhance operational efficiency within a multinational corporation, the executive team has requested an update on the progress and remaining tasks for all ongoing agile projects. What methodology should the project manager employ to accurately convey this information? Time tracking analysis, resource allocation report, progress milestone review, or sprint burn-up chart. All right, this one here was actually pretty easy. You notice they want to see how much work is left on remaining tasks, and this the burn-up chart does that. Now, I do want to point out that the burn-up chart is using Agile because it represents the work completed versus the work remaining done. So I want you guys to, before you walk into your exam room, you're probably going to get a questions on burn up and burn down chart. Make sure you know the difference. We do cover those in the class. And you notice the moment we saw that they were looking on agile projects, you should have known right away, burn up and burn down charts are exclusive there. Time tracking analysis is not something we use. These other things are not something we use on agile projects. They're more likely used on traditional projects. 145. During a complex software development project, the project manager notes that several technical and operational challenges are arising due to conflicting requirements from various stakeholders. What is the most efficient strategy for the project manager to facilitate project advancement? Initiate a stakeholder analysis to better understand conflict interests and address them systematically. All right. Assign team leaders to negotiate solutions for each conflicting requirement directly with the stakeholders. All right. Update the project communication plan to include more frequent stakeholder engagement sessions. Okay. Directly negotiate and reconcile the conflicting requirements to streamline project execution. This is a trick question. Don't go with the answer you think you're going to go with. I'm telling you guys, this is a trick question. Now, these types of questions, you have to read them very carefully. Because if a lot of you guys said A, it's not right. Here's why. You see, the question specifically asked to fix this. It's an effective strategy to facilitate project advancement. So what strategy here is going to allow the project to proceed? You see, A is not a good answer because in this one, you're just trying to understand their conflict. So in this one, you're understanding their conflicts and you're trying to address them. The best way to address them is to negotiate with them. Negotiate and reconcile the actual differences between the project. Making A a better answer than making D a better answer than A. Never give away anything. Never say, okay, hey, you guys go out and you guys do this. Update the communication plan to include more frequent stakeholder engagement. It's not something you can do without a change request. Now, I want to point out something to you guys. If this question, it says, what should you do first? Or what should you do next? Then A would have been a better answer than D. But the question isn't asking for what to do first. The question is literally asking to fix the problem. So I want you guys to point out something. If a question is like, how do you fix this? You can't fix things by examining things. If the question is, what should you do first? Well, never fix things first. All right. So you got to read it carefully. All right. So let me say that again. If a question says, what's the next step? What should you do first? Then don't fix it right away. Examine the situation. Analyze what's happening around you. Read some documents. Review your plans. Meet with team members. Ask them what's going on. But if they're asking, hey, which one of these choices will fix this problem? Eliminate this problem. Well, you asking around, you checking plans, you doing this is not going to fix or eliminate the problem. Then you got to come up with an actual concrete solution to address the actual problem. All right, 146. During the integration phase of an international IT project, the project manager noticed frequent miscommunications between the on-site and offshore teams, primarily due to cultural misunderstanding and language nuisances. The project manager has individually spoken with members from both teams and confirmed that these differences are hindering project progress. All right, this may be real life for you if you work on many international projects. What should the project manager do to enhance understanding and cooperation between the teams? Implement a mandatory language proficiency course for all team members. Okay. Facilitate a workshop that allows both teams to share their cultural norms and communication preferences. Assign a bilingual team liaison to translate and mediate communication. Require all project communication to be conducted in written form to reduce misunderstanding. Best answer here, guys, is, of course, B. Yeah, this one wasn't too difficult. So if you have team members that can't get along, the best thing to do, we learn in our exam is we have to make sure we train them correctly. We don't want anything that's just mandatory. I don't think people are going to learn an entire language that quickly. Require all to be done in a written, sometimes it's hard to do written communications if they're actually communicating very frequently. You don't want to just pass it on, and if the liaison is not there to translate, it might be a problem. The best thing here is to have them work together. As a project manager, facilitate, bring people together, let them work together, let them discuss what's going on so the problem is actually solved, making B the best answer. 147. As part of a company-wide project to enhance IT security, the project manager scheduled a series of educational webinars for employees. A leader from a department not yet covered in the initial rollout expresses interest in attending one of these early sessions. What should the project manager do to best support the initiative's goals and engage interested stakeholders? All right. Limit webinar attendance to only those departments scheduled for early phase rollout. Okay. Suggest the webinar leader wait for the tailored sessions specific to the department. Encourage the department leader to join the upcoming webinar to get an early insight and prepare their team. Provide recorded versions of the webinar exclusively to those in the initial rollout phase. All right. Now, this question plays on the concept of engaging your stakeholders. Engage your stakeholders how? If you remember, I say this in the course, often and early. Always remember that. Often and early, or I should say early and often. You can see the best answer. Here's why. So, notice that this is a company-wide project. And if you're scheduling a series of educational webinars for employees, then who should you invite? Right? If you have a project that is going to be affecting the entire company, means everybody's a stakeholder in this project, and you want to do a series of educational thing about this, then who technically should you invite? If you said everyone because they're all your stakeholders, because you want to engage all your stakeholders, correct. That's why C is the answer. You don't want to limit it right off the bat. You don't want to tell them to wait. Previously recorded versions, while this is good, maybe you want to encourage them to come, and if they could, great. If not, maybe then you can do D. Making C the best answer. 148. A project manager is tasked with integrating advanced artificial intelligence features into an existing software product. However, the current project team lacks the AI expertise required for successful implementation. What should the project manager do to ensure the project's success despite the team's current skills limitation? Initiated targeted AI training programs for the team. Okay, partner with an AI technology firm to provide expert consultation. Facilitate workshop that innovates problem-solving techniques. Deploy automated tools to assist the team with AI-related tasks. Okay, best answer here is going to be A is correct. Now, there were two good answers here. All right, first of all, you don't want to just give away the work yet. Let the team work, and if they cannot figure it out or we cannot get the right training, maybe then you can do B. The other one here you could have done was D, got rid of was D, because you don't want to just deploy to, they don't understand the technology. You put in more automation tool may just complex the process more. Now you came down, should you facilitate workshops that encourages problem solving techniques, or should you get them the right training? Now it tells you in the question, they lack the expertise. So if they lack the expertise, them doing problem solving is not going to help them because they don't know how to solve it in the first place. The best thing you can do when your team lacks a particular knowledge that they don't have, the best thing the project manager should do is get them that training. By the way, guys, if you guys are enjoying this, can you give the video a like? Click subscribe to the channel. We do spend a lot of time putting these questions together and recording these videos. Would be greatly appreciated. Let's get back to it. 149. A project manager has coordinated a new environmental research project involving experts from various continents. The geographical spread of the team makes regular face-to-face interactions impossible. What should the project manager do to ensure seamless communication and collaboration across the team? Now, if you guys know me in the class, I always tell you guys face-to-face is the best form of communication. Adapt and advance project management and communication software. Okay. Set up rotational schedule for team members to adjust their availability for occasional synchronous meetings. By the way, synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous communication is basically me talking to you like on a Zoom call or on a phone call. It's live. It's real time. Asynchronous is like what I'm doing here. This is asynchronous. It's not real time. It's not live. Create a cultural exchange program within the team to facilitate better understanding. Establish a system of regular email updates and reports to keep all team members informed. Best answer here, guys. Notice that we want, the question particularly points out this thing of face-to-face communication. And if you can't do it, If you can't do face-to-face communication because of a massive spread, continent spread in particular, the best thing here to do is to get the right technology to do it, as we have many options like Zoom or GoToMeeting. This here will solve the problem because now they can have seamless communication and consistent, not occasional communication. We don't need an exchange program, as this may take time. And you know what's better than email? This is asynchronous communication. Synchronous communication is much better. All right. So if you have good communication software like Zoom, that's considered synchronous, versus email is asynchronous communication. 150. As the project manager for an innovative smart home device project, you receive a request from the stakeholder to incorporate advanced AI capabilities to improve design usability. The addition is expected to significantly enhance the product, but comes late in the cycle with a challenging deadline. All right, so this might delay the project here, guys. What should the project manager do next? Conduct an impact analysis to determine how the integration of the advanced AI capabilities affects the timeline and budget. Okay. Suggest focusing on launching the current version without AI and adding it as a feature in the next product release. Okay. Increase the team's working hours to meet the demand of integrating the new feature within the timeline. Negotiate for additional resource, specifically focus on developing and integrating the function. Now, I want to point out that you notice this particular question says, what should we do next? And if you remember what I said earlier, what should you do next is going to be to analyze something. Don't fix the problem yet, analyze something. How is this going to affect the project? Not just the timeline, but I want to point out that when you affect time, you're probably going to affect costs, making A the best answer. You shouldn't just add it in or just reject it. So B is like, hey, just reject it. We'll do that later. Never do that to a customer. Never overwork your team. Negotiate for additional resources before you do that. I would say you would do A, then B. If the question was like, hey, how do you fix this? What are we going to do to fix this? Maybe then you might need more resources to get it done. But in this one here, they're asking, what should you do next? In other words, assess the situation. All right, question 151. A project manager is leading the development of a new public library. During the planning phase, it comes to light that the library's proposed location is a popular site for an annual book fair, which was not considered in the initial consultations. The oversight raises concern about the fair's future on libraries' community relations. What should the project manager do to ensure the project aligns with community interests and maintains positive relations? A. Redesign the library layout to include a dedicated space for the annual book fair without additional speaker input. Organize a discussion forum with book organizers and community members to explore how the library project can accommodate the fair. Prepare a risk management plan specifically for mitigating the backlash from the book fair enthusiasts. Suggest relocating the book fair to a less central but still accessible location without consulting the event organizers. This question plays the game of engaging stakeholders. A project manager should not be modifying or editing the scope without consulting your stakeholders. And that makes it one good answer, which is B. Here's why. You see, in A, you as the project manager, you're just redesigning the space just like that without their input. So is D. You're just moving things, you're doing things without consulting the event organizers. No. What you want to do is you want to bring your stakeholders together so they can work together and come up with a scope or a solution that best matches their requirements. Prepare a risk management plan. In this one, you're doing nothing. In this one, you're basically proceeding and you're saying, well, if there's a backlash, we'll deal with it at some point. So in this one here, you're taking no actions. Not the best answer. All right, best answer here is going to be B. 152. As the project manager for a software development project, you're informed that due to budget reallocations, several developers will be reassigned to other projects. Create an unease amongst your team about project timelines and their roles. What should the project manager do first? Implement a revised project schedule that accelerates timelines to demonstrate the project can proceed without additional resources. Facilitate a session to discuss the reassignments, emphasizing the strategic vision and how team contributions are critical to both the project and broader company objectives. Introduce a mentorship program, pairing remaining team members with experienced mentors to bolster confidence and skill sets in light of reduced staffing levels. Sorry guys, a lot of big words here. Launch a cross-training initiatives to diversify the skill sets of remaining team members, ensuring the project's critical functions are covered. Now, this is pretty common, especially in today's world, where all of a sudden they may cut budgets or reduce your budgets, and other team members, or particularly good team members, may have to be reassigned to other projects. What do you do? Well, you notice this question is, what do you do first? And one of the first things you do is to assess the situation, understand what's happening in light of what's budget cuts or people leaving, things like that. Notice B, C, and D takes an action. In this one, you shouldn't just revise a schedule like that. That will require generally some kind of change request. This is a mentorship program. This is a cross-training program. In these here, you're probably going to do these later. I would do B. Let's understand. Let's do a discussion to understand what these reassignment means, how it affects the projects, how it affects the company's objective. Let's do that first. Maybe then we can do a mentorship program and or a cross-training program. So remember, on this exam, watch that keyword. What should you do first? What should you do next? 153. During the implementation phase of a citywide public transportation improvement project, a city council member requests a specialized update that goes beyond the scope of regular briefing provided to the public and city officials. Okay. The team utilizes advanced simulation software and traffic flow analysis to plan and monitor progress. What should the project manager do? Provide a tutorial on how to interpret the simulation software results. Invite the council member to a workshop on traffic flow analysis techniques using the project. Engage directly with the council member to clarify what specific data and insights are needed. Compile a comprehensive report using data from both simulation software and traffic analysis. Okay, best answer here, guys, is going to be, by the way, before I give it to you, remember, what do you do next? What do you do first is going to help determine the answer of C. You see, before taking this action, before giving them something, meet with them, ask them, when do you want it? How would you like it in, like what format? Who should be giving it to you? What time of day? In what setting would you like to get this? Basically, you're building that communication management plan. You notice A, B, and D is giving them the data. In A, what are you doing? You're giving them a tutorial. You're telling them to come to the workshop. You're giving them a report. In this one here, let's clarify exactly what they want. Pinpoint the specific of what they want, and then you can better give them what they want. So first clarify what they need. 154. Following a critical review session of healthcare software project, a project manager notes that the output of one software engineer is not up to the project standards. What is the most appropriate form of communication for the project manager to utilize in addressing the software engineer's performance concerns? Send a group email highlighting the importance of meeting project standards without naming individuals. Schedule a one-on-one meeting to discuss the performance issues and development plan. All right. Issue a formal performance improvement plan through the company's HR system. Okay. Initiate a team-wide meeting to discuss project standards and individual contributions collectively. All right. Best answer here, guys, is, did you guys get that? 101. Here's why. Anytime you have a problem on a project where it deals with one person, a stakeholder, a senior manager, a sponsor, a team member, it's just one person. This person is causing chaos. This person needs more information. This person has particular concerns. The best thing to do is don't do it in front of people. Deal with that person right on. So what are we going to do? We're going to schedule a one-on-one meeting. We're going to discuss the performance issues and come up with a plan of how to fix it. We don't want to do this in a group setting. It's one person that's having some of the problems. So the best way to deal with this one person is going to be to ensure that you meet with this person, see what the problem is, and solve it instead of bringing the team all in it. So remember that tip for your tests. 155. Leading a software development agile project for a multinational corporation, a project manager faces the challenge of managing a team spread across multiple time zones. Common nowadays, right, guys? The project manager has previously encountered issues with such teams regarding inconsistent work quality and missed deadline. What action should the project manager take to ensure high quality deliverables and adherence to the timeline? Initiative frequent virtual stand-ups to clarify project goals, synchronize team efforts, and address any issues. Okay. Develop a comprehensive training program on time management and productivity tools. Distribute a detailed weekly template for members to fill out, summarizing their progress. Organize a quarterly in-person meetup for team building and detailed project reviews. Best answer here, guys, is going to be A. This is correct. First of all, you should be doing a virtual stand-up meetings on a daily basis. This is an agile project. I wouldn't do weekly or quarterly because quarterly may be too long, maybe too far apart. Weekly may or may not be too long or too short apart from their updates. But as an agile project, the best answer here is to do a stand-up meeting. You should be doing that anyhow. Notice a training on time management. This is a decent answer. I thought A and B's were good answer. And productivity tools for all members. But the best thing here is just to fix the problem, right? What you want to do is you want to make sure that everybody understands their goals here. And the best answer is to do a frequent daily stand-up meeting. Best answer was A. 156. A project manager is tasked with launching a new drug product, which requires adherence to stringent health and safety regulations. It's critical for the launch to comply with these regulations to avoid penalties and ensure public safety. What should the project manager do next to guarantee compliance with these regulations? Arrange for regular training sessions on regulatory compliance for the team. All right. Assess and document the potential compliance risks related to health and safety. Okay. Implement a quality control system to continuously monitor the product against safety standards. Organize a consultation with legal experts specialized in regulations to review project alignment. This was a tough question. Almost all of these answers were pretty much correct. Best answer here is going to be to assess it. That's correct. Notice, what should you do next? Assess and document potential compliance risks. That's the next thing you want to do here. Notice, you want to make sure that you stay to it. It's critical to comply. Well, what happens if you don't comply? Because you want to avoid these penalties, right? And ensure public safety. What should you be doing? Well, the best thing here is to document potential compliance risks related to safety. Put that in the plan because it's from looking at the risks, then you can understand, okay, this is how it can affect the schedule. This is how it can affect public safety. This is how it can affect the budget. This is how it can affect the scope. Arrange for regular training. Let's do B then A. So we'll do, remember, it's what should you do next. Organize a consultation with legal experts. So let's understand how it affects the project first. Implement a quality control. This is something you're going to implement later on, not right now. Best answer was B. 157. During the critical testing phase of an enterprise software upgrade, the project manager identifies that testing is significantly behind schedule, posing a risk to the planned go-live date. What should the project manager do first? Now you notice the project this year identified testing is significantly behind. What should you do? Escalate to the company's executive management. All right. Conduct a detailed session with the team to pinpoint causes for the delay. All right. Seek additional funding to contract external testing services to catch up. Implement overtime hours for the testing team. This one here, if you follow along what I was saying at the beginning of this video, what you do first, don't take an action right away. Let's go ahead and do a detailed session with the team. Let's go in there and pinpoint what's causing this delay and then we can go ahead and fix it. You never want to escalate project problems, especially to senior management. The company's executive management is there to make decisions, not to help you manage your project. Seek additional funding? Not yet. Understand how it affects the project. Don't implement overtime. One of the things we want to resist on this exam is implementation of overtime. Or implementing overtime can overwork your team members, causing a significant drop in productivity and overall quality of deliverables. 158. During the construction phase of a new city park, conflicts have emerged between the landscape designers and environmental consultants over the choice of plant species and their environmental impact. What are the two most effective actions for the project manager to take first to resolve these conflicts? Select 2. Delay any decisions on plant species until further research can be conducted. Okay. Organize individual meetings with landscape designers and environmental consultants to understand each group's concern. Initiate a workshop with all stakeholders to democratically vote on the species selection. Escalate the issue to the City Council for final decision to avoid further delay. Conduct private and target discussions with key representatives from both sides to find a middle ground. All right, what answers did you get? The best answer here I have is going to be B. You want to bring them together, right? You want to understand what's going on. So the first thing I want to do is let's do individual meetings with the designers. Let's understand what's going on, understand their concerns. Then what we want to do is we want to conduct private targeted discussions with the representative from both sides to find that middle ground. So in the first one, you meet them, you meet the designers, you meet the consultants. Then the next thing, you bring them together and see if there's a middle ground. Hopefully we can solve the problem. You don't want to escalate it, not yet. All right. You don't want to escalate this. You have to try to solve the problem. Now, before you do a workshop to vote on the plant species, understand, is there a middle ground? And never delay anything. Delay any decision until further research can be done. No, let's work together and fix it. Just don't push it off. Don't kick the can down the road is what I generally say when answering. If you ever see a choice that looks like it's going to kick the can down the road, it's probably not the answer. 159. During a critical software implementation project, the project manager identifies a significant slowdown in the integration phase, attributed to the team's unfamiliarity with the new software's API. This issue threatens to delay project milestones. What should the project manager do first to address the team's skill gap without rising the budget? Initiate a collaborative problem-solving meeting to identify alternatives, integration strategies, or solutions. Okay. Delegate the integration task to a more experienced team within the organization, reducing the learning curve. All right. Invest in fast-track external training program, specifically focus on the new software's API. Hire an external consultant with expertise in the software to lead the integration phase and train the team. Read the question carefully. You notice I highlight this. Without rising the budget. So that means you could have eliminated 2 choices, right? This here will definitely rise the budget. This here will rise the budget. And this here gives away the work, right? So B gives away the work. The best thing here, the best answer, although it's not the greatest answer ever, the best answer here, is there any alternative integration strategies or solutions we can go with? We don't have much choice because we cannot rise the budget as per the question. Making A the best answer. Did you guys enjoy this video? If you did, give this video a like, subscribe to the channel. 160. During the planning of a new development project, a recently enacted zoning law changes the permissible building heights within the project's area. The project team has been informed of this change. What is the most effective course of action for the project manager to take? Proceed with planning until the legal department informs you to update the plan. Update the project documentation to reflect change in the zoning law's impact on the scope. Okay. Schedule a meeting with local government officials to seek exceptions for the current project. Consult with legal counsel and understand the implementation of zoning law change on the project. Best answer here. This is a trick question, by the way. Best answer here, guys, is going to be B. Why is that? Well, let's put it to you guys this way. They're still in planning. I want to point that out. They're still in planning. And once you're in planning, you don't need a change request to update the scope or anything like that. And if something is a law, you have to do it. Notice this isn't an active law. By not doing it, you're breaking the law, making this a better answer. Proceed with planning until you already know the plan has to change. You don't need an exception because it's a law now. The other good answer was D. Consult with legal counsel to understand this thing on the zoning law change to the project. Well, you already know that the height cannot be done. So you already know the impact of it. So now you just need to reassess your plan. Notice, document the changes and document the impact on the entire thing. One of the things you have to remember about law is if something is a law, you have to get it done. It can be the best answer. And first question up. In the late stages of launching a marketing campaign project, it's identified that a critical piece of content is not ready because a team member fell behind schedule. This issue came to light during a presentation to the marketing department, causing concern about meeting the launch date. What action should the project manager do first? Have a confidential discussion with the team member to understand the reasons for the delay and explore solutions together. All right. Delegate the unfinished task to another team member who has the capacity to expedite completion. All right. Organize a session for the team to collaboratively brainstorm ways to expedite the remaining work. Seek advice from a senior manager on how to handle the team member's delay in task completion. Now, I want to point out to you that anytime you get a question where there's one person that may be causing an issue, one person delaying the project, one person wants something, one person causing a commotion on the project, the best thing to do is to meet with that person and find out what the problem is and how we can fix it. When somebody's causing a problem, and I'm talking one person or maybe even a small group, deal with that person privately, individually is the way to do that. Don't push it out in the group and embarrass people or cause a bigger problem. Now, one choice you guys should have eliminated right off the bat was senior manager. Senior manager is not there to solve problems on your project. That's what they hire you for. So let's eliminate that one. Before you organize a session to fix this issue right now or assign someone to fix it, the best thing to do is to meet with this person and see if you guys can work together to fix it. Best answer was A. 162. The project manager for a renewable energy initiative receives a suggestion from an environmental consultant to incorporate a new technology that can improve project outcomes, but also extend the timelines and increase costs. What should you do first? Forward the suggestion to the project's CCB. By the way, this means Change Control Board for approval. Before I go on, I want to point out that on the exam, generally when they give you an acronym, they probably spell it out for you. You don't have to memorize acronyms on your test, generally speaking. Except those formula acronyms, those EVM acronyms, you should know those. Arrange a project team meeting to discuss the feasibility and implications of integrating the new technology. Consult with industry experts to gauge the potential benefits and drawback. Conduct a preliminary risk analysis to understand how the new technology might affect the project risk. Best answer here, guys. Now, before I give you the answer, I want to point out that, remember, it's a suggestion from an environmental consultant. It may be good, it may be bad. The best thing we can do is to have the team come in and tell us if this is a good or a bad idea. Always utilize the expertise of the team. That's what they're there for. So what we want to do is we want to meet with the team and we want to say, hey, what do you guys think? Is this good? How is this going to affect the project? They're the expert, not us. You can't send it to the Change Control Board for approval if you haven't seen how it's going to affect the project. How much is it going to extend that deadline? How much is it going to extend that budget? Before going to industry experts, remember what to do first. We want to meet with the team first. And to do this risk assessment, your team should help you. The team should help you before you do a risk assessment. And the team should help you do a risk assessment. Don't forget, all changes must be assessed before it can be approved by a CCB. 163. In the midst of a renewable energy project, a team member notices a significant risk related to equipment procurement that could potentially derail the project timeline. The concern is promptly communicated to the project sponsor, who then requests the project manager for a detailed assessment and action plan. All right. Which document should the project manager consult with the team to outline predefined approaches to address this procurement risk appropriately? Risk register, issue log, risk response strategy, and risk management plan. So the question is asking basically what document has predefined approaches to risks. Did you get it? Best answer here was risk register is correct. The risk register has the risk and the potential responses to the risk. This is a risk. This is not an issue, so it does not belong to the issue log. There really is no such thing as a risk response strategy. That's actually in the, there's no such document like that. The strategy is in the risk register. The risk management plan doesn't actually have risk or risk responses, making A the best answer. 164. In finalizing an infrastructure upgrade project, the project manager needs to ensure that all critical operation knowledge has been transferred to the client's maintenance team efficiently or effectively. What approach should the project manager employ to confirm the thoroughness of the knowledge transfer? Schedule face-to-face sessions with the maintenance team members and the project team to validate understanding and application of operational knowledge. Okay. Develop and administer a formal assessment to the maintenance team on a key operational procedure. Create an interactive online module for the maintenance team to complete, covering all necessary operational information. Facilitate a roundtable discussion with key project and maintenance team members to evaluate the depth of knowledge transfer. All right. You want to, let's take a look at the question here. What approach to employ to confirm the thoroughness of the knowledge transfer? This is the key here. You want to confirm that it was thoroughly done. Best answer here, guys, is going to be A. If you got A, you are correct. One thing I do mention in the course is anytime you see that word face-to-face communication, it's probably a good answer to choose. Face-to-face communication is one of the best ways and the richest way to communicate. And I think face-to-face communication here just trumps or is better than an interactive online module or some kind of formal assessment. The best thing here is to have face-to-face discussion. Let them talk and let them validate their understanding so they can both talk to each other and see, hey, do you understand this? Do you understand? It's better than that. The other one here was more of a round table, but I think this face-to-face is better than actually just going through a round table. Question 165. In a software development project, the project manager notices that the various project teams have different priorities and methodologies, leading to inconsistencies and delays in project milestones. The project manager realizes the need for a unified approach to streamline processes and improve collaboration amongst the team. What is the most effective course of action for the project manager to ensure consistent progress across all teams? Implement a centralized project management tool to enhance communication and task tracking. All right. Conduct a workshop to align all teams on the project objectives and establish a shared methodology. Okay. Assign a liaison from each team to facilitate better understanding and integration of work practices. Reallocate project resources to prioritize tasks according to urgency and importance of the project milestone. Okay, what did you guys get? We have a problem here. What's the problem? Teams having different priorities and different methodologies. This is what's causing the problem. You got to select the answer that deals directly with this. And the best answer here is going to be to bring them all together. Make sure that the choices is going to deal with solving this problem, right? This whole problem of different priorities and especially methodologies. One of the things we have to do when we do this exam is you have to read that question carefully and say to yourself, does that answer actually solves the question? Because you're going to have multiple answers that sounds great, but only one of them may actually solve the problem. And this one does, because if you notice, it establishes a shared methodology, and that's what we want. A shared methodology would lead to consistency, right? Right now I have inconsistencies. A centralized project management tool is you choosing for them. Let the team choose, not you choosing for them. In all the other choices, you're choosing. So is C. You're saying, hey, Let's do a liaison between them. Now, the entire teams are not there. Reallocate project resources to prioritize tasks. Now you're doing it for them. Don't do that. Let the team choose. Next question. 166. While implementing an ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning, the Agile Project Manager received several requests for additional features from department heads, potentially affecting the project's scope and timeline. What should the project manager do to address these feature requests efficiently or effectively? Direct the department heads to submit their request after the ERP goes live. All right. Have the product owner integrate the feature request into the product backlog for prioritization. Advise the department head that all project changes are frozen to avoid deviations from the planned schedule. Request detailed business case for each feature to assess the impact before adding them to the project plan. So I want you guys to know that the Agile, it clearly states this is an Agile project, and somebody wants to add something to Agile. Not difficult if you understand Agile practices, because if there's one thing we know, the only person that can add something to the scope of the project on an Agile project is who? Is the product owner. Only the product owner can add features to the product backlog and then prioritize it. Not the department heads needs to work with the product owner. You don't stop changes on an Agile project. They never stop. And you don't need a detailed business case for each one. That's something between the product owners and the people asking for the changes. 167. In the implementation stage of a critical network security project, it is revealed that a specialist responsible for key parts of the configuration will be taking emergency leave. What should the project manager do to address this specialist imminent absence, and keep the project on schedule? Facilitate a discussion with the project team to redistribute the specialist responsibilities efficiently amongst existing members. Suggest pausing the project until the specialist can return and resume their duties. Contract an external consultant firm to temporarily fill the specialist role. Request an immediate extension of the project deadline to accommodate the delay. All right. Somebody's leaving. The best thing here to do, guys, is meet with the team and see how, put up a discussion and see how can we spread this responsibilities amongst each other. This is how you can do this really quickly and just try to keep the project on schedule. Because it's saying that he plays, this person leaving plays a key part in the configuration, but will be taking emergency leave. Work with the team. If the team tells you that they need an additional person, maybe then you can go out and get a consultant firm to give you someone. I wouldn't pause the project like that. If the team says it's okay, then. I wouldn't ask for an extension. If the team says so, then. But let's see if the team can deal with this. If you notice, we've been doing a lot of questions, 167 of them. If you notice, the team has the power on the project. The team knows better. They're the experts. Next question, 168. Near the completion of an extensive software development project, it is noticed that one developer's innovative solutions have greatly enhanced the project outcome, distinguishing their contribution from the rest of the team. What is the most appropriate way for the project manager to acknowledge this outstanding contribution? Create a feature in the company newsletter highlighting the developer's innovative work. All right. Organize a casual team lunch where developers' efforts can be informally recognized by peers. All right. Submit a recommendation for the developer to be considered for the prestigious industry award. I like that one. That's a good one. Identify a form of recognition that aligns with the developer's value most, whether it be professional development opportunity, specific for a public, or something personal. The best thing here, guys, if you find that someone is doing a great job and you want to award them, the best thing to do is to talk to them. Ask them, what do you think is the best way to award you? We like you and we want to give you something. What would be best? So work with them. You notice in this one, in C, B, and A, you're choosing the way to acknowledge their contribution, right? You're choosing the acknowledgement. You're choosing the method of acknowledgement. The best way is to work with the team member to let them choose. As a project manager for 169, As a project manager for a novel online educational platform, you're faced with different views, divergent views among stakeholders regarding the balance between interactive content and accessibility features. The development team is split on which aspects to prioritize, potentially affecting the project timeline. What actions should the project manager take to navigate this impasse effectively? Deploy conflict resolution method techniques specifically designed to address and navigate the diverse viewpoints into a unified strategy. Okay. Conduct a poll with the team and among stakeholders to democratically decide the project's focus area. Facilitate a focus group discussion leverages design thinking principles to foster innovative solution and choose the best solution. All right. Suggest the team separately debates and reaches a consensus without managerial intervention. This one here has 2 good answers. Let me see what you guys got. Best answer was A. Here's why. First of all, before we answer this, it's basically a different view amongst the stakeholders. You want to balance this interactive method and the accessibility feature. Team is split. What are we going to do here, guys? Well, you don't want to just do a poll amongst the stakeholders because you might have to, sometimes software development, these features might be needed by law, so you might have to include them. Don't just tell the team to go and figure it out themselves. Never tell the team to go figure it out themselves. It's part of your job to work with the team. Now, this one here, you notice that the team is split, all right, on this. How are you going to do it? Well, there's lots of different conflict resolution techniques you can use. And because there are different views amongst the people, you're going to have to work. You're going to have to use these techniques to manage the different views into one strategy so the project can progress. This one here is more of a design principle to come up with innovative solutions. Although that sounds great, the best answer here is going to be to come up with a unified strategy. Remember, the project can't move on if we don't come up with a unified strategy and make it A better than C. Last question, 170. Halfway through a critical website development project, it is revealed during a sprint review that an unforeseen technical hurdle could potentially delay the project's completion. This revelation came as a surprise, especially considering the project manager's prior weekly updates indicated that the project was proceeding according to plan. What could have been done differently to avoid being caught off guard by such a critical issue? Establish a robust risk management process to identify and monitor potential technical challenges throughout the project. All right. Schedule mid-sprint reviews to assess progress and uncover hidden risks before they escalate. Conduct regular one-on-one meetings with the team to identify potential risks that might not surface in the group setting. All right. Use project management tool to track progress and flag potential risks based on the time deviations. Okay. So I want you just to review this question. It says here, it is revealed that during a sprint review, unforeseen technical could potentially, so we know that this is a risk, right? Because this is something that can stop it. The best answer, now again, this is a risk. When you're managing risks, what should you be doing? All right, in order to manage risk well, remember, you want to do something to avoid this from ever happening. You know what's going to avoid this from happening? Manage risk throughout the project, correct. Risk is not something that you may want to do mid-sprint. It's not something that you're going to want to do maybe weekly. It's something that you're going to do throughout the project. Every day, every minute, every second of a project, you're doing risk assessment. Identify and assess risk. Because remember, risk happens all the time. Making this a lot better answer. One-on-one meetings. I like one-on-one meetings, but risk management, risk assessment, risk identification should be done as a team, not just as one-on-one. We don't need a tool for this. We need everybody to work with it. Making A the best answer. Question 171. As a project manager overseeing the rollout of a new online banking platform, ensuring that customers can seamlessly transition and utilize the platform is critical. The project sponsor emphasizes the importance of excellent customer support following the launch. What action should the project manager take to fulfill this requirement? Coordinate with the customer service department to extend their hours in the weeks following the launch. Okay. Initiate a temporary dedicated hotline for new platform inquiries and issues. All right. Set up a series of self-paced webinars for customers, focusing on platform features and common troubleshooting step. Okay. Create a comprehensive online help center that includes tutorial videos, searchable knowledge base, and options for live support. All right, this question is a tricky question, right? Because it says here that you want to ensure that customers can seamlessly transition and the importance of excellent customer support. The point of this question was when you're dealing with lots of different stakeholders and you might not be able to assess all their needs, the best thing here to do is to give them as much options as possible. You notice D talks about tutorial videos, knowledge base, and live support, versus this is more of just a self-paced webinar. This one here is just a dedicated hotline. And this one is just keeping the branches open longer. The best thing here to do would be to give as much options to satisfy as many of those stakeholders as you could. 172. At the outset of an initiative to introduce smart city technologies, it is discovered that the input from a crucial environmental expert was not included during the preliminary discussions on the project's environmental impact assessment. What document is most likely in need of revision due to this omission? Stakeholder register, engagement plan, project schedule, or the communication plan? All right. Best answer here, guys, is going to be the stakeholder register. Here's why. I want to point out something. You notice that the input from this crucial environmental expert was never gotten. That means that this person was probably not even identified. Keep in mind that the stakeholder register has a listing of all your stakeholders and how they're going to impact the project and how they're going to impact the project, how the project is going to impact them. That's in the stakeholder register. So you would need to know this before you even before you went out and got their opinion or got their statement. The engagement plan comes after the register. This is how you plan to engage with them. We never even know they existed. The project schedule has nothing to do with stakeholders. The communication is how we plan to communicate with them, but we didn't even know they exist because we never even got their input. Best answer, stakeholder register. 173. Just assigned to lead a new technology integration project, the project manager learns that no foundational documentation exists, leaving the team uncertain about scope, deliverables, and timeline. What action should the project manager take to establish a solid foundation? Initiate the project by focusing on high-level tasks and develop documentation as these tasks progress. All right. Instruct department heads to comply to respective sections of the project documentation to streamline. Lock in industry standard project management templates to quickly draft the necessary documents. Engage the entire team in a comprehensive planning session to collaboratively develop all critical project management documents. Best answer here. Now I want to point out, I did circle this here. I shouldn't have done that because that makes it easier, right? Because in order to have the best success on a project, you must make sure you have all the documents and you want to engage your team while building these documents. Notice, you can't just really go and do a project if you do something that's like high level. You want to engage the team. The best answer here, why this is one of the best answers, because it engages the team. Let the team help you. Let those experts help you. Instruct departmental heads. No, the project manager deals with this. Templates are great. I like templates. But you want to engage the team here to help you build the plan itself. Make indeed the best answer. 174. To enhance project communication and address emergent issues, a project manager organizes bi-weekly meetings with the development team of a software project. What should the project manager prioritize at the beginning of these meetings? Detail the current status of the project schedule and any deviations. Meeting agenda, times, and topics to cover. Reevaluate the scope in light of recent developments. Gather feedback for continuous improvement. Now, the first thing you're going to do when you do a meeting is what? You guys should got this. What should prioritize at the beginning of these meetings, right? Beginning of every meeting, you guys should do what? Talk about what you're going to be covering, how long, and the topics to go over. That's the best answer. Then later on in the meeting, you'll talk about schedule, reevaluating the scope if needed, gather feedback for continuous improvement. These are all things you're going to cover in the meeting. But at the beginning of the meeting, tell people what this meeting is and the times on the meeting. That way, the meeting doesn't waste too much time. 175. In the midst of executing a high-stakes software development project, several unexpected software bugs and team miscommunications have led to delays, causing tension within the team and concern from the sponsor about meeting key deliverables on time. What should the project manager do to alleviate these issues and steer the project back on track? Conduct team building events, focus on enhancing team collaboration and open communication. Okay. Host a problem-solving workshop where team members can collaboratively identify solutions to technical issues. All right, I like that. Increase the frequency of progress review meetings to closely monitor team performance and progress. Arrange for a professional mediator to address and resolve interpersonal conflict within the team. I can eliminate one choice right off the bat, but the others are pretty good. Let's see what you got. Here's what I got. The one I could have eliminated right off the bat was this one. You are this person. You shouldn't hire a professional person. That's you. Let's get rid of that choice. I really liked it B and C, not so much. So let's get rid of C. The frequency of the progress can increase the frequency of progress meetings. They're not getting along here. This might lead to them not getting along even more. Now, host problem solving where teams can collaboratively identify solutions but this is to technical issues. That's not all of it. Notice several unexpected software bugs and team miscommunication have led to delays and concern. So it's not just the software bugs, because this is technical, it's also miscommunication. The best thing here is to focus on their collaboration and open communication. This here can lead to less miscommunication and hopefully leads to fixing technical things. Always on this exam, it's not a technical exam. Try to be a project manager that works with the team in a way that is all about open communications and everybody can talk, anybody can get along. Just don't try to fix one thing like technical issues. I'm pretty sure if you have open communications, you're going to fix the miscommunications and the technical issues. 176. During a key phase of an infrastructure project, the project manager notices a significant slowdown in decision-making due to their need to approve numerous minor project adjustments. This has started to impact the project's momentum as the project manager's schedule is dominated by stakeholder meetings. What initiatives should the project manager introduce to improve decision-making process? Organize weekly roundup sessions to address all accumulated decisions in one go. Implement a critical path analysis to pinpoint decision-making as the primary project delay. Assign decision-making responsibility for specific areas to trusted project leads. Make all decisions to ensure it's done in a timely manner. Okay, one choice here you can eliminate. The rest of this is a toss-up in the air, in my opinion. Let's see what you guys got. Here's what I got. All right. Let's go through these answers. So this one here, you got to eliminate because this is the problem right here. D is not doing anything. D is just saying, okay, let's continue doing it. You notice the project might notice significant slowdown due to the need to approve numerous. D is the same thing. D is basically saying you just keep doing it. So we don't want that. Organize a weekly. We're not sure if weekly is enough. All right, to address all the, and if you have to make these decisions, it might become a problem. Because in this one, you're going to be making them at once a week and then teams might be waiting. What if they need a decision Monday and you only do it on Fridays? A critical path. Well, this one here is not going to solve the problem. All right. This is not. This is going to tell us where the delay is. We don't need to do this. We already know where the delay is. It's in those decision making. The best thing here we can do is pass off some of the smaller, right? Notice it says significant slowdown due to numerous minor, right? Approve of these minor adjustments. Give that over to the team and trust the team is going to do a good job with them. They can see the best answer. 177. In the midst of a complex IT project, feedback from an executive sponsor indicates dissatisfaction with the detailed nature of the project updates, which they find cumbersome and distracting from key insights. What measure should the project manager implement to refine the communication process with the executive sponsor. Transition to a streamlined weekly email summary highlighting critical points and decisions needed. All right. Utilize a project management tool that allows a sponsor to view real-time updates at their convenience. Okay. Conduct a detailed discussion with the sponsor, identify their preference for information and report format. Okay. Schedule brief, focus update calls with the sponsor to review major milestones and address any concern. This one, not too difficult. Here's what. If you notice in this question, the sponsor basically dissatisfaction with the project updates. The best thing here you can do is meet with them and ask them, what is it that you want? When do you want it? How do you want it? Who should send it to you? In what format do you want it in? Notice in this one, you're choosing for them. You're choosing for them. And you're choosing for them. You know, one of the tips I'm going to give you guys to this test is if you find choices are all the same, like if you find like two choices are pretty much doing the same thing, it's probably not the answer because you can only choose one. Unless the question says choose two of those. In this one here, we're working with sponsor. We're tailoring the communication to the sponsor's preference, making C the best answer. 178. During an iterative development project for a new software tool, a developer who was recently added to the team suggests implementing a cutting-edge testing technique that differs significantly from the project's standard practices. The rest of the team has expressed reluctance to deviate from known methods. What should the project manager do to address the team's reluctance and explore the potential of the new method? Instruct the new developer to maintain the status quo to preserve team harmony and project pace. Maybe. Assign the developer to less critical tasks to avoid any potential disruptions to the established testing. Okay, I'm not sure about that one. Facilitate a discussion where the new developer can present the proposed testing method, detailing its advantages and implementation process. All right. Recommend the developer prepare a detailed report on the proposed method for review at the project's conclusion. Best answer here, guys, is going to be, that's right, don't shut the person down. Okay, first of all, if you do A, you're telling the developer, hey, I don't want to hear you. We're going to continue doing this. You have to do it our way. Don't do that. You see, anytime people want to change the world, somebody comes up with some crazy new idea, the rest of the world or a majority of the world says, hey, that's crazy. We don't want to do that. But until that person proves it, they're probably going to get a lot of pushback, even though it was an amazing thing. So in this one, you don't want to just tell the person no. And B, I said, hey, I don't know about that one because you're basically firing the person from the task. Don't fire anyone. Now, notice, although D may not look so bad, but at the project conclusion, that means that this thing is really beneficial. No one gets to use it. Have the developer meet with the team and show them why this tool is amazing. And maybe the team will agree, making C the best answer. 179. Ahead of a crucial update meeting, a project manager learns about a potential unforeseen delay in a project segment that involves an external contractor. The full extent of how this will affect the project timeline is not yet known. What two actions should the project manager take before addressing this in meeting? A. Liaison with the external contractor to understand the reasons behind the delay. Perform a detailed assessment to gauge the overall impact of the delay on the project. Delay the discussion until stakeholders notice the delay themselves. Compare the situation with a documented outcome from similar incidents in other projects. Record the delay in the project risk register and discuss it openly in the stakeholder meeting. All right, let's see what answer you guys have. Notice it says the project learns about an potential unforeseen delay. All right. With an external contractor, what are we going to do? Well, the first thing here you want to do is you want to perform a detail. How is this going to impact the delay of the project? And you want to record this in the risk register. Why in the risk register? See this word potential? This is not an issue, right? You don't want to put this is nowhere near an issue. This is the moment you see potential, you know this is a risk. You don't want to liaison with the external to understand the reason. Well, perform an assessment first. Delay the discussion until the stakeholders notice the delay. No, this means you're just letting it be delayed. You're not taking proactive actions. Compare this situation with documented outcomes from similar incidents. Although I like that answer, see how this is going to affect this project first. And of course, put in the risk register. Once you do these two, maybe then we can go back and talk with the contractor and so on. Making B and E the best answer. 180. At the conclusion of an enterprise software implementation project, a department head suggests the addition of a new analytics feature to improve data visualization capabilities. The feature was not covered in the project's initial scope, but is considered by the department head to be straightforward enhancement that can be managed by the current IT staff. What action should the project manager take in response to the department's head's suggestion? A. Assess the feasibility of incorporating new analytics feature within the existing projects without formalizing it. Consult with the finance team to assess the potential financial implications and budget adjustments required for additional feature. Coordinate a meeting with the key stakeholders to evaluate the added value versus the effort and risk of incorporating it. Draft a supplemental charter for an analytics feature addition pending executive approval. All right, guys, best answer here is going to be, did you say A? That is correct. This is a straightforward question. A lot of big words, a lot of words in this question. It's a feature that wasn't in the initial scope. You want to add it to the scope? Well then, how feasible is it? How is it going to affect the project? But you don't want to formalize it. Notice, without formalizing it. You can't formalize a change to a scope. If it's a traditional project, it needs a change control. It needs to go through the change control board project sponsors to get approved. If it's an agile project, you're going to need to get it through the product owner. So assess it, but don't formalize it, making that the best answer. Consult with the team to assess. I like this one here, but this one here looks at the entire thing of the feature, not just a part of it. This one here is looking more for just budgets. This one here is added value. Evaluate the added value versus the efforts and risk. You have to look at not just that, but the entire thing. Draft a supplemental charter. This doesn't need a charter. Project is already started. Making A the best answer. 181. As part of an initiative to upgrade an educational institution digital infrastructure, a department head proposes the integration of an AI-based learning assistant, which was not included in the initial project scope. The department head is also unsure if the project's investors would agree to the necessary budget increase. What initial action should the project manager take regarding the proposed integration? Assess a feasibility study to explore the technical and financial aspect of adding the AI-based learning system. Estimate the potential impact on the project budgets, timelines for incorporating the AI learning assistant. Consult with the team to assess how the integration could affect the overall project. Conduct an assessment of the proposed addition impact on the project. All these answers are pretty good. I think they're all good. But one of them is better because if you notice, one of them includes the team. In this one, it said what initial action should the PM take. In this one, it seems like you're doing it, and you're doing it. Do you know who's the best person to tell you how something is going to affect the project? The experts. And the experts are the people that's working on the task, the team themselves. So I would say definitely go with the team here. And notice this is the overall project. This one here is looking at more technical and financial. This is just budget and time. But what happens with quality? What happens with risks? What happens with vendor and procurement? So there's a lot of other areas that you need to look at. Making C the best answer. 182. In the rollout of a critical update to an e-commerce platform, the project manager is presented with several pressing issues. There's an immediate need for expertise in cybersecurity due to new threats. Significant personnel shortages are on the horizon, including the exit of the product owner. Okay, this is a bad project right here, guys. And a new data security law has been passed. Ooh. What should the project manager's direct focus to ensure the project remains on course? Initiate a search for a cybersecurity expert to fortify the platform against threats. I like that. Begin the transition process for a new product owner to ensure strategic project oversight continues. Good. Start the process to secure a new IT support contractor or renew the existing one for uninterruptible services. Resolve, identify regulatory compliance issues to prevent any legal or operational setbacks. This question is difficult because there isn't a choice here that really fixes them all, right? You got a couple of choices here. You have you need a cybersecurity expert. There is a significant personnel change on the horizon, right? Especially your product owner. And there's a new cybersecurity law that's passed. What should you focus on, right? And the choices are basically going to go into and tell you there's like 3 or 4 things here, and they're going to tell you all 3 or 4 things. The one you should focus on is the law. No project should be progressing if that project is breaking the law. This falls into the domain of business environment. If a project is out of compliance, that project should be stopped. No project should be breaking the law. So if you're progressing on something that's breaking the law, that project needs to get stopped. In this is dealing with the cybersecurity expert. This is finding a new product owner. This here is something to do with a contractor. The best thing here you can do is to check, if you had to choose one of these things, would it be ensuring the cybersecurity law? Would it be getting the product owner or getting the expert in cybersecurity? Best answer was ensuring you're in compliance. 183. As a project unfolds for a global health initiative, the project manager identifies that the current online collaboration tools are hindering effective communications across time zones, affecting the project's progress. The team suggests that a change in digital tools could significantly improve project dynamics and cross-team interactions. What should the project manager do to ensure the selection of the most effective tools for the team? Trial several top-rated collaboration tools on a small scale to gauge effectiveness before a full team rollout. Delegate the decision to the Organization Technology Advisory Board for expert. Organize a series of workshops aimed at maximizing the current tools' capabilities before considering new one. Organize a meeting with the entire team to assess needs, evaluate alternatives, decide on the best collaboration tool. Follow the mindset on this one. This one is not too difficult. What's the best tool? Work with the team. Let the team tell you what's the best tool. In this one here, this is more like you're doing it yourself before you do a full team rollout. In this one here, delegate the decision you're giving away the decision. You're not incorporating the team. The best tool is dependent on the person. Not everybody likes every tool. Let the team tell you what they like. Organize a series of workshops before considering notice. Maximizing the current. How about if we see what's out there first? Bring the team in. Make indeed the best answer. 184. For the implementation of a sophisticated security software across multiple departments, the selected external provider asserts that their solution is plug and play, negating the need for any in-depth involvement or validation activities from the company. The project manager, aiming to ensure the solution's capability and effectiveness, decides to confirm these assertions with the organization stakeholders. What initial steps should the project manager take to guarantee alignment and meet the organizational standards? Convey a comprehensive briefing with key stakeholders, consolidate understanding, and set unified expectations for the project. Draft a contingency plan to address potential gaps that might emerge post-implementation. Choose a preliminary phase of collaboration between the vendor's technical team and the organization's IT department. Send out a survey to department heads to collect initial impressions and concerns regarding the vendor's claim. All right, what are we going to do here, guys? The best answer is going to be A. That is correct. Notice, I want a comprehensive briefing, right? We want to consolidate their understanding and set the expectations on this project. The vendor is saying, hey, you don't need to do anything. We want to make sure the stakeholders understand that. This one here, draft a contingency plan to address potential gaps. We're not sure what those gaps are yet. Propose a preliminary phase of collaboration and the organization's IT. Well, you got to get not just IT, but the actual stakeholders on top too, the sponsors and so on. We don't want just a survey. You know what's better than a survey? A good, comprehensive briefing with them versus just a survey. You can need the best answer. 185. A technology firm is transitioning its software development practice to agile methodologies to improve its product development lifecycle. The move aims to make the progress more dynamic and responsive to customer needs and market trends. What is the principal advantage of adapting agile methodologies in this context? Enhance the efficiency of the development cycle to reduce time to market for new features. All right. Implement a structured risk management approach to significantly decrease project uncertainties. Prioritize and deliver product features in alignment with their value and customer demand. Reduce operation by optimizing team workflows and resources. Okay, there's 2 good answers and there's 2 bad answers. Let's see what you guys got. Let's point them out. First of all, 2 bad answers. Agile really doesn't have a massive structure approach. So let's get rid of this. It may or may not increase or decrease expenses. It's not something that you can gauge right off the bat. But Agile does do 2 things. It does lead to things getting to the market quicker. And it also prioritizes features leading to the most valuable product coming out first. So that brings me to A or C. If you choose A or C, you're probably, if you got A, you're probably saying, hey, what happened here? Well, you have to ask yourself, what's better in Agile? Is it the whole concept of get things to market first, or is it get the most valuable things to market first? If you said, well, let's get the most valuable thing to market first, that's the value of Agile. Agile is about developing the most valuable thing first, not necessarily to get it to the market first. It's to develop the most valuable thing first, make it C a better answer than A. 186. During the critical phase of a green energy plant construction project, it becomes evident that the project may not adhere to the initially planned schedule. This situation arises even as the project team has been performing efficiently, marking the completion of several important phases. What is the first course of action for the project manager to address the looming schedule delay? Inform senior management and key stakeholders about the potential delay, suggesting a reassessment of the project timeline. Summarize the project achievements to date and expected impact on the delay in detailed briefing for the project board. Revise the project timeline with lead engineers to pinpoint specific tasks that are causing the delay and their potential remedies. Review the current project timelines with the entire team. What answer do you guys have here, guys? The best answer, guys, is going to be D. All right, I did miss a word here. It should be with the entire team here. Okay, sorry about that. 1 word we missed there. Okay, so notice the first course of action. All right, you really got to put this thing in order. Anytime you guys see this thing that says, what do you do first? Sometimes there are going to be choices that you got to say, okay, which one am I going to do first of those 4 choices? Because you may say, well, I have to assess something first. Yeah, but I have to revise something. You're absolutely correct. And that's what we're doing here. You notice in this one, before you inform senior manager, you have to assess the problem. Summarize the achievement and the expected impact. Before you do that, you should meet with the team first, right? You should meet with the team before you do this. Revise the timeline? No, you just can't revise the timeline. You just can't change the time. This requires a whole change request. So D is the best option here. You just can't go and change an entire timeline like that. And always meet with the team. Revise, reassess, assess the situation before taking an action. 187. Aim the rollout of a new software platform designed to enhance customer engagement for a retail chain. The lead role transitions due to a promotion. The incoming project manager is tasked with guiding the project to its completion under a hybrid management framework. What documents should the new manager review first to understand the strategic benefits and objective of a project? The roadmap, the business case, strategic alignment documents, technical design documents. Now, this question You see, you're going to get questions on your exam where like a whole portion of the question is not even needed. The real question is here. All of this is just saying that there's a new project manager. That's what this is saying. So I'm going to throw that paragraph out. The real thing is, what should a new project manager review first? You want to understand the benefits and objectives of this project. And that is stored in a document we call, correct, the business case. The business case will store that. The program roadmap is not even a project roadmap. The program roadmap are all the different projects on the program to accomplish its strategic goal. Strategic alignment document, really no such thing, or technical design document. This is how it will be technically developed. Use the business case in this one. 188. Embarking on an enterprise-wide software upgrade project, distinctively different from the organization's usual IT initiatives. The project manager is tasked with selecting project management methodologies and tools that best align with this specific venture's needs. Who should be the primary responsibility for choosing the project management methodologies and tools tailored to this distinctive project? This is a good question. Really, it's in the last part, right? Like, who's really responsible for choosing the project management methodology? It should be key stakeholders. Excuse me on that. From each department should collaboratively determine the methodology and tools for the project. The project manager and the team are to strictly utilize the industry standard set of methodologies and tools. The chief technology officer, is the highest authority on the technology project, should set the methodologies and tools. The project manager and the project team should identify and select the methodologies and tools that best suit the project. So this really is, who should choose the right methodology? Well, I'll tell you guys right off the bat. It is not key stakeholders from departments. You shouldn't just use industry standards or the CTO. You and your team should work together to select the best methodology for your project. Only the team really understands the work, and the project manager is going to work with the team. So work together on that. Every project is unique. Every project is different. In spearheading a groundbreaking environmental... Let me stop right here for a second. Guys, if you hear me mispronouncing words, I've been doing this all day. Yes, these videos are recorded in one session. And these words are massively large. It's easy to read it in your mind. But when you're reading it nonstop like this, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Let's get back to this video, man. Don't take this out. You know what? Let me give you guys a quick lesson. We got time in this. When you're reading this exam, I have been at it right now for about 100 of these. It's recorded all in one day. And I'm going to tell you guys something. It is very, very difficult to do this. I imagine on a real test. And see, I can't even pronounce it anymore. I need to take a break now. Me reading the words out loud is even more difficult. On the real exam, take breaks. You're going to get breaks. Take it. I'm telling you guys, I can't sit here and do this. And I wrote these questions. You guys are going to see these questions for the first time. You're going to be critical thinking. I'm not critical thinking. I'm just memorizing the answer because I wrote them. For you guys, take your breaks. I'm telling you guys, you need them. Like, I need it right now. I'm going to have a real hard time on 189 and 190. I'm going to have to take a break, come back to the last set here. Editor, don't cut this section out. This is me being real with them. Let's get back to this. Finish this up. In spearheading a groundbreaking environmental initiatives within a large organization, a lot of words there, the project manager faces the challenge of ensuring clear and effective communication amongst team members from various disciplines, including engineering, environmental science, and project management. What should the project manager do? Develop individualized communication management plans that cater to the specific informational needs, preference to each project team discipline. Institute a centralized project information dashboard for real-time updates and transparent sharing across the team disciplines. Conduct interdisciplinary workshops to foster mutual understanding and collaborative problem-solving skills amongst team members. All right. Assign a communication liaison within each discipline to streamline the workflow of project information and facilitate interdepartmental understanding. Okay, guys, best answer here. All right, notice you got teams from various disciplines. The best answer here, guys, is you want to have a communication management plan that is very catered to everyone. On a project, keep in mind, the communication is tailored to the stakeholders. It's not just a centralized thing, or it's not just one method to everything. Like this here. This is one method. This here is interdisciplinary workshop. This one here is bringing people more like together, but it should be customized. We don't want just a liaison. We want to have everyone getting the right form of communication, making A the best answer. Oh, thank God it's a short question. 190. Following the approval of the project charter, the project manager begins working with the team to organize the project scopes into smaller, detailed components. What is a project manager primarily working on? Creating a project RACI chart. So this stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, informed. A project schedule network diagram, work breakdown structure, WBS. Already scheduling the execution phases for the project task. Best answer, guys, is of course the WBS. If you are decomposing the scope, when you decompose the scope, you're basically creating the work packages that builds up on the WBS. This is to assign people to work. They're not doing that here. This is to build a schedule. You got to finish the plan before you build the schedule. You can see the best answer. All right, 191. Here we go. On a high-stakes software development agile project, the project manager notices a pattern where numerous team members are either late or entirely miss the daily virtual scrum designed to facilitate project cohesion. What action should the project manager take to enhance the efficiency and attendance of these sessions? Work with the team to identify a project communication protocol that will work with them to ensure timely participation in the daily scrum. All right. Identify time that could potentially increase attendance and punctuality. Transition to an asynchronous communication model to allow team members to update their status at their convenience. Solicitate input from stakeholders on efficient methods to improve team engagement and meeting with attendance. Now, it really comes down to two good questions. First of all, which one should you, there's two answers you could eliminate. First of all, which one can you eliminate? Did you get it? First one you should have eliminated was B, because you just can't identify a time for the team. It's an agile project. These are the daily stand-up meetings. The daily scrum is the daily stand-up meetings. Work with the team on this. An asynchronous method doesn't work for a daily scrum. A daily scrum technically should be a stand-up where everybody talks. It should be, if it's virtual, everybody should be there. Now, it really came down to A or B. And in this one, you're getting input from stakeholders, but it doesn't particularly say the team. Maybe you're getting inputs from the product owner, or maybe even the customers. The best answer here is to work with the team, right? Work with the team, come up with a good protocol or a set of rules that they are willing to follow that ensures that they come and show up to the sprint either on time or just showing up. So the best thing is to work with the team, not just get an input from everybody else, get input from the team in particular. Making A better answer than D. 192. A project manager discovers that recent legislative updates necessitate additional security enhancement to the project. Although the development team has incorporated these enhancements without exceeding their budget, the project manager realizes that the allocated budget for quality assurance and testing is quickly being depleted due to these unplanned requirements. What action should the project manager take? What actions should the project manager take to manage the escalating costs associated with the increased scope of testing? A. Propose a temporary reallocation of resources from less critical activities to support the expanded testing requirements. Have the sponsor analyze potential cost-saving measures within the project to reallocate funds towards the testing budget. Submit a formal change request to revise the cost based on accommodating the extra expense incurred in the testing. Adjust the project's financial strategy to ensure the newly identified testing needs are adequately funded without compromising quality. Guys, the best answer here is going to be, did you get it? Yes. So if there is something that needs the project to increase its schedule, increase its budget, it's important to get that approved. You just can't do it. That's what D is doing. You just can't adjust the financial strategy. You just can't add money to the project. And this is not a job of the sponsor. The sponsor is there to approve or disapprove, not to help you with assessment. And notice a temporary reallocation of resources. This may require a change request. The best thing here to do, submit a formal change request to update that cost baseline so you can get those testing done. C is the best answer. 193. In the development stage of an innovative mobile application, the Agile project team discovers the need for an advanced software library that wasn't initially anticipated, which is critical for enhancing the app's functionality. What should the project manager do to effectively manage this unforeseen requirement? Organize a strategic meeting with the product owner to reassess the project priorities and integrate the new software library. Update the project timeline to reflect the expected delay due to the integration of the new software library. Identify this new need as a project risk. Seek immediate advice from steering committee. Delegate the task of integrating the new software library to a specialist within the project team without delay. Best answer here, guys. If there is any kind of things that needs to get added to an Agile project. How do we know it's an Agile project? It literally says the Agile project team. If there's something that needs to get added to the Agile project, and particularly something added to the scope, it must go through the product owner. They have to agree with it. They have to add it in, and then it has to be reprioritized in the product backlog. You just can't update the timeline. You would need approval from the product owner. Identify this need as a project risk. Well, you notice they need this in order to keep going forward. It's critical for it to function. The best way to get this incorporated would be to add it to the product backlog. Delegate the task. Well, you never give away your task. Never just give away your work. Making A the best answer. 194. While working on a project, the client's request for additional changes threaten to extend the project's timeline significantly. The project manager is exploring options to accelerate the project timeline to accommodate these changes, but there's concern about the potential for increased overtime for the team. What action should the project manager take to keep the team motivated despite these challenges? Offer a monetary incentive to team members who agree to work extended hours to meet the deadline, to meet the timeline. Regularly recognize team efforts, celebrate milestones to maintain moral challenges during challenging period. Reassign tasks to focus on high priority deliverable and reduce the team workload. Introduce monetary team building activities to encourage collaboration and increase motivation. The best answer here, guys, is going to be, did you get it? Yes, this is the best answer. Here's why. Now, read the question carefully. The question is, what will keep them motivated? That's the question, right? The question is, what keeps your team motivated? They may have to work overtime. Notice, introduce mandatory team building. Anything that's mandatory is probably not going to be motivating. It might lead to more demoralization. Reassign tasks to focus on high priority and reduce the team workload. Although I like this, it may not be feasible in times like this. Now, I was thinking A or B. Keep in mind that everyone is incentivized by money. And what if it's the entire team and not just a few people? Then A is not going to work. But what you could do is celebrate milestone, recognize their effort, just try to keep them motivated, which is what B is doing. 195. In a major software development project, the project manager finds that several team members are reluctant to use new project management software, believing it to be overly complicated and not beneficial for their task. What should the project manager have done initially to facilitate the adaptation of the new software by the team? Encourage team leaders to use the software in their meetings to set an example for the rest of the team. Implement a reward system for early adapters who effectively integrate the software into their workflow. Conduct one-on-one sessions to understand individual resistance and tailor support accordingly. Organize a comprehensive training session to demonstrate the functionality benefits of the new software. Best answer, guys, is going to be D. That is correct. Here's why. You got to read the question carefully. It says, have initially done. What you're trying to do is prevent the problem, not fix the problem. C fixes the problem. We don't want to fix the problem right now. We want to prevent it from happening. The others, no. Encourage team leaders. This is not because a team leader is doing, doesn't mean that the other members see the benefits of it. Versus D. In D, Everybody is seeing the benefits of this thing. Maybe they're resistant because they just don't know the benefits of it. Implement a reward system. Not because you offer someone a reward doesn't mean they see the benefit of it. They'll just use it just to get their reward. The best thing to do is to show them the benefit, let them see how it's going to help them, and they're more likely to take in the software, making D the best answer. 196. On an infrastructure project to upgrade city water systems, the project manager is struggling to finalize the project schedule due to unpredictable regulatory review times and potential delays in securing necessary equipment. What scheduling technique should the project manager adapt to manage the planning effectively under these terms? Roll and wave planning, backwards pass analysis, dependency structuring, lead and lag optimization. Now, notice, let's go over this here for a second. Unpredictable regulatory review times and potential. If something is unpredictable review times, if something is unpredictable, you may not be able to break down the work. You may not be able to schedule it right away. You may not be able to build a plan right away. So you have to plan to replan. That's called roll and wave plan. And you plan as time is progressing. As time is progressing, things becomes more clear. That's basically the definition of roll and wave planning, everyone. Backwards pass is to calculate the critical path. That's not going to help us here. Dependency structure is showing you what task depends on what. Is it finish to start, start to start type thing? Lags and leads shows you any delays or overlap between tasks. That's not going to help us here. What we need to do is we need to understand that we can't plan for everything right away. Let time progress and then we can plan for them. 197. During the rollout of a new IT system within a large corporation, the project manager observes that discussions and stakeholder meetings are frequently derailed by a participant who can't pronounce that word right now. Stop right here. Guys, I'm way too tired on this. Into technical details irrelevant to the meeting's objectives. The behavior is causing meetings to overrun and is reducing the time available to cover all agenda items, leading to dissatisfaction among stakeholders. So let's see what's going on here. We got one team member that is going into too much technical detail that is probably not needed. What action should the project manager take to ensure meetings are more focused and productive? Emphasize the meeting agenda at the start and kindly remind participants to keep discussions on topic. Allocate specific time for open discussions at the end of the meeting to cater to additional topics. Introduce a meeting co-facilitator to help steer conversation back to the agenda when they go off course. Implement a suggestion box for topics that require further discussions outside of the scheduled meeting. This is a good question, actually, because it has quite a good set of tasks. What should you do to ensure meetings are more focused and productive? The best answer here, guys, is going to be correct. Emphasize the agenda. Say, this is what we're covering. We don't want to cover. And do this at the beginning. You may have to do this throughout the meeting, too. And tell people, hey, you know what? Let's try to stay on topic. This here would solve the problem. Although the other answers are not bad, I don't think the other answers are terrible, like a suggestion box. I'm not sure about this co-facilitator. You should be the facilitator. You need another one. And even allocating extra time at the end, although this can speed up meetings or sometimes this can make the meeting go over. So I think A here is the best answer. 198. On an agricultural development project, a key team member expresses dissatisfaction with the current risk management strategy, feeling it doesn't adequately address the potential for unpredictable weather conditions affecting crop trials. What action should the project manager take first? Implement a contingency fund specifically for weather-related delays. Consult with the external agriculture expert to gain insights on managing weather-related risks. Reevaluate the risk management plan and risk register with the entire team to incorporate feedback on the weather-related risks. Adjust the timeline and milestone to allow for greater flexibility in response to weather changes. Best answer here, guys, is going to be C is correct. Why is that? Well, if somebody brings up something to you, they're saying, hey, we're not adequately managing risk. We may not have the right responses. We're not be identifying them fast enough for all of them. What can we do? Well, bring it to the team. Work with the entire team. Let them help us rebuild maybe the risk management plan. Let them add it to the risk register and let's get their feedback in there. Let's do this first before we go to the agricultural expert or get some kind of contingency fund. Or don't just change a timeline like that. That might need a change request. So do C before you do A, B, or D, making that the best answer. 199. A project team in a digital marketing project discovers that their key design software license has expired, halting the team work on a critical campaign visuals. What is the most effective initial action for the project manager to take? Request that the team manually sketch the campaign concepts while awaiting the license renewal. Have the team work with the IT department to renew the license. Prioritize other aspects of campaign that doesn't require design software. Coordinate with IT department promptly renew the software license. Best answer here, guys, is going to be D. Now, part of being a servant leader is removing impediments, removing obstacles from the team. This is clearly not something that's project related. This is more computer IT related, computer errors. And when you have something like that, it's your job, or it should be your job, to help remove this obstacle from the team. Remember the concept of servant leadership. So in this one here, you're telling the team this is not optimizing the work. You're not giving them the right tools. You're saying to manually do it. In this one here, you're telling the team to fix it. Prioritize other aspects. You're not addressing the problem in this one here, making D the best answer. Question 200. During a critical phase of a software development project, a key developer notifies the project manager that they will need to take an unexpected leave, impacting the completion of a crucial backlog item scheduled for demonstration in the upcoming sprint review. What should the project manager do? Insist the developer work remotely during their leave to ensure the backlog item is completed on time. Escalate the issue to senior management and demand they assign an additional resource immediately. Reevaluate the sprint goals and backlog priorities, consult with the team about adjustments, and communicate the revised plan to stakeholders. Cancel the upcoming sprint review, stating the lack of progress on the crucial backlog item. The best answer here, guys, is going to be C. That is correct. Here's why. So one thing we want to talk about here is you notice somebody left, right? So they need to take an unexpected leave. Don't make them work. If they're leaving for an emergency or family issues, they got to go. You can't just tell them to work remotely. That might not be possible. Just don't go to senior management and demand things from senior management. This just sounds wrong, first of all. You might be fired for that. That leaves two things. You can't just cancel the sprint. The best thing here is to work with the team. Now, you're reevaluating the goals. You're not, some people say, hey, Andrew, no, we're not reprioritizing the backlog. You're reevaluating it. The only person that can reprioritize a product owner, but you're consulting with the team, right? Maybe we need to change the sprint goal. That's within the team, so you can adjust the sprint goals, because you know what? You might not be able to get that done with this team member gone. And that, guys, ends the 200 practice questions. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this journey. Hopefully, you guys really like these 200 practice questions. It would mean a lot to me. It took me a lot of time to write this. It took me a lot of time to present it, as you can see the length in this video. If you guys really enjoyed this type of content, give the video a like, subscribe to the channel. It would be absolutely amazing. It really helps us out. It really helps us to make our content, I guess, gain a bigger audience, which would really help us out. And if you want more questions like this, check the link below. We have the TI exam simulator, the closest to the real exam. Tons of people have used it. Over 30,000 people have used that to pass their PMP exam. And also my 35-hour course, my study guide, my books are all below. You guys can all check that out. And with that in mind, guys, hopefully you guys learned a lot in this video and in the compilation of when it's a bigger video. Hopefully you guys learned a lot, and I'll see you in the next video.